oyagala batomera aga malala gasana kuluyira Sylvester ku ngoma rhymes gankwira I get the job done call me whatever you want to I hope to make you a person they look up to not to divide society into two input to there's nowhere you are going to mutuntu bulirira ne berubaruba tu bulambwe mutomatu kankusibirire tu ensi gyozanyise kugayanga meketu weketu muganda witu wetereze mwatu oli munyongere oba owamala oli munyongere muko oba owamala
Medda yongera mu
oli munyongere oba owamala
awamala
oli munyongere muko oba owamala
Medda yongera mu
amalala gakuba ekigwo amalala gakuba ekigwo enume y'ekigwo
cause in effect banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 ontegeera otya mubuuka z'okusembere ng'ontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya bubadde onnoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya yana akutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemutya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu bamanyi nga b-boy sibyewakana abamu bamanyi nga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyi nga yimba kyendi abalala banda babuuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayita kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amaasaana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyemba nejengenda banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebaddamu kucacyanca bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mubufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteega ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensula olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabaalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbeewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfulira nantalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakeraga ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kuba ndaba nze musumba olumu gotayawulwa mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwologopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sitakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifu ku maaso bagamba ntyekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya neyabalala nenjikeesa era bwenjagala nebakootulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
kusanawo anogo mulungi gwe walina walangawoko nekusanawo serabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolere ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya mu buli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya mu buli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
chiba chife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa na kuyisa miryango tuli fembi, it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 uyo
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO Bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Student Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project. Then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you're doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was a journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. And we've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work in formal, being employed for not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people, Marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. Oui. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college. The drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college, and you find that some people will never hold the title of manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a 1-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association, because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen, and through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera. The resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity, because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine, and one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it peaked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it peaked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we are fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, "You guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you?" We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Colombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa. It's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Colombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Colombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Yeah. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance,
yeah.
Our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. Yeah. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists, in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa, and of course springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program. Thank you. William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa? and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Some brands have had a lot of misses. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. So severally, they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they are all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy.
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person. Those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and it's been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing, and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, South countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you face as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital on JOMAG. And we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG,
Yeah.
it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know. So you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now, by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly. And not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client, or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem. And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning. There must be a critical reason why you're losing it. In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that. Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. that you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client?
Yeah.
And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well.
But change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives.
Yeah.
When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets. It will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me.
Yeah.
Just remember that. If you die, it is you die.
Yes.
I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody's looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it? You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft. Because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
It's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
wow,
Even growth,
Yeah.
growth itself.
it's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail working.
Well, that's the CEO Bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO Bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space. to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? You know, we are seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalomba, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have heard this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man, women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road. We'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat. Your spare is not working. Your car is overheating. You find somebody has hit you from behind. You have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the marketer's night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do marketers' night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
I hear the calling, I understand. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Ankole. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Lugora. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand.
Chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa.
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tiena, tiene tilis, tiena, tiene tilis, tiene tilis. Hey.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
You're asking yourself, critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? you will be saying mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I work towards achieving it. But in the process of achieving, I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. Whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, the education system is not designed to teach us critical thinking. It's designed to teach us thinking about whatever the teacher wants you to think about. So if your subject is math, the teacher wants you to think about math. And if it's English, science, think about what I've told you, then give it back to me in the same measure I've given it to you. So don't add your thoughts. Give me the thoughts I've given you, give them back to me. If you're 100% copy-paste, then you are smart. Then you pass that class, move to the next class like that. By the time you get to campus or to Makerere University or to a university or college, what do you have? You have a mind that is not actually used to knowing how to think about what to think about. It only knows about thinking about what it's told to think about. Then in the end, you're given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy-paste from Google, or you get some Bakuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they're looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Uganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu. Ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Can I example? I'll give you an example. You imagine you've seen a beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful, and move on. That's one event. It's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially. The environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part, and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the 4th dimension? The 4th dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening, and perhaps part of the money we've been as a family comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back. Look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if that what if in Uganda is watya. Watya ng'omwana ono andetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful or kutya. Nootia. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden on you. And therefore your vision, your intentions, which is the fifth dimension, what do you intend? Mu Uganda kyekinyumenye bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, what did you intend? Wabadde ogenderera ki? Mu Uganda, the word okugenderera comes from the word okugenda, which is a verb. It's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add emirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kya kwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly. And a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember, every time you think about the 5th dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically. I've never noticed that I have daughters until recently in February 2019 is when I realized that I actually have girls. Before that, I would see them as children. The idea that they are kids, the children. A father looks at children as children. But then I became aware of the idea that the world doesn't see them as such. It has a lens through which they relate with them. And that lens is called woman. It's called girl. And so that changed my perspective of how I see my children today. I see them as girls, and I see them as women. Now the question is, what kind of women? That's when I realized, okay, what kind of women do I see? But what kind of women will the world see? What kind of women is the world conditioned to want to see? You know, and that became a very revealing thought, because then I'm like, okay, the world has all these lenses of women as tools for sale of products. Everywhere you go, they're used for music, selling of music. They're used for selling sex. They're used for all types of functions, and I'm calling them functions. So in a man's world, these are the functions through which they relate with a woman who was yesterday a girl child, and then that becomes scary, and so that's now what shapes my thinking. I have an 11-year-old who turns 12, but then she was still 11, and a 7-year-old. So I sat them down because we use critical thinking, so we had to break down things, and the conversation began in that context of how the world has been structured from day one, and it's structured to operate as a man's world, and the role of women is a small corner in that world. And once in a while, men call some of those, out of the many, they give an opportunity to some of them to come to the world of men. If it's boardrooms, once in a while, but even when it's boardrooms, they will give them the role of a catering service provider. You know, a person who organizes the teas in the board. You're a board member, as someone else said, a friend of mine, I'm a board member, but I might as well be the kitchen lady while, you know. So once in a while, that's that sort of relationship. Now, my girls have been raised to think that they are going to change the world. That's what they believe. That's what they know, because they see the need for change, and they're able to point out that and say that should change, that should change. So they see themselves as agents of change. Now I'm saying you're seeing yourselves as that, but does the world see you as that? Now, so if you don't live in that reality, that it doesn't see you like that, then you are hiding from the truth, or I'm not helping you realize what is out there. So I want you to know the little role I can play is to get you friends who can think like you among girls, that together you can become a voice that penetrates to actually change the world. And that's how I started to support issues of girl-child empowerment and women empowerment. And I think that's the voice that I'm sort of saying, look, if I don't do this, there's no propagation of transformation as I perceive it. So the best way to do it is to say, hey, we're on the same side, and can we change some of the things that did not work out quite justly right? And so that's the conversation that we're having with my children. I have never noticed the concept of father, mother, per se. My relationship has always been about me aligning myself to a force that I think is more universal and broader than the context of the biological context of who are responsible for putting your biological form together. And therefore that introduced me to spirituality quite early, where I referred and looked at the Creator as the source of both mother and father. And so that allowed me to connect quite early. And ever since then, that's how the relationship is. And so my father, who I later discovered was my father after some time.
This is the biological father now.
That's the body form father. And therefore I am like, oh, okay, so I can account for the idea that this body form carries the body type of that particular person. But as for my mom, I spent most of my first 5-10 years with her. But again, we were not close. We became close more when I started my journey to Nairobi and start a few of the passions I had. And I saw a different side of herself, which was a side of always with the little she had, she could always, work towards ensuring. Like one time she got on a bus, she got a taxi to pursue a bus, an Akamba bus, because she knew I only had money to take me to Nairobi, but I didn't have pocket money for any emergency. So when she found it, she had to pursue the Akamba bus until Nkokonjeru, somewhere in Kono, and they had to stop the bus, and my mom came up with an envelope too. That's the first time I realized, oh, my mom cares. But before, she was struggling with the idea that this is a young man who has no father, and therefore the relationship wasn't really lovey-dovey. And so that was my first introduction of her as a mother. It was when I was about 17 years. So as I said before, the biological dimension of myself in relation to the question you asked is limited, that I can't speak of it that much. I never thought of my mom as a person who doesn't care. And neither did I think of her as a person who cares. As I mentioned before, that side of myself was blocked. I had no opinion for both. And it was funny because the other source I was tapping in sort of fulfilled both sides. The female side of nurturing and love, I could feel it through that force. I could also feel that masculine sense of direction and purpose and being driven and intensity, intention and stuff. I could feel that strongly. So I developed both sides, but not through the biological parent. And I could also find elements of a mother in other people that were not directly related to me. One particular person comes to mind, a lady, my mother, Muchala Luwama, we call her Mami Robina, in the orphanage where I later on grew up. And I could see the other dimension of that. And that was even more powerful because it wasn't conditioned on biological relationship. Therefore, it introduced me to the idea that love is a universal sort of force. And so, yeah, that's how I relate with that body of knowledge. My daughter lives in a different dispensation than I did. And therefore, perhaps the tools of my upbringing might not be practical for her. So rather than giving her that, I thought that perhaps I need to give her something that is more user-friendly for the generation coming. Something that she can use, but also quickly pass on, and it becomes timeless. And so I'm not raising my girls to be great workers. No, I'm raising them to be great thinkers. That's all I think in this information age. Yeah, you don't want to get your children to work towards being workers and looking for jobs and doing jobs. No, you want them to be critical thinkers, because wherever life throws them, they don't need anything else. That's all they will need, and they can operate on a global scale because the principles are universal. And so that's how I'm raising them. So to answer your question, no, I can't raise them the way I was raised. It's absolute. It's a gone thing. I benefited from it to the extent that it's created and shaped my thinking. But a lot of my thinking is shaped with the future in mind. And I draw only from history beyond my history. So I read very widely from the Battle of Hastings in 1066 and its impact on the world. I read about the 1681, the laws in America that created. I read about aggregate efficiency in relation to near zero marginal costs in relation to productivity, growth. I read about energy forms, I read about communication forms. So I don't consider my history that great in relation to global history. However, where it becomes great is when I dig deep into my cultural roots. Then I find a certain value that shaped who I am, and I tend to draw more from that cultural identity of myself than I draw from my family identity as an individual. So then I can be able to analyze that cultural context in relation to other cultural contexts globally that were running parallel to my culture in time, and seeing comparisons and being able to say, while this was happening in Europe, what were my kings doing at that time? When Christ was happening, what was Chintu doing? So I call it retrospective history. I keep analyzing the global context within our cultural context, and then I start looking for themes that allow me to understand the principles beyond the physical expressions of what they would call development. The things we look at and say, those guys are better. They spend too much time in the physical. My people spend too much time in the unseen, and they lived there quite a lot. So now that we live in a world that is unseen more because of the new 5G technology, the world is going to be more of the unseen, and how you experience it is going to be more important than physical. For example, Uber already has expressed that. People are tending to be more in love with having access to mobility or transportation as opposed to ownership of an item called a car. So then what happens to the physical realm where you thought that the car defined you? So that's from the perspective of Western history. The physical manifestation of their greatness dwelled within the physical realm quite a lot. And in Africa, the spiritual stayed deeply embedded in our psyche, in our music, in our expressions of forms of expressions. And now that we are in a world where it's 5G, then the African spirit is going to become the spiritual property, whereas theirs was intellectual property. So you see now, intellectual property protection, Africa, spiritual property protection. And that's where the future is. That's 5G. That's critical thinking. That's where I'm more focused on. Yeah. So I draw from my history, but not simply from my 1977 to this Kawesa. That's too narrow to sort of bring context.
2, 1.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
As I said, culture expressions that reflect on property in physical forms would have such an argument as what the people had. The reason they are thinking that the girl child shouldn't have access to or right to inherit is purely on the basis of property. The idea that she would marry somebody and therefore property loses ownership through the male seed is what society is fighting for, which goes back to the historical construct of the world through the male dominancy. And so I understand that. I understand how they would feel about that. But on the other side, when you come to spiritual property, where it's not intellectual property, then what you're inheriting was already done. That gentleman, the prime minister you mentioned, had already transplanted his mind into the daughter. And that's the greatest transfer. That's the spiritual property I'm talking about, which then now resides in that girl, and he is able to account for it and say, that's the one that should therefore take all, because everything else can fit in. Seek ye first the kingdom of spiritual property, then all this intellectual property will be added unto you. So when you come from the world, as I've mentioned, the argument would be right to say culturally that should not happen. But also when you go back to our cultural context, especially the Uganda, you realize that very early on, men accounted for the role of women in the political establishment or management of society. How did they do it? It was simple. Men had a concept that says, this king of ours should have children from among every clan. Yes. So kings can't have children other than through women. So all the women in Uganda were raised to have the ability to be queens, because the chances that you can offer a queen for your kingdom means politically you've aligned to the power that be. And therefore, also the king takes the what? The clan of the mother. That is substantial. They're trying to say that the inheritance is beyond the physical form. And you have to remember that in Uganda, property did not belong to individuals. They didn't have need to own, because everything was owned by the king on their behalf and by the people on behalf of the king. So you couldn't find the beginning and the end. So therefore, where there's no property, they didn't have refrigerators, they did not have land titles. So why would they then discriminate against a woman? They couldn't. So in our cultural context, therefore, women discrimination was never a case. Never a case. Because they understood their role in making a man a king. And so that's why I'm saying that the recent knowledge we see of the Prime Minister is only limited to the recent confusion that the current education disposition brings in the mind of the learned, the elite, and they've accumulated some property and they feel I need to keep this in check, in line with my male dominancy. And I think it's a journey that they need to walk beyond, but it's a beginning. And I think I love the conversation, that started a conversation. But as to whether that conversation means anything in relation to the future is where now critically we need to think. What does it mean now when women also have a right to own property? Then what happens to a woman when she's leaving Earth? Who has the right to have property now? Does she give it to her son? If a son, why? Explain to her why. If it's to a girl, and why not a girl? Explain to her why. That's when the problem is going to arise. Then we have powerful women who are more owners of resources than their husbands, in which case the husband is only advantaged to the degree of the lady's resource. So now who is in charge of inheritance in that context? And that's going to be even more moving forward. So that narrative needs to be critically thought through than just, discussing it at a very superficial level. And so that's what I would think. I'm not doing anything really special to my daughter in relation to critical thinking, other than one thing, the idea that I am deliberate about it. And they also find it interesting. I create little stories, like when you read the book, those little stories make sense to kids as much as they make sense to old people. And so when they follow the steps, they can see the parts, they can see the relationship, they can see the environment, they can see what if, they can see intention. And therefore, once they get the gist of it, because you're deliberate every day as they do their little small things per day, whether they're doing school or at home, or they're chatting with their friends, where you're driving, and you're constantly asking, okay, which dimension is that? Okay, but you've not, so you gamify the idea of critical thinking. So it becomes a lifestyle. They talk about it. They see things through that. When someone does something, if I do something, they say, but Daddy, that's not critical thinking. And they challenge me. I'm like, okay, yes, it's true. I didn't see that part, but I'm happy you saw the part, because we do acknowledge in the book that there's what we call blind, corners of knowledge, and we are not all knowing. But for the parts we can see, we at least are deliberate enough to get it. So really the question is being deliberate as a parent, being deliberate to raise up children that can meet the world on equal terms is really what critical thinking as a tool does and empower them with. My mother in 1958, August 8th, she was born. Uganda gets independence in 1962, she's 4. In 2010, I look at the history and ask myself, did my grandfather see my mom then as a 55-year-old in 2012? meaning 50 years later, seeing her then. She was just a little girl. So, before I talked to my grandfather to say, wow, why didn't you see, if you had seen my mom then as a 55-year-old, would you raise her differently? If the answer would be yes, what would you empower her with to be relevant in 2012? So now those questions he can't answer. But you know what he can answer? Is to tell me that now I am in his shoes, because in 2012, my young girl was turning 4. Literally, the same cycle has happened. Now I have to face 2062, October 9th, and raise this 4-year-old like as if she's 55 years old. I have to know if she's 55-year-old, then she's likely to have a 35-year-old who becomes my grandson. And if that grandson looks back and asks me, Grandpa, in 2012, did you see my mom in 2062? I should be confident to answer on behalf of my past grandfather to say, yes, I covered the gap between the generations. That's the transgender. No. You see, it's a transgenerational agenda, not a transgender agenda. My mom looks at my life and my dad. My mom recently went to have a meal in one of the cafes in town, and she says, your late father called you his prophet and pastor. And those were very unique words for one reason, that she says, your late dad, I've never had that concept. My father passed on in 2018, August 15th. So he's about a year. But to think of the wife to my father saying to their child that your late father called you his prophet and pastor, I think to any woman who really saw value in a man enough to say, we have a child together, that's a statement of confidence that I don't need to tell her anything more. My life has been a reflection of a story that should make a mother be proud to have a son. My name is Kawesa Richard. I am a strategist, a father of 3, who is extremely intentional about critical thinking as a tool for success and also relevance for their lives for the next couple of 1,000 years to come.
Farmers around us here have no access to electricity, no access to clean cooking fuel, and no access to milling. So to mill their rice and groundnuts and maize, they have to drive miles away to grow. They have to pay for transport, they have to pay for storage and accommodation.
Mandulis is an electricity company that uniquely also provides agricultural value addition. Farmers bring us their crops and we turn this into higher value products. This alone doubles their income. We're trying to create a way of generating electricity that delivers value to the local communities in which we operate.
Now, we've come here so that we use the waste from all the farming around us to produce electricity through biomass gasification at each of these sites.
At the same time, that focus on biomass means we can not only generate electricity, but we end up with a byproduct, that biochar, which can be used to produce cooking fuel. Doing that means that we save nearly 1 million trees per annum. Technology is a thread that ties everything together. We combine the blockchain technology, AI, and Internet of Things to make sure that we can address critical bottlenecks that allows us to engage thousands of farmers. And the cost of settlement of electricity transactions go down significantly.
In a sense, energy is the center of entrepreneurship in the regions, and by providing these underserved areas with access to electricity, we're hoping that it won't just turn on a light, it'll turn on a movement towards improving people's lives in those regions.
Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa. Tolina kalimo follow liluza. Reconnaissance, beba producer. Got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namuongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from, and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako na.
Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikoli half man, half machine. Mundu nzira baku buli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Ruba. Yeah, Leo Rich. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. Wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself to your gas, so all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Y'all think Trump is shit, y'all should come see ours. An MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots, then a poor man gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother, ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God, up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, ba Kampala. Chino se chivuga chapafala. Smartphone ya kabitu jitwala. Do for the 256. Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupid as claim. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as unayochofanya. This is Uganda, this is Uganda, light up your fire. This is Uganda. 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 This is Uganda.
Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah.
Hi, my name is Mujiz Hilary, and this is my story on XXL. How did I become an artist? I was born an artist, I must say. I've been doing art since I was year high till now, so it's one of those things. I was born to be an artist. How do I describe my art form? I think I'm a digital artist. I use computers. The computer is what I use to create this amazing work I have. But I can draw and paint, but I'm focused on the digital kind of work. What motivates me? I believe our environment as it is, the stories that are told happening, whatever happens in our environment inspires me. People, nature itself, structures, anything around me inspires me. So I don't have a specific source of inspiration, but our environment and the humans we interact with inspire me. Does my work impact community? Of course, you know. Recently, there's this art piece that was done at a big cultural event. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the Kabaka's piece during his coronation. It was unveiled. It made so many people happy. My phone was buzzing. Every minute or second, they're like, yo, we have seen your work at this event, congratulations. Many were happy, they like, oh, some money, of course some were like, some money, but it was the impact at which, actually the reason at which I did it that made so much to me. I wanted to give something to the Kabaka. How do you say happy birthday to a king, or congratulations on what you've done? I did something that changed the norm on what society embraces as art. 2, James Cambridge Butabika. I'm sure you people have heard of it. The buses that move around, definitely we haven't thought of buses with artwork. My work is on buses, you know. UAP, Old Mutual, it's an insurance company. Their office is branded with my work. And this is just art, you know. So how do I impact the community as well? Kids or the young generation looks up to me. I'm a symbol of hope to some. People stop me while I'm walking and shake my hand. They're happy to be around my presence. Those are things that inspire me as an artist, and I feel I'm a symbol of hope, and I'm creating a shift in what the community sees as an artist. What inspires me when I wake up, first of all, I know I'm going to do something amazing. We artists have the power to change the world. I keep telling this to many people around my circles. And how do you change the world? Changing the world ain't changing the norm or changing political views. Changing the world is making someone happy through seeing your work. Changing the world is inspiring many to go with what you do as an artist. So that's what inspires me, especially when I wake up. But then I have projects I'm working on, so I have things I do every day. And the excitement of doing them keeps me going. Where do I see myself 5 years from now? All over the place. I have plans to do so much. You know, I would want to have a foundation. I would have a foundation that would help change the world through my work, maybe partner with organizations that can use my work, since it can be multiplied and blown up to infinity of size. And we see what we can do for certain communities, you know. How can we help a community of kids? Can we create a center for kids to come together and do stuff? But it's beautiful because it has my work. Couldn't we help the hospitals use art to heal? Medicine ain't the only way that heals people. I would want to have a school that would maybe teach the next generation what we as artists do, but at a fundamental level to the biggest level. So 5 years if I'm alive, definitely I intend to do so much with my work and hope people will be able to support me as an artist and see what we can do together. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan, But I've been raised by this loving family that has been supportive, always taught me to be the best I can and believe in myself. So yeah, I believe it's always good to have a family that backs you up and wants you to do what you are meant to do. So school, I've always been a troublemaker in school, very, very troublesome, but then with the gifts, and it's good that people saw the beauty in me through my art and try to see the trouble as just a character I had. My brand is easy, of course. It's a combination of my name and my late mother. She was called Bomwezi. I'm called Mojizi. The last initials of both our names are Easy. So she's not around to see me be the man I am today, but I'm sure she is proud and she would be proud. And I'm not only doing this for my immediate parents. You know, family ain't just whoever birthed you or having the same blood flowing within you. Family is your friends, those who look up to you. So I believe my family is proud of me. I believe my character has been something that came up through my upbringing. My friends, the society I'm with, I keep around myself. So yeah, I believe my character has come up from my upbringing, mainly not through a parent specifically. If you love me very well, touch me very well. That's my best song at the moment, and I'm glad it's done by Ugandan. I love it so much. So singing ain't one of those, but maybe boxing. Yeah, I'm a boxer, so that's something I can do. I'm Mojizi Larry, and that was my story on Double XL.
We use a generator of 250 kVA to run the whole plant. Every month we spend 144 million Uganda shillings on diesel only, and that is equivalent to around $62,000 US.
That's the highest unit cost of production.
If we can bring in some renewable energy technology, provide all the electricity they need at 30% less than what they're currently spending,
we will immediately be able to release funding, which we can then plow back to the farmer.
We're looking at a biomass gasification system.
Everywhere you go here, you find biomass. It's being burnt out there every dry season instead of being collected.
And one of the byproducts of syngas production through gasification of biomass is char dust.
Adding value to this char dust by collecting, processing the char dust to turn it into charcoal briquettes.
With any extra electricity that Unicef is able to produce, they're going to be charging
batteries that can form a distribution network which is wireless.
Not only will we be able to cut costs for an industry, the agricultural production in Uganda, we're also going to be able to provide electricity to small households that will replace the kerosene lamps they're currently burning in their homes, and provide them with a cheaper source of cooking fuel in the form of charcoal briquettes made from the biomass that they would otherwise be burning on their farms.
na dir ma yamo tia ba mira de ba ya ro ma kelo de ba mira de ba ya de ma gamo le ba mira de ba ya
Abu.
Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, like many other sub-Saharan cities, is characterized by peri-urban and dense unplanned informal settlements, and with an ever-growing population that is gradually surging past the 1.5 million mark, city amenities are at times overwhelmed. Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, a body established to administer Kampala Capital City on behalf of the government of Uganda through its Directorate of Public Health and Environment, has been at the forefront of efforts to improve on-site sanitation in Kampala City.
So Kampala is one of those cities with a low sewer network coverage. Ours is less than 10%. And that means over 90% of our people rely on non-sewer sanitation. So in the bid to get innovations and solutions, RASOP has provided quite robust learning solutions in terms of capacity building to provide non-sewer sanitation, in terms of innovations.
Under the Reinforcing African Sanitary Operators Partnership, RASOP project, focus is on providing technical guidance to promote sustainable sanitation, including non-sewer systems and fecal sludge management, building capacity of sanitation operators, enabling and facilitating the adoption of appropriate regulatory framework for implementation of sustainable urbanization and project management and governance.
We've had several trainings or capacity building programs that have been held in Kampala city. We've had different trainers coming in from different cities to train our own emptiers, and this has helped them to develop their businesses. For example, creation of and interpretation of sheet flow diagrams, where we had different sanitation stakeholders getting really to learn how to draw a sheet flow diagram. They just used to see it on paper. They didn't know how it came about. They didn't know how to write a report, but everything has been done and we are having some results come out.
When RASOP also came in, people were told to put on safety gadgets. You can say people now are putting on overalls, they are putting on gumboots, and when they go to work out there, they're also putting these things on so that they can safeguard themselves from the disease related to their business.
3 years down the road, through investments like RASOP and others, we're actually seeing fecal sludge management coming to the fore. It is now something that whose awareness is now raised, and actually the different various stakeholders are willing to participate to see that it is even improved better.
Since the inception of the RASOP program, KCCA has been able to secure the participation of various private sector players, research institutes, communities, the government, and many local and international partners in its drive for a cleaner and healthier Kampala city.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Big woman thing, girl me love how you talk so, girl when you talk me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Seen you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you a kubo killer.
She tell me she could love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, Mama Diana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Teba mukwana. Mariana, Mama Diana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Kampala, Apex, Uganda. Don't know about the music, Nessimp and production. Jala, get tipsy, offer NSC. Missy Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torture. For the music in a oveni. We gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwele, mambo mingi alata kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, and soon. Monday to Sunday luna kulwange, sula wonanze wensanze. Abachala bange bona mubampe, nyenyeza mo wine palme. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it, no wreck for you. Don't need gira, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place, you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwele, mambo mingi alata kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soul. Bagamba, nzenta kanga malaika, akapira nkazanya me striker. Tuvayo mubire like flighter. Never to lava, they say we out of the sight. But to all and because we art and style. Send the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know you bad there, I know.
Girl them off the wine pan time. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwele, mambo mingi alata kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Studio with Tony, now we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel lyrical, oh me gala. Love me when me perform it. Now me pull up the bad man style, yeah, hear me. Too much money to me till you can't help me. Now me self on the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwele, mambo mingi alata kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soul. Stay on top like a pulpit. Flow got brain inside it. So visible them can't hide it. No man to me think can't hide it.
Records.
Ooh, yeah. You know me know. Yeah, you know. Alex. Torch. Hey. Ooh, yeah. kabisi netumiza ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa uyo Katonda kuba yalina pulani kyagala ntunge nzenna nebase ku kyalani wendi wenambadde kali nza kubaawo you are my darling siri kusibya njala ekibuga nja kitambula yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kakyaya kabisi netumiza ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa uyo love in a triangle, my love no chameleon and go okukwagala chiba chife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa nakuyisa miryango tuli fembi it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kakyaya kabisi netumiza ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa uyo sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kakyaya kabisi netumiza ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past. All the souls we lost. We can't deny the fate. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
Voice of freedom,
Kanutanu Frelimo,
the movement of the people, the root of Pan-Africans.
People must unite.
Ruma was in prayer.
We can't forget the past. We can't deny the fate. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved.
Hey baby, it will take a lifetime for us to be over, sweet baby. Heaven will sing when we have each other. You don't have to fear, cause I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I'll give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. So don't be bothered by what what your friends say, cause they don't know my love. I'll hold you, I'll be your shoulder, and you will never cry. You don't have to fear. No, no, I will make you feel. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. Listen, baby, I know you've been searching for a real man who will love you for who you are. So don't look further, here I am, if you let me in. Mama told me if you find the one, she's worth fighting for, and here I am. I will give you all that I am, if you let me in. Love will set us free, yeah, if we'll let it be. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like, yeah, oh, oh, oh. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will always shower you with love. Feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will shower you with love. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Oh, cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been
loved. Nalina omuwala eyeebusabala Prosikovi omulungi w'ebusabala yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba nga mutayiza ngattega ejjuba. Waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa, ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala. Yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusabala okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba ng'abanoonya abasajja ba local defense. Mikwano gya muzeeyi wa Sikovia, buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne Prosikovia. Wabula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala Prosikovi ekimuli ky'ebusabala. Wabula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Busabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera. Chango bye busabara Proscovia chimuli Proscovia yo Proscovia chimuli busabara Lord, I have something to say. I keep on searching for meaning in everything I'm doing. They say you listen to everything we say. That's why I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. I'll keep on walking. Please, Lord, lead the way. Let the children sing now, yeah. Keep on walking, please lead the way. Yeah, I'll follow. And I'll follow. And I will follow. I'll follow. Lord, sometimes I get afraid. Then I remember what the scripture said. You see, they say you listen to everything we say. And that's why, Lord, and now I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. So I'll keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, I keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, and I'll follow. I'll follow. I will follow. I will follow. Yesu, mukwano gwange. Yesu, tata wange. Yesu, subi yange. Kamugoberere, keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Keep on walking, please, Lord, lead the way, yeah. And you know that I will follow, yeah. Oh, I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow. And I'll keep on walking. Let the children sing, yeah. Keep on walking. I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kankubere means follow you. And I will follow you, oh Lord. I will follow. Baligamba nti nayimbira abato, nayimbira emitima egyali mu kabi, gitebenkere abantu balamu bagalane. Baligamba nti nafubira ku gita, abalala balwana senga ndi ku gita, njagala bayige bewane nti twaliyo buli kyenkola kikolera balijja. Mungu anyamba abaana nneme kubaswaza, njagala bayige bewane nti twaliyo twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there, we were there, we were there. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Every song I sing so they can be strong. My every heartbeat so they can love forever long. I love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. Twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. Mu mulembe gw'ensozi empya baliwulira oluyimba luno ku rediyo, balijjukira ennyimba ezatuweweeza. I would love this song to be played on the radio for many years to come. Whatever it would be called then, we'll remember when we used music as therapy. And I will have sung the song way back then. Yeah, way back then. Way back then, yeah, yeah. Way back then. Abana bakule, abana bayige, eggwanga likule. I wanna inspire the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Mu mulembe gwa kirya, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you.
Arusha, Tanzania, Kigali, na Roma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva
mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina birabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong. Just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tenetra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it there.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind, all the beauty you could ever find. land. I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Ankole. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand. Tienda, nene chirisa, tienda, nene chirisa, tienda, nene chirisa, tienda, nene chirisa, tienda, nene chirisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nene chirisa. I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Manualist, we really believe.
Welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench is a businessman, is an entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, and a social activist. He speaks a lot about youth empowerment across Africa and across the continent. And he's been a man around Africa in oil and gas industry. He's done it all. And he's here with us this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening on the CEO Bench, depending on where you're coming from and which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Emperor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie. It's nice to be here with you. It's quite a very pleasant day, and I'm ready for you.
All right, if you're joining us from anywhere in the world, I'd like to bring a very small profile of Emperor Chris to you. Emperor Chris is, like I said, is an entrepreneur and, of course, a philanthropist, a social activist. He is from a state in Nigeria known as Iwusu Awa.
Enugu State.
Enugu State.
So I'm from Enugu State. That's the southeastern part of Nigeria.
Okay, let's talk about that. Now that you've talked about it, who is Emperor Chris?
Just a young man, little unknown, but known. Like the introduction goes with, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a social activist, and I'm a mentor of youths. I've been around. I'm a business guy. I take interest in anything that will make the world safe and better place. I'm a family man with 4 kids, and I'm from a family of 8. I'm the 3rd. So Chris Baywood has been around, like you captured in your intro. Yeah. I've been around Africa, from Western Africa, where I come from, because I'm from the ECOWAS region of the Sub-Saharan Africa. I've been around East Africa. I've been around the SADC region, that is Southern Africa. I think where is missing is Central Africa. So, yeah. And I'll tell you, because I take a lot of interest in Africa, because I'm a Pan-African. I love Africa. I breed Africa. I talk Africa.
Wow.
Yes. So this is why most of my business interest is trying to, tap the opportunities and the potentials that are in Africa, because I believe that's one of Africa, like I always tell people, is the remaining frontier. So I don't know what I'm going to look for in Europe or what I'm going to look for in North America that I cannot find in Africa. So this is who Emperor Chris Baywood is.
Well, if you're joining us from anywhere across the world, that's Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe talking to us on the CEO Bench. He is the CEO and the president of the Baywood Group. And the Baywood Group has offices all across Africa and and Europe, and we're going to know, and in South America, I think, we're going to know. North America, and we're going to know a lot more about that on the CEO bench. But we want to start the discussion, Emperor Chris Baywood, from a point of leadership. A lot of people are doing great stuff across Africa, and sometimes those who are doing great stuff across Africa is not known to us. Sometimes we don't know the talent we have, but we have been looking at your profile, and I want to start from a more personal note of knowing you from what is leadership to you and what is self-leadership to you?
Well, it depends on where you're coming from. Leadership, are you talking about political? Are you talking about human leadership or human capital? But generally, leadership is being this man that gives, sets the directives, or rather sets the process in motion, a thought out process, and you follow this process and you walk your talk, because it's not about the leadership. It's not just okay, this is how we're going to do it, and perhaps you set the process in place, but you're doing contrary. So leadership, they say, starts with you. And so if you want to talk about business leadership, how to go about the business, it has to be seen on the way you conduct your own business. And don't forget that they always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. Yeah. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you have a broken home, let's put it this way. If you're not able to manage your home very well and put your home in a good pedestal where everybody seems to be aligned with you, I would doubt it very much if you have a good set of mind to lead any other organization, be it in business, be it in social arrangement, be it in what they call CSO world. So CSO world means the social community social organization. So I know. So, for me, leadership starts with you, and this is what I have set the example for myself. And whatever I do, I have to do it right. I know the principles that guides it. I know the policies. You have to have the right policy framework, and this policy framework has to be seen to be working according to the way you have said it. Yeah. And he said everybody along that line, that trajectory. And you follow suit, and then make sure you lead by example. Because one of the challenges we have in Africa that a lot of people don't lead by example. You say one thing and do another. So this is exactly for me leadership. Leadership is that quality you have to lead others, and others will look at you and emulate you and follow you through and through because they believe in you. So first of all, you have to buy the confidence of the people. All right? And this is what I'm saying. If in your home, you can't get the confidence of your children, for example, daddy comes home every time by 4 a.m. and then daddy messes around in the house, maybe he smokes and everywhere is littered, or daddy drinks and is just so reckless with everything. You don't expect your child tomorrow. You tell your child, hey, listen, you must not come back anything later than 7 p.m. He can only say yes. Yes, Daddy, I hear you. But do you think he's going to abide by that? Because you're already leading by example. Yeah. He sees you come home at 4 a.m. Or anytime he asks for Daddy, Daddy's not at home. Yeah. So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Emperor Chris Baywood. Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from? Take us back from growing up and getting to where you are today and who you are today. Some people out there may not know who you are today. They just think that you're just a man with a good, deep voice, sound like some movie star. It's like Barry White. His sound is, many people would mistake you to be Barry White. Many people will take you to be, Morgan Freeman. Where is Emperor Chris? and the name Emperor?
Well, like I always tell people, I'm a man with different shades of colors. Positive, right? But you can have different shades of colors, but negative. So I think I meet positive vibes, you know, because I've read quite a lot of books that teaches on positive energy and law of attraction. What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I learned that over time by reading quite a lot of books. And one of such books I read is, I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating and it's quite insightful. It's motivational, it's inspirational. It's one of such books that when you read them, you see you start to especially when you read them and put them in practice, right? Because one thing is to read a book or read books and try to see, provided you are on the right path. You know, you can read certain things and you have certain information that might send negative vibes. So for me, I always look at the positive vibes for everything. So a man of different shades of colors, I say, is I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary. I come as a very as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life. Socially, I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because in certain quarters, when you see me, you will imagine that you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? When it's that moment, I face it. And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone. Yeah. So it's a lonely world. Wow. So I grew up as a young man, like I said earlier, from a family of 8 and number 3. I would say from a mid-average family. My father was a farmer, before he got into construction. He was a miner, a coal miner. He worked in the coal corporation because in my state, before oil was discovered in Nigeria, the main exchange earner, foreign exchange earner for Nigeria was coal, granite, cocoa, and all those other agro products. And of course, a whole lot of things was happening around coal. And so we have the coal belt in my zone. So my father worked in coal corporation. Okay, he understands what it means to be a hard worker. Yeah. He understands principles of discipline, because if you work in such an environment, anything can happen. The next minute you are alive, the next minute you can die because of the accidents or the inherent challenges in the coal mining. Yeah. So he comes across a very disciplined guy. So we grew up being very disciplined children, and that has instilled quite a lot of things growing up. Although growing up as a young man, being the first male child, I didn't know the story of male child in Africa, so I was so treasured. The first were ladies, and by the time I was born and male child, it was like, wow, this is the best thing that could ever happen to the family. So I received so much attention from my parents, and to the point that I almost lost it as a man. But thankfully, there was a turnaround when my father decided to be tough on me.
Tell us about Mabel. How did your father decide to be tough on you? You were so loved. From what I hear from the literature I've seen about you, you seems to have been a man who has very interesting background. I mean, one would describe as a man who is up, not up, in the middle, is somewhere. What does that mean to you? What was a turning point?
Turning point for me, I mean, so many things have happened in my life that, but my father set the tone, you know. He toughened me, I would say. And that such moment can never be forgotten. My father let me walk through in the current day Edo State, but then it was Midwestern State. So I had admission to go to school that. My father took me, or rather, I mean, and you know what? The interesting thing about the Federal Government College then, it was exclusive of the rich and the bourgeois. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The rich and the bourgeois.
In the sense of wealth and
both wealth, both position, political, political affiliations and inclinations and stuff like that. But my father was not near any one of those. My family. At the time, anyway, but you know what?
So how did you get
a smart guy is a smart guy. You know, I've been a smart dude from I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence. Don't forget, you know. I think so. Yeah, I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence because it comes from my dad. My dad was. I called my dad when my dad passed on, and I was writing his what do you call it? Autobiography. I was writing his what do you call it? Autobiography, eulogies. I said, he's the greatest philosopher I have seen because he was full of wisdom and idioms and proverbs. He will never talk to you without proverbs or idioms, you know, and stuff like that. And he will start with a lot of stories. And you think he's not going anywhere, and then he lands. And you ask him, Dad, well, why are you going through all this? He said, for you to understand where I'm coming from. So, he wasn't quite educated, but I mean, I can tell the little he had is a very, I wonder what would have happened if my dad had gone through formal education to go to university and stuff like that. Anyway, so that were naturally imbued with it. I can tell you, both my mom and my dad are quite excellent human beings, and I will always wish to have same parents anytime, even in my next world. Anyway, that said, so I had this admission into Federal Government College, you know, and it went wild. It went like a wildfire in the community. The son of so got admission in the Federal Government College, you know, and it was like...
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Oh, yeah. It was a big deal in the 70s, man. I said it was exclusive of the big people.
Yeah.
You know. So my uncle then in Lagos came to Enugu. He heard the news and he couldn't hold his joy. He came down to Enugu and took me to Benin again for the next level of admission process. And that next level is written and oral interview, you know. So we did that, and listen, when we arrived in Benin, it was like, my contemporary, well, I was there, my other colleagues, those coming for the interviews, were driving in different kinds of cars. In those days, it was Citroen, it was Peugeot, it was Mercedes, it was Ford and other stuff. But we came on a commercial vehicle. Wouldn't that be a dampener to you? Yeah. Wouldn't that make you lose your self-esteem when you walk in from a car park, you know, what we call a motor park, and you know, people are driving in with
big engine style,
and then you walk in.
Yeah.
But you know what? You believe in yourself. That's one thing I keep telling people. Believe in yourself first. I had this awesome confidence, and I believe in myself. Yeah. I walked in, had the exam, written, and oral, because written and oral will form the cumulative result to gain you admission into the Federal College. So at the last point, I just asked the guy I was right behind to spell tomorrow. Tomorrow.
The word tomorrow.
The word tomorrow, and that's why I treasure tomorrow so much. You know why? Tomorrow is pregnant.
Wow.
You don't know what's going to deliver. Yeah. So you got to look forward for tomorrow. Yeah. And I tell people, it's like what I tell people, the day of reckoning. There's always a day of reckoning in your life. Yeah. That day of reckoning, it will come one day. That day, you will not know. So it's like tomorrow. it's certain that tomorrow will come, right? But you don't know what tomorrow will bring. So this guy couldn't spell tomorrow. And I'm good with English.
And this boy coming from Enugu State.
And this
from this school,
this guy, this young boy, not so much around him, had it all done. And so that plus my written exam gave me admission. But for the love my parents had for me, I got that admission. But my father wouldn't let me to stay.
Why?
Distance. It takes a drive. Then I think it will take you a drive of about 4, 5, 6 hours to get there in those days, right? Yeah. So the distance was for him. No, I mean I must be close to my son. Don't forget it.
Wow.
First born.
This is the
first male born, right? Treasure Island. Treasure Island.
To the throne.
Exactly. Heir to the throne, right? Yeah, exactly. So they decided that, okay, I had admission, but you're not going to go. I did a few months there. My father pulled me back and said, you got to come back home because you have to be close to us. I came home, took another common entrance, and then bingo, I landed another one in my state, where finally I attended Colliery Comprehensive Secondary School. It's in a community called Ngwo, N-G-W-O, Ngwo. Right?
Yeah.
The school then was run by, that's why it's called Colliery. Colliery is formed from the coal corporation of these white men, these British people who came to Nigeria to explore coal.
Yeah.
So the school was like exclusive, right?
Yeah.
So, it was good. I got that admission to that school, and it was one of the premier schools there in Enugu State. Then, East Central State. Wow. There was no Enugu State. East Central State, right? Okay. Of course, my father drove me to do some clearance. We went to do the clearance.
To the school.
To the school.
Yeah.
I went to school. And of course, my father was working elsewhere, not in my state. He was working in another place.
Yeah.
So, a drive-through, we went to the school, did the clearance and everything, bingo. And they said, okay, I will go with him, so he'll drop me off somewhere.
Hold it right there, Emperor. We're going to go for a break. And when we come back from this break, Emperor will continue with his with his story of self-leadership, how the transformation happened, how, he became a man from a 12-year-old man to becoming a man, the turning point of the young man, the heir to the throne. The man was heavily protected. Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. I'm talking to my elder brother from another mother and father in Nigeria, right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda. And for all of you guys who are following this from all across the world, please go like, share, far and wide. Make sure you get your cousins, your brothers and your sisters, your grandma as part of the CEO Bench to hear the story. It's a story worth listening to. Emperor Baywood, welcome back to the program. Thank you. Before we went for a break, you were talking about that moment where you had to flip because the love from your parents were too much and they couldn't risk leaving you 4 or 5 hours of a drive in another school, and they brought you back, and there you've gone and visited the school. And we want to know how this boy who was heavily loved by his parents, how a baby who was pampered. Most times in Africa, when a baby is over-pampered or anywhere in the world, they don't turn out quite well. But you turn out to be quite different. And the story continued from the school. Pick it up from there, Emperor.
I don't know. Anyway, so done with the school. I drove with my dad in his car. And he dropped me off somewhere I have never been to. That's why I said it's like I walked through the valley of shadow of death.
So you're like David.
That is the right phrase. I walked through the valley of shadow of death. And my father just said, okay, guy, I'll stop here and I'm driving to my place. I'm going, so I'll leave you here. You see this road? This road takes you to Isuawa, because my mother was in the village.
Yeah.
And who are you? You know, not these days when our kids will look in your face and question you.
Yeah.
Say, Dad, why should I do that, for example? Who are you to challenge your father?
You will receive a smack.
Oh my God. He wasn't even there. And my father was just such a strong man. I wouldn't call him a terror. He wasn't a terror, but he dared not. He dared not. He dared not.
Yeah.
Anyway, he
the
just
signs
said,
will tell you what
correct,
the situation will be. Yeah.
You know,
Uh-huh.
He said, just walk through this path. Bush path. My guy. I walked through that path. And the story, well, some stories were told in the folk tales, you know?
Yeah.
Tales by moonlight, you know?
Yeah.
So folk tales, when we're growing up, we will have a lot of folk tales. They will be telling stories of how such areas are infested with spirits, evil spirits.
Yes.
people, when you die, like you commit something in the village and you die like that, they will just go and dump you there. They won't bury you. And so it's a evil, kind of an evil forest, an evil. So now I just remembered this could be this way. My God, I was struck with fear. But do I have a choice? What choice do I have, really? And my father drove off. Don't you understand?
So you have to trek this forest and actually get home.
I will have to walk through that path
and get home.
To get home.
Yeah.
That was the toughest moment in my life.
How old were you?
Maybe about 12 or 10, 12. That was the toughest moment in my life. A young boy, treasured boy, pampered boy. And this man left me
the one
here.
they would never allow sit down alone.
Exactly. I walked through this path. Walking through this forest was so calm, but for every little move, I'm like, okay,
yeah,
the
moment has come.
This moment has come.
Yeah,
they're going to devour me now.
Yeah,
I would just freeze.
Yeah,
I would just freeze and start tiptoeing like they shouldn't hear my footpath. The height of the moment was when I saw a man walking opposite direction.
Yeah.
And he was like,
wow.
Okay, now
yeah,
I'm going to be like a mincemeat. This man is going to make me a mincemeat. I wouldn't know whether it's a man or evil spirit or a ghost walking around.
Or just a normal human being.
Don't forget, or just a normal human being. Because don't forget that this area was described as a place where they just dump people who die some unnatural death.
Yeah.
Oh God, I said, okay, I'm going to be devoured today. And I was like, I started panting. I was panting until we crossed each other and I greeted, "Good morning, sir." He said, "Good morning." He didn't say anything. He just walked across. And I'm like, is this true? So when I walked a little bit, I turned back and he was still walking. He didn't disappear because to me, he would disappear.
Yeah.
You know, the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost would disappear.
And he didn't respond to you when you say good morning?
Just, good morning. Yeah. But that was like, so the moment I walked past him, I had to run. It took me, I would say it's a walk of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you know the distance.
Wow.
It's a walk of 2 hours until I got home. My dear brother, that was a turning point of making this guy who was like a lily gel to be, to start becoming a man.
Yeah.
And when I got home and I told my mother this story, my mother passed out and said it was murderous for my dad to have done that kind of, to have taken that kind of decision. But anyway.
And I know that in Nigeria that can be such a very, we watch in Nigerian movies and how they can express some of that moment.
Oh yeah, it was a moment my mother couldn't just, I say she passed out in awe and shock how my father could do that. I have never been anywhere on my own.
And that was the first time.
And only for me to be left alone to do that work.
Yeah.
So, what's the book written by Nelson Mandela? He said it's Long Walk to Freedom.
The Long Walk to Freedom, yes. The
long Walk to Freedom.
So you felt that was the long walk to freedom for you?
Yeah. Long Walk to Freedom for me then.
Yeah.
I think I did it before Nelson Mandela.
This is the CEO Bench. We're talking to Emperor Baywood. He believes that he's a young man, in an old body or an aged mind. Yes. So Emperor Baywood, what a stunning story there of from child to manhood, so to speak. That's how you rediscovered yourself. That's how your father had to make sure. There was wisdom there, though. I want to take you straight, Emperor, to some really very interesting question about, life. And a lot of us see people like you, and sometimes we're wondering whether we really understand you or not. You are now, been through that school, done that, and after that school, where did you end up?
Well, after school, I had to move to Kaduna because my brother, although not the same mother, is my first cousin. But because of how we relate in the family, we have nothing like cousins. Yeah. It's brother, right? My brother, who has been in oil business, he's been in oil and gas. So they built Kaduna Refinery. Yeah. He was one of the major proponents of Kaduna Refinery with a group from Japan called Chiyoda. So, done with the school, of course, that's another kettle of fish. That school is another school that is a school that really prepared me for the challenge ahead.
How did it prepare you for the challenge?
That school was like almost a congregation of retired, or I won't say retired, defeated soldiers of the Biafran War. We had this fratricidal war in Nigeria, Biafran-Nigerian war that was between 1960 to 1966, I'm talking about. Yeah. So the war ended thereafter, and there came normalcy in Nigeria. So I didn't see the war. I was a very young boy. I was born during those periods. So I went to school, and getting to that school, the war had ended, and all those who left army after Nigeria had defeated Biafra, and a lot of our guys who were in the army then found themselves in that college. Dear brother.
Yeah. And that problem now?
That was another working to develop of that. Those Biafran soldiers.
Yes.
Some of them were having shell shock. You know what shell shock?
Yeah.
Because of bombardment of mortars and stuff and shells. You know what? They're already having issues with their hearing. They already had hearing issues, right?
Yeah.
And they were military in the college. Soldiers in the college. And here comes this young boy at the school, amongst others. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I went to a military school. Literally saying that the school was more like a military school.
Yeah.
So you were drilled, you were polished, you were living a regimented lifestyle, you had people or masters that you serve, and God bless your soul, if
you don't serve them well.
If you don't do well.
Yeah.
The punishment, the drill, a lot of us couldn't stand it. So for people like us who went through that school and stood up to them and passed through, I think it was a turning point, actually.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was one hell of school that toughened a lot of us. Smoking in their hand was just like drinking water. And this is when I know that I'll be a good boy, because I did it once, but I was walking in the air.
All the time.
No. When I tested it, when they make you to smoke in their hand, right?
Yes.
So one time I did it, I was just floating. I was like somebody in the Mars.
Yeah.
You know, if you see the astronauts, how they float.
Yes.
This is where I saw myself floating.
Yeah.
And that told me that this is not a thing you can continue. That's one thing that I learned out of that. I had to cut. I couldn't proceed. Anyway, that school toughened me.
Yeah.
And it prepared us for the launch pad.
Yeah.
It was a launch pad for us actually.
Yeah.
Those of us who went to the school.
Yeah.
A good number of us became useless. A good number of us, people didn't know that would turn out to be good people.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy that a good number of us are doing pretty well. And one of us today is the country director, head of UN in Rwanda, and many others. We have a lot of them in Army generals.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm happy that my father took that decision. If I'd gone to the other school that is meant for the bourgeois, children of bourgeois, perhaps I may not have turned out the way I turned out to be today. Wow. And again, hindsight, I thank God that my father took that decision.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor, let's look at, out of that college, how did you end up in the oil and gas sector? Which university, how did you launch yourself into that? You could have gone back and, you know, continue with the mining like your father was doing. Most times parents raise children to go back to what they're doing, but you turn out different. Can you just share that, your journey into becoming an entrepreneur and later on as an, philanthropist?
Yeah, so I left school and then I had to go to Kaduna to meet my brother, and then of course to apply for my US visa. Because I was heading to the US. Down the line, it wasn't coming pretty easy, so I had to set up. Because in school, we were involved in a lot of things. We did artisanal work, we did music, we did dancing, we did arts, we did construction. It's more like a technical college.
Yeah.
So we had all manner of things. So I learned a lot in that school. It's a technical college, so you had the opportunity to go to workshops.
Yeah.
That's again what I'm talking about, skill acquisition, right?
Yeah.
And once you acquire the first skill and passion, you never leave it. It becomes part of you. So I acquired a whole lot of skill while I was in school. So while waiting for this whole thing, I decided to set up something like a studio, a music studio. So I set up a music studio while waiting for my visa, and I became a DJ. Of course, in those days, we're doing LPs. LPs, long play. Yeah? Okay, so not this day that you can just do MP3, download music, and online music and stream, blah, blah. It's LP, man. It's gramophone. You just put it and it's playing with a kind of makeshift, what do you call it, loudspeakers, built locally, So, and then I would go and be blasting my music, entertaining people. So I've been. So I was a DJ, man. So it's a passion that has not left me, because music is part of me. If I'm not doing anything, I'm listening to music today.
Yeah.
So I did that for 1 year, and I tell you one interesting thing that happened. During that time, my brother, like I said, my brother is being an oil mogul amongst many others again from my community. So we always envy them, how they make money, how they spend money, the things they do. So when I was giving money to go for my visa, some guys approached me. I don't know how they knew that I got money. Oh God, that's another thing again. Some guys approached me. These guys, they call them money doublers. Do you know that? I don't know if you have anything like that.
They're the money doublers, yes. We'll double your money. We call them your money gamblers.
From nowhere, these guys appeared to me and said, listen, don't worry. If you give us that money, we'll make you get richer than your brother. You don't know what your brother is doing. You think he's doing oil and gas? No, these things you do, man, people making him rich. So you become richer than your brother. Wow, I said, really? Good at 10. I decided to use my money for the visa to go and double, so I can become richer than my brother. I was already planning how to buy a Mercedes. I'm going to teach my brother how to make money. Because my brother was already driving Mercedes at that time. Can't you believe? I was already, okay, I'm going to teach my brother today how to make money, right? He thinks he's rich. I'm going to tell him. So I gave them the money. I think about 1,000 of our naira at that time. Oh, the guys were so excited. I didn't see my money. My money was gone.
To this day.
And so on this day, this guy took me to a place and said, Just sit here. We're going to prepare your market for you. They call it market.
Yeah.
We're going to prepare your market for you. They're going to give you this money. But don't forget, at the first time, they gave me some little notes to go and change.
Yes.
Go and try this money so you'll be sure that the money we're giving you is real, it's not fake.
Yeah.
I went to the market to buy a few things, and of course, it was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
It was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
So I went with these guys at the last count to go and collect my market, as it's called. My brother. The last I heard was somebody screaming and shouting that police has arrested him, bringing the market. Everybody should run away, that the police is coming to arrest everybody. The guys scampered, and then I scampered one side, and that was how they discharged me.
Wow.
I lost my money.
And did you go back to your father to ask
I
him
went to
more
my,
money?
I was devastated. I didn't know what to tell my brother. I didn't know what to say. So information got to my brother somehow, and my brother called my dad. My dad came. My dad came, a man of wisdom. He said to me, my friend, the only one word he said, you are stupid. Somebody said, give me 1 naira. Let me give you 2 naira. Don't you think? You should have told the person, why not make yourself rich? Why make me rich before you? Why don't you double the money and make the money yourself?
The life of a philanthropist, the life of an entrepreneur, the life of the man who is now the CEO of the Baywood Group that we now know in Nigeria. What a story. Emperor, proceed.
So...
Your father says you're stupid.
My father said, you're stupid. My friend, you're stupid. He didn't smack me. He didn't beat me. He didn't scold me as much. But my friend, you're stupid. You want to double money, right?
Yeah.
So the person loves you more than himself. Should have doubled the money and make the money himself. It's stuck here. And that's what I go to everywhere. Man, when they're making a business proposal to me, I'm looking at you. Till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow. It's like my sixth sense. I will always remember that word. You're stupid. So, anyway, so he became a guide, and he set the tone for who I am in business. Then I went to school eventually to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is, of course, Soviet Union and all this Republic of Russia.
Of all the places, you went to the US and you ended up in Yugoslavia.
I didn't go to the US eventually. I ended up in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Of course, before I worked a little bit with my uncle again, who had one of the biggest construction industries in my state. So I assisted the quantity surveyor, who was then in charge of his company, you know, in charge of cost estimation, cost valuation, and cost evaluations. You know, so I gathered a bit of experience working with them as an intern, because that's one thing again you have to intern. I believe in intern a lot, because if you do intern, that will stimulate your appetite and your skill and interest in everything.
Yeah.
So doing that job as an intern, sharpened my appetite and the skill to want to study it. So I eventually went to Yugoslavia to do to study quantity survey. I was there until the war broke out. You know. Anyway, so we lost it. I came back to Nigeria in 1987. Okay. And that's the beginning of Baywood Group.
Wow. Let's talk about Baywood Group after this break. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Emperor Baywood is going to be telling us about the Baywood Group. What really happened? How did it start? You've really gotten some part of the story of it is not easy to make it in life, and he's made it. So the question is, are you ready? The CEO Bench brings you people who shares their story of where they have come from, where they are going. If they're on the top and they're coming down, what lessons do we pick from there? If they're down and going up, what lessons should we pick from them? What are the lessons that we can pick from there and we can use for ourselves? Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature,
To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans. When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, you know, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets. And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography. And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me. You know, knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley, that's why you see those lines on my jeans. I brought two theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley. So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow. Welcome back to the program. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest on the program today is a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, a social activist, is the man who speaks life to youth, Emperor Baywood. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Baywood. You had gambled your school fees already, and yes, through gambling. So we know that every child almost across the African continent has fallen trap of that story of we'll make you rich, we'll make you make some more money, give us your school fees. Now we all fall in that. But let's move past that and then go to the straight of what is Baywood and how did you come up with Baywood? Let's pick it up from there.
Okay, so thank you very much, Eddie. I'm glad to be here again, and it's nice. I love what you're doing, and just keep it up.
Thank you.
First of all, my name is Chris Baywood. My middle name is Baywood. Okay, the Baywood was derived from, again, my father, having worked in construction industry, worked with a couple of white guys, you know, as his colleagues, you know, from coal to construction. So he's a man with diverse view of everything. He did agro, you know, what he was doing, farming. From farming, he went coal mining, he returned back to construction industry. And he grew from there until he retired, and then, of course, lived his life, and we took over from where he stopped, right? So Baywood is a name he gave to me because of relationship he had with some of his colleagues, you know, those days in working with Michelletti and go on, stuff like that. So I love the way the name resonates for me, you know what I'm saying? So when I decided to register a company, Baywood came very strong. And then the Continental, originally was Continental, Baywood Continental. Because my friend had a company called Gillis Continental. And I love the way it sounds. I like the vowel, Continental. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of guys register companies in Nigeria and say, so Nigerian Limited. You know, I'm a guy with different, I mean, I'm very stylish, you know, I do my thing. People do so and
Sons. We can see it right now.
Yes, you know, a lot of companies will say, oh, so and Sons Nigerian Limited, so and Sons West African Limited. And I said, no, I don't want all these names. They sound very archaic and local. So let me go international. So I said, Baywood Continental. Can't you understand?
Yeah, I don't understand.
And the service is something in a name. This name, Baywood, just that name gave me a lot of mileage and leverage in doing my business.
Wow.
Yeah, I can tell you, yes. So Baywood was born, and Baywood was born to do every business. Regardless of what, you know, you just want to do business, right? So we did trading to, from trading to supermarket. I remember we ran a supermarket. We did trading from Japan, from China, no, not China, Hong Kong then. Thailand, bringing air conditioners, refrigerators. Me and my wife, my wife is, she comes from a background of, business-oriented family. And her community, her state now is called Anambra State. And they are predominantly business people, right? And I tell you one thing about Anambra State, sorry. Anambra in Nigeria, that they have the largest concentration of per individual wealth in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yes, the largest concentration in the whole country per individual wealth. Almost everybody, one family has a wealthy person. They are also educated. Don't take it away from them. Yeah. The Ojukus of this world, the deeds of that world. The Ojuku that led the Biafran War is from Anambra State. His father was one of the biggest moguls, pre-colonial. Yeah. So, anyway, so a combination of myself and my wife, we did quite a lot, very supportive woman, I can tell you. So from there, from trading to, let's get to corporate. Yeah. And the Baywood was now born with a formal office, because that time we're just importing items from, from Hong Kong, Thailand, UK, anything I go. So we're just importing and selling, from baby products to air conditioning, to refrigerators, to cars, to what have you. We did quite a lot of things, trying to survive. And then, of course, from there, somebody said to me, but your brothers are in this industry.
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas. Go to them. What do you mean? Go to them. Take a cue from what they're doing. So I went to one of my cousins, I know, who, big time. I'm telling you, big time. In those early days, they're already doing business of $30 million and above. Imagine, $30 million and above. At that time, my God. Just opposite today, it's well over maybe $300 million, $400 million. That's it is.
Just a moment. So when did you incorporate Baywood? When did it come? 1989. So correct. The $30 million we're talking about, your brothers, was 1989.
Pre-1989, they're already doing business of over $30 million.
Proceed.
You know what I'm saying? They were living large.
Yeah.
These guys were in charge.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I went to my cousin and I said, listen, this is what I want to do. And we just signed an MOU to use his facility. Because to be in this industry, you have to show that you have competence and you have the capacity, both financial and technical, That's when we started inching into oil and gas. So, of course, I had an arrangement with my brother who runs a company called Funktai Limited. Funktai is a name borrowed from Korea, because he does a lot of business with Koreans and Chinese people. He had a major project that time that they partnered with Chinese guys and I think Korean guys. And when they were done, he adopted the name Funktai, and it's still a very big name to reckon with today in Nigeria when you talk about construction and dredging and what have you. So we got into a quasi-partnership. Yeah. Quasi in the sense that the equipment were available to me. Yeah. He gave me an MOU that I could use any of the things he wanted and I wanted to use, because that's what the IOCs want to see. Yeah. It's not that, I have them, because they're going to inspect what you have.
The IOC being the International Oil Corporation.
International Oil Corporations.
Yes.
Yeah, oil companies. So, we started with that. The first I had was security contract to do installations for the then Minister of Petroleum. Yeah. It was a big deal. It was a big deal, man. Yeah. Getting into NNPC database, that is what it means. Yeah. Because that time I was in NNPC database. Yeah. Okay? So I was just trading and doing other things, but not in corporate world. Yeah. Don't forget. Yeah. So the day I was paid, the day Baywood was paid by NNPC, almost, I think I laminated the payment. I laminated the payment instruction.
Yes, it's back that one on the scene. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, that was your first payment.
That was the first payment. Like I can't remember what that payment was, like maybe about 50,000 or 500,000 to do installation. And I'm like, wow.
Dollars or naira?
Dollars.
Dollars.
My man, I'm not dealing naira. I'm dealing. I suddenly realized I can make money in dollars. Don't you understand how sweet it sounds, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Like
So
I said,
eliminated the payment.
it's like I laminated the payment instruction.
Yeah.
Wow. That was the spore.
Wow.
Okay. So
And that's a turning point.
That was a turning point. I said, okay, so I can do this. Yeah. So I started, I was virtually everywhere. Civil construction, ICT. Then the next one I had again was to do LAN, local area network. Yes. For the same NNPC. Like, wow. So things are turning around, right? Yeah. Got into construction, did a lot of civil construction for NNPC again. NNPC stands for Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. Yeah. So, for records. So just like you have Ugandan National Oil Company here. So, wow. And Baywood was becoming a name.
Baywood was becoming Baywood.
Yes, Baywood was
becoming Baywood.
And that's why I said there's always something in a name.
Yeah.
Make no mistakes about it.
Yeah.
First of all, each time Baywood presents the business card or whatever, first thing, it's an international company.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not Ikechukwu and Sons, Nigeria Limited.
So the naming matters.
Oh my God. Better be careful with selecting names, right? Yeah. So, that name was a door opener for me. And that continued until I met a guy, the same guy who said to me, babe, why don't you talk to your brothers? Come on, man, your brothers are in this business. So the guy said to me one day, do you know a department called NAPIMS? NAPIMS is an acronym.
Yes.
It stands for National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
That is a subsidiary of the NNPC.
Yes.
These are the guys that deal with the upstream oil and gas in Nigeria.
Well, we're talking about this now. We're talking about real money here.
We're talking
about
real
serious
money
now. We're talking about serious business.
We're talking about mega money. Mega money.
Yeah.
I said, no, I don't know. He said, okay, I'm going to direct you to that place. You see, one thing I can tell you, once you get started in something, from one, you learn to the other. Yeah. From the other, you learn to the other. Yeah. Referrals, discussions, and stuff like that. Provided always you keep track and get focused. Just remain there. Remain there.
Yeah.
So this guy said, do you know so? I said, no. He gave me a name to talk to when I get there. And I got there and I said to the guy, the guy said, no, okay. We are not in charge of this particular area you want to get into.
Yeah.
He gave me another name. When I got there, we introduced ourselves and we talked about our schools. Lo and behold, the guy is my alma mater. Same school, but we didn't meet ourselves. Okay.
The same military school.
The same military school.
Yes.
Pasai military, not Pasai military. You know what I'm saying? So we bonded immediately.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have to? So he gave me like what we call in Nigeria Expo. Expo is a common parlance we use when you are being foretold of something ahead.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I want you to say that in Nigeria.
Expo.
How you say it in Nigeria? In Nigeria, how a typical Nigeria would say it?
I don't have a typical language for it. But Expo, if you understand what the Expo, I'm giving you Expo. Expo means I'm giving you information that you shouldn't know.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that I can help
It has
you.
not come from me, but yes, you use this information.
Yeah, you can't go and say, I got this Expo from. No. Yeah. It's not supposed to be known.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is coming from some guy who wants to help you. My dear, when I saw the money, when I saw the contract, award $50 million, award $100 million, award $200 million, and I paused a little while and said, these guys, can I do this? I said, why not? They don't have two heads. They don't have two heads. So for me, it's another turning point. And the rest is history. And the Baywood began to grow from there. Made so many, took bold steps, made successes out of them. And when we grew the Baywood Continental, Baywood began to grow other branches, okay? Because we, as a company, we are focused on facilities. We call it from cradle to grave. From cradle to grave is anything in the oil industry we can construct. From building, from the moment you pour your oil, from your first oil, because we are not drillers. The drillers are the guys that will go first, or they have the seismic guys. The seismic guys will go first and get data, do a data acquisition, and from data acquisition, they have guys who will now go and begin to drill. From drill, the moment you get your oil, from there until you export, this is our business.
Wow.
Yes. So
This is Baywood.
This is Baywood
business.
Continental. This is our business.
Yeah.
We design, we build, and we procure everything that has to do from the point you get your oil to the point where you export your oil. In other words, we construct the pipeline, we design the pipelines, we design all facilities that will make the oil produce, and we take it to the terminals. And we build the terminals, we build everything, other appurtenances that have to be in the terminals to store the oil, to export the oil. Then of course we do every other thing that has to do with maintaining the facilities, because one thing that they do and do pretty well in the oil and gas industry is optimal maintenance, preventive, not reactive. They do preventive. So you can have a facility that will last you for 100 years because you continuously do preventive and planned maintenance. This is our core area for Baywood. And then from there, of course, Baywood gave birth to better other companies. We have the aviation company called TAL Aviation. We operated in Nigeria, operated helicopters until pandemic. With pandemic, of course, most airlines and aviators suffered. Okay, we have the engineering arm called High Tech. So the High Tech does all the engineering activities, both feed, pre-feed, and detailed engineering. And of course, we have the exploration arm it used to be called Baywood Exploration and Production. But with the turnaround of things, the so-called talk about exit from fossil fuel to clean energy and doing the renewable energy. So we changed from Baywood Exploration and Production, so it doesn't look a bit restrictive, to Baywood Energy Development. So, and of course, energy is still, oil and gas is still part of energy, but we just don't want to make it look restricted that when you see our company, you think we're just doing exploration and production only.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Chris Baywood will be telling us a little bit more about what it's like to be the CEO and the president of the group. Obviously, we're talking about some large amount of money. He said the gallons and the gallons of money. That's what he says it. And we want to know, what does that mean to manage that kind of business, to manage the multinational business at that level, internationally in Nigeria. These guys are not playing games. These are big boys. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. It is a CEO Bench. Welcome back to the program where we get to discuss change management, leadership, and transformation. We are now going to that part of, transformation. We've talked about, leadership. You've had the story of leadership of, Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay. And we're going to that moment where we talked about change management, or we're going to talk about change management. We've been talking about it already. We're going to wind up that, and we'll get into, the transformation. How does Baywood as a company, change lives of people? And how is this whole thing of, being a social activist and being a youth empowerment person, what change? How is it that a person of his caliber is beginning to push down here, yet is supposed to be talking about big things, Stay right there, okay? We're going to bring back, Emperor Chris Baywood. Welcome back to the program. What a fascinating story and journey so far that you've had in your life. And you talked about this. I want to know, what is it like to be the president and the CEO of Baywood Continental, Baywood Group, and all these things going on? How do you manage?
First of all, is determination and purposefulness. I like to use the word purposefulness because you have to be very purposeful in life to succeed.
Yeah.
Another word for it is got to be deliberate, to succeed no matter what. And being deliberate and purposeful means that You got to stay focused, and you have to have your eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Eye on the ball, always. So I'm one guy that has always had my eye on the ball, and what's that ball? To succeed, make a success, not minding the challenges. Of course, Baywood Continental didn't just get to become Baywood Continental without challenges, or Baywood Group without challenges. We have had enormous challenges that, for the faint-hearted, would have chickened out.
Yeah.
Right? Making money is not for the lily-livered. Making money is it's not for the faint-hearted. You have to have a very strong will to weather the storm, because it comes with a lot of storm.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a walk in the park. If it's a walk in the park, it would have been like the normal proverb would say, if wishes were horses. If
wishes were horses, yes.
Beggars would do what? Would ride.
Yeah.
So I can recall my very two experiences that, again, transformed Baywood. It couldn't have been without those things. Number one was my first project with Shell. Don't forget, I migrated from NNPC, right, as a service provider, to now I'm going to work for the IOCs. Different animal.
Different ball game.
Different ball game, man, because the IOCs, they take no prisoner, right? They take no prisoner, man. And in those early days, we were the guinea pigs, of course. In the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, there was no local content. Most countries never were practicing anything local content. It was exclusive of the multinationals. They come there, do their business, and of course, get in, get out, all right? No much of investment. So some of the local practitioners were one of the early callers in that industry. First, it comes with a very big price. Always a price you pay. And when you want to pay that price, it's very painful, right? Yeah. So I think one of our first project about 1993 with the IOC, if I'm correct, was about $5 million. Very excited, man. $5 million.
From 50 million to 100,000 to 5 million.
Yes, dollars.
From 50,000.
Dollars.
Yes, dollars to now to 5 million.
Before,
yes.
You know, we did quite a lot of projects with NNPC there, you know, maybe 30 million, you know, 10 million, but it's not compared to $5 million.
$5 million to $500 million.
$5 million, initial money, initial award, first award from IOC, $5 million in 1993, my brother. It's like David, what do you call it, what do you call this short guy that is a film producer? He said, money stinks, but he loves the smell.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Danny DeVito. Yeah, he said money stinks when it lost its smell. It means you
said money is the only thing that stinks, but he loves the smell. So for me, big money is what gives me a kick. When I hear big money, I'm like, huh? What can I do to make it?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So we got a project down the line, we lost the contract.
How did you lose the contract?
Euphoria of a young man getting into a big project and not doing planning very well in accordance with the expectations of your clients, which now happen to be IOCs. Okay, procedures, processes, quality, standard, specifications, and any little thing can cost you a project. More so, don't forget, there was no local content. So you're on your own. As a matter of fact, the first thing they do when you show up as a local company before these other companies, you say, no, they don't want you. So it's local content that has made it look like, oh, okay, we are in charge. Okay, but it's good for the country. Okay, you know. So we lost the project, but that was another turning point. Several turning points. You know, you have to learn these things.
Yeah.
Another turning point is that the IOC said, listen, guys. Well, of course, I went to the regulators of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria at the time, and I complained that this is what happened. I don't think it was right for them to have taken my project. as God may have it, God is kind, you know what I'm saying? So, and everything we do in life, God must take preeminence, and God first. So I had, in between, I had another project coming up from within the same client. Yeah. But the client was so particular about this particular one, they cancelled. Yeah. I think they had an interest. Let me put it this way. I think that's an interest.
Yeah.
They needed that contract. And they didn't expect that when they went to tender, that the Nigerian company would win.
Okay.
So, coming from a nowhere
to a somewhere.
To a somewhere.
Yeah.
Relatively unknown. I think I ruffled feathers. I ruffled feathers, right?
Wow.
So,
yeah.
A booby trap was set.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are more systemic than us.
Yeah, systemic in nature and approach.
And they're process driven. Yeah. Set up a booby trap, and I fell into it. Point of no return. Okay, how do we negotiate out? The regulator said, okay, if you must take this one, you have to let these guys do this other one.
Yes.
But they were not ready to let us be in the system any longer.
Because you're becoming more and more
a threat.
Yes.
So, first option is out of the system. Okay. But again, that's when you have strong regulators. Yeah. They were very firm and said, no, this guy is not going to be out of the system. Yeah. If you think they have done something and they have not done something right, put them right. Let them do it and do it well. Yeah. So we're given the option to get restructured. And you know, as a young businessman,
restructure the contract.
They would.
Okay, restructure the company, not restructure the contract.
It must be a structured company.
Yeah.
Not just one, because they see Baywood then as one-man business. Yeah. Which is what happens to a lot of us in Africa.
Yeah.
It's just about me, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we don't grow.
Yeah.
If you have to grow.
And that right there is a lesson, is what we're saying to us.
Say again?
Is that right there is a lesson you're trying to share with us?
A big one. So what the point here is, we have to let go from the company. We have to create a structure that separates us, me or you, from the company. Yeah. So because at that time it was me. What do I mean by that? I was the general manager, I was the managing director, I was the CFO, I was the accountant, I was more or less the admin officer. So the check was in my pocket.
Yeah.
Before that time, okay? So I write check, I approve check, I get cash, I dispense of cash, and blah, blah, blah. That's not the way, so you never get anywhere. And that's how our fathers operated. Because it's just about them, so they never go beyond the limit, okay? If you can't, the only way for you to go from where you are is to bring more brains.
Yes.
If you bring more brains, then it will increase the capacity of what you have, all right? And you have to let go. Yeah. So, okay, that was done. They suggested, well, they didn't suggest, they said we should identify business process companies.
Yeah.
They will come and audit. We did. We appointed one. They audited Baywood. One thing they said is, first of all, please, sir, Chris Baywood is an individual. One hand. Baywood Contender is a company, right? So you have to place yourself on the right salary. And appoint certain positions, created certain positions. That we did, and we began to run. So the company readmitted us back. The IOC readmitted us back by that singular action that we restructured. They came, before the readmission, they had to come and assess the work done so far by the company, by the independent company. And they found that, yes, we have put in processes in place, we have put structures in place, and they have to see the individuals. It's not just creating the boxes. And
filling the boxes without, yes.
So that we did. And then, of course, the next is history. And we began to run based on those structures. And, every day, we had, that's what they call continuous improvement in your process. Yeah. Process improvement, structure improvement. Of course, we grew to become ISO certified, and we grew to eventually from ISO certified, being local ISO certified company. Then it was SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, that certified us. From there, we moved to Bureau Veritas as an international certification body to certify Baywood. And ever since then, we've been running as a very well-run organization with different departments and different people manning it. So I can afford, just like that I've been here now going to 1 month, the company is running without me. All right, yes, I have my level of approval. When it gets to the point where I have to approve, information is filtered to me. When it's necessary to copy me in any communication, I am copied. Otherwise, people do their business based on work schedules and how the work breakdown structure, we call it, has been assigned to them. So, and they feed in. I have people who report to me, they have people who report to them. It's bottom down and top down. Okay? Yeah, so whenever it's necessary, they report to you. Where it's not necessary, okay, so they run their bank, they run the financials, they run everything. I'm not here.
That said, Emperor Chris Baywood, we wanted to speak from there. You talked about the challenge, and how did you outcome the challenge of the big loss that you made?
Saving grace I had at that time was, okay, I had another project that was coming up, and that project cushioned the losses for that one. But then again, another big challenge that I had again that strengthened Baywood was I had another project, and I think it's that same pipeline project that was coming up at the time I was losing this. Oh God, multiple chain reactions, yes. That project came up, I took that project, down the line, we were caught up in a crisis in the Niger Delta. Because Niger Delta region is where you have the major oil production activities, in Nigeria. Yeah. So our operations pretty much revolves around Niger Delta, right? Whether it's in Port Harcourt, in Cross River State, Akwa Ibom, or Delta State, as it's called, but they're all called the, Niger Delta. This is where you have the large concentration of oil activities in Nigeria. Yeah. So, but this particular incident happened in Warri. Warri is located in Delta State, all right? So we were in charge of the western region of certain IOCs doing the pipelines and stuff like that. But during this period, there was a whole lot of crisis within the region, between communal clashes, I would say. They engaged in a lot of communal crises that engulfed the state, and some of us were caught in the crossfire. Because we were down in the creeks, doing those projects. We were caught in the crossfire, where we lost a lot of our equipment. They were burnt down, some were thrown overboard into the water, and we had borrowed a lot of money from the bank that time, a bank called Citizens Bank, then borrowed a lot of money to do that project. That's one hell of a challenge I had in my life, again, as a businessman, which I don't see in a lot of people here in Uganda. They want to make money, but I don't think they want to carry on when they have challenges. They chicken out, But Nigerians, we know how to shrug it off. We know how to manage our situation. Yeah. So I had borrowed money from that bank to do that project. I think about 100-something million at the time. The 100-something million at the time was almost equivalent to $100 million.
That's 160 million naira.
100-something million at the time.
Yes.
Because it was almost 90.900 to $1, in those early days. So.
And what was the rate at which you borrowed the money per annum?
40%.
Wow.
Where in the world can you operate with 40%?
Only at Chris Baywood.
It's not about Chris Baywood. It's about that was the exchange, the interest rate regime and policy within the country at the time. Yeah. But what I mean is, my dear brother, it's how do I call it? It's so draconian.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a draconian law, kind of.
But that's the best they could offer. Yeah. And we call them the new generation banks that time. Those guys were sharks. Those guys don't care a huge about you. They were just living large.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how they got their money. They set up banks, small banks here and there, and they're ready to fleece you, And then exchange rate, the interest rate in Nigeria at that time was were the mercy of the bankers. Yeah. So we had this thing upon the challenges that I had. So the interest rate ballooned the loan, and at the point I think it was almost ₦1 billion, my dear. At the time, ₦1 billion at the time in Nigeria at the time was almost like $900-800 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And then of course a lot of failed bank facilities.
Yeah.
Of course, why would it not fail?
Yeah. 40%.
40% is quite a huge.
Yeah. What business are you going to do with a 40% interest?
Yeah.
There were a lot of loan defaulters, that the banks were going on as well, because when you don't pay your loan and this one don't pay his loan or that one don't pay their loan, of course the banks will not survive. Yeah. So I think Central Bank came up with a policy to recover the debts, and then of course one of such policies was to publish the names of debtors.
Lo and behold, the one and only Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay.
We had lost so much money. I think my loan position stood at about £1 billion at that time with that bank, and our name was published as one of the largest or the biggest debtors. I think either number 1 or number 2 at the time. My dear brother, I was not in the country when it happened.
Had you taken off, or you just gone?
No. I went out. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, one of these business trips. I think I was in India. I think I had a meeting with a partner. I was at the time prospecting to work with us in Nigeria, and our name, Baywood Continental, was listed in Nigerian newspapers. My God, that's one of the largest debtors of that bank to that bank. You know, my office. My workers, they were dead before me. they were dead before me.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's all natural.
Yeah,
when
you
the
know.
news come like that, you don't know.
Out
next,
of love, out of compassion and everything, they didn't know what to do. So they called me and said, "Sir, this is what is going on in Nigeria. Please don't come back." Because they had set EFCC against the loan defaulters. EFCC is Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, set up by federal government of Nigeria, not primarily to hunt down loan defaulters, but against economic saboteurs, right?
Yes.
In any form or shape.
Yeah.
And of course, in this regard, we have been classified as economic saboteurs because we're owing banks, okay? But you know what?
Yeah.
It's just owing supposedly a superfluous money. Yeah. This is the way I describe it. It's superfluous because how do I mean superfluous? I didn't borrow 600 million naira. Yeah. I didn't borrow 800 million naira. I borrowed
less than this.
I borrowed far less than this.
Yes, and
but because of the interest accumulation and what they call compound rate, compound interest, default charges, blah, blah, blah. Before you know it, it ballooned. Then I told my staff who called me, I said, why shouldn't I come back? I have not defrauded anybody. This is legitimate business. We are a corporate organization. We have not taken anybody's money illegally. So why should I not come back to Nigeria? And I don't think EFCC should arrest me because I have not defrauded anybody. Neither have I defrauded the federal government of Nigeria. Yeah. Okay? And so this we can discuss. I said, sir, please don't come back. I went against that.
And you went back to Nigeria.
I ruled against. I came back to Nigeria. Of course, I was not arrested. Lo and behold, this bank had appointed an attorney to go to court and start a process of wind-up of the company, Baywood Continental.
Wow.
Yes. That means they're going to appoint receiver manager. Receiver manager means you are bankrupt, you're insolvent.
Yeah, so
you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
You're going to receivership, right? Yeah. My God, that was the toughest moment. That's it. And I never wanted to lose my name, because if you go through such process, you never operate with that name any longer. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can't do business again with Baywood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you do.
You find a way out.
You find a way out. So it was a major concern to me, and on another thought, I said, okay, let me have a meeting with the bank before we go through that process. I went to the bank, had a meeting with the bank ED. And I told the AD, listen, guys, I mean, we need to do something about this. I didn't borrow this money, and I don't know why I have to be in this list. I think it's not very good. Something has to be done. Yeah. And they said, no, you have to pay down, or you have to pay some money before you go into any negotiation. I said, I don't have the money to pay. I was very determined. But one thing that occurred to me is that in the worst case scenario, actually, I was going to declare bankruptcy.
In which case they would not get their money?
In this case, I don't. So I looked at this guy and I said, excuse me, sir, are you aware that the so-called money I'm owing you, they're all paper money? I don't owe you this money. Yeah. Technically,
we don't owe this money. It's just paper money. Yeah. So best thing for us would be to negotiate and let's find a way and make a win-win situation so that we find a way to pay the money.
This is between the bank and Baywood Continental.
Correct. It's between the bank and Baywood Continental. Finally, I think they saw the reasoning with me. The sense of reasoning came into them, and we discussed. And it was pruned down to about 600 million naira. We had a haircut down to 600 from almost 1 billion to 600 million. Yes. And with that, we were able to start making payments. So I entered into payment plan with the lawyer who they had appointed, who had gone to court to start that winding process. So we entered into negotiation with them. And of course, EFCC eventually invited me. We had a meeting with them in the bank, together with bankers, and they said, listen, I don't owe this money. This is how much I owe, and this is the way we plan to pay it. Yeah. And I was set free. I mean, I didn't go behind bars because of that, or detained by EFCC, because there was a clear understanding, a clear plan to how to make the payment.
Emperor, we always don't hear this part, but when you're talking about this story, I can see you become more emotional. It takes you back to the day it happened. You know, as a CEO and president, I still see that a lot when you try to recount the story. Many of them don't make it alive. We have had such situation in Uganda here where they just die of stress, or they just go to sleep and they don't get up, and then something happened. You know, what are the lessons that we can pick from it? What can we learn from you right now? For all the CEOs who are watching this CEO program from all across the world, you've been caught in a situation like Emperor Baywood is talking about with your company. How do you pull out of it? You know, how do you get out of it? What are the things that you need to do to get out of it? You are a CEO up on the top, or you are a CEO going to the top? You know, how do you get out of this situation? What are the lessons that we can pick from here? We want you to write us comments. Kisses and disses are all welcome. And of course, we will have, Emperor Bay would write back and, some of those comment sections to give us, a thing or two. And if you're young and you're building, this is quite a journey for you to pick. It's a journey of patience.
Yeah, truly a journey of patience. You have to believe in yourself. That's number one. Number two, you have to be very confident. And you just have to have the spirit of can-do attitude. Again, let me put it this way. Yes, I know the banks are there. They want to collect as much money as they could. But you know what? They will always say, we're not in the business to sell your property. Yeah. We are not real estate owners. Our managers, we are interested in getting our money paid. Yeah. So you can, most times you enter you schedule your debt. Even countries with IMF, especially African countries, they always reschedule their debts, provided you are a going concern. If they kill you, your company, and kill Eddie's company, and kill another person's company, they are not in business anymore. Yeah,
they will never get
So it's not actually in their best interest to kill anybody's company, all right? But they have to see a willingness for you to continue to be in business. You have to show that willingness and to pay. You have to have, again, there are two kinds of borrowers. People who really borrow to pay and those who borrow not to pay. Yeah. All right? And if you're amongst those who borrow not to pay, then it's a recipe for failure. Because sooner or later, your business will go into extinction, right? I set out not to allow my company to die because I look at other companies. I look at multinationals, and I ask myself, international organizations, I say, why are we not able to replicate such organizations in Africa? Why do we have to grow and die and fizzle away? When you have companies, they say, established 200 years ago, established 100 years ago. Why can we not do it in Africa? Succession plan, sustainability plan, and the focus of the founder. Yeah. Okay, these things got to come into play. It's a mix, right? I like to see my company being there and outlive me, and outlive my children. It's a legacy. So I pride myself in trying to build a legacy. it's not about how big. It's not about how big. You must not forget, right? Legacy is not about how big, but how you're able to nurture it, to grow and maintain. So that actually sets you apart from any other one. So we have grown as a company for over 30 years, and we have maintained the name. We didn't change the name. We have not changed the name, and we don't intend to change the name because it's a brand that we're very proud of, and I do not intend to lose my brand identity, because my brand identity says it all. If I go to the capital market to raise money, my brand identity also is a lot of brings in a lot of equity.
Yeah,
right?
that is where your equity is calculated.
And that's where my equity comes. Okay, I'm a brand identity. If you can't go to Shell today and say Baywood, they say we don't know Baywood. You can't go to Total Energy in Nigeria and say Baywood. They say before you talk to 1, 2, 3 departments, at least they know. NNPC, just anywhere we have service. So it's a brand identity. Not only in the corporate world. What about the individuals that know you? What about the people you have come in contact with? Baywood. So it's a brand identity. It's priceless, and I treasure it. And this is one thing that I must tell to those people who are willing to build businesses. You must build your business to maintain your brand identity, right? It's not all about money. Make money, yes, we're all in business to make money, but it must be in business to make money and maintain and sustain your brand identity, because it's one thing that you can't wish away. It's priceless.
Yeah.
It's a treasure.
Yeah.
And this to me, I don't know about others, but to me, it's a treasure. And that's what I tell my children. I say, you must grow to this company. You must treasure this company. Don't mess up with the name, because it's a name that is so dear to my heart, that I hold so dearly.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor Chris Baywood, as we hasten to the evening of our interview today, I mean, we're talking right here, and I'm sure somebody was watching the show, a young person or a middle-aged person in a corporation or employed, or somebody on a CEO ladder climbing up, or somebody coming down. Obviously, you have a wealth of knowledge. Just shed a light for us on how big is Baywood Group, so that people just understand. You've been throwing figures and talking about 1989. We don't know what the magnitude. I just wanted to point us to the magnitude of the worth of the company and the lessons that we can pick from there, and how this company is transforming lives back in Nigeria and across the world, and where is it located?
I would like to say that in Nigeria oil and gas, in my core area of business, I think we should be among the top 5. All right, in capacity, in experience, and in project portfolio.
Yeah,
I would say we're amongst the top 5, amongst the top 10 indigenous companies. Our project portfolio is large, and in doing that, we try to develop skills in-house. I would say in my structure, I don't have international, except project-based. When it matters most, that I bring international experts. Other than that, we're fully indigenous company. Yeah. From top to bottom, we're fully indigenous, providing the services. We bring in international experts on need basis. And that we have done a couple of times, but they finish their project and they go. Yeah. In terms of portfolio size, we say that our portfolio is quite large. I just like to keep it that simple.
Can you give us a figure? I mean, it's just, if you don't mind.
We have done projects in hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay?
Hundreds of millions or billions of dollars?
Not billions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That I can tell you. Cumulatively, over the time, I think we would have done projects in excess of about $2-3 billion.
Okay.
Over time, cumulatively, either as a solo or joint venture.
Okay. And what's our asset base kind of looking like?
Our asset base is heavy, but these assets depreciate.
Yes.
Right? We have a large armada of assets. All right, construction asset that is really quite very impressive, very, very impressive.
In terms of its portfolio.
In terms of portfolio, don't forget we were in aviation. We had our helicopters. We operated 4 fleets of helicopters. AW139. AW is Augusta Westland. Augusta Westland helicopters. We operated pre-COVID, but of course, Nigeria has been hit so much, particularly in oil and gas. Our operation went down because the activities of exploration and production in Nigeria went down so much so that business activities declined. And one of the major hits is aviation, because this operation is done for the IOCs to move people back and forth. And when they reduced their footprint of operation, a lot of things didn't occur any longer, and it's still on, because even as of today, due to the challenges we have in the Niger Delta, due to a lot of what I call oil theft, our production capacity has dropped from about 1.8 million barrels, 1.4 to 1.2, and now it's about 800,000 barrels per day of oil. So most of our activities is more or less, then with the insecurity in Nigeria, actually. Activities have tapered down a little bit in Nigeria, that I can say. So our assets are just idling out because we don't have a lot of equipment, we don't have a lot of jobs right now to deploy this asset. Hence, the depreciation, and our looking elsewhere, coming to Uganda, because we know that Uganda has a lot of opportunities today in the oil and gas industry, and they're yet to develop their local capacity. All right, and I'm very happy with the way the Ugandans are going. They're more focused towards partnering with Africans. African companies who have over the years, made their mark in the industry. Rather than build their own capacity and train their people. So rather than partner with international organizations, they're rather more inclined to partnering with local companies. Nigerian African-oriented companies. Like Baywood, and this is why I'm here. And we're hoping that all things being equal, we may be deploying those armada of idling equipment to Uganda to support the oil and gas activities.
Wow. I want to just bring this. I know you have not answered that, but I wanted to know, in terms of coming to Uganda, when you talk about, you've given out the portfolio in terms of the business, but in terms of the asset base, I know you talked about the depreciation, but just to give us an understanding. Sometime when you're talking, people will be thinking, and we're talking about mandazi, and we're talking about bananas and chips. We're not talking about this. We're talking these things that are different all level altogether. I want to give us that understanding of what the asset portfolio like, just rough.
You mean in terms of value?
Asset value,
Asset value? Well, if you have to buy those assets today,
total as you have,
what we have, you'll be spending close to about $150 million to $200 million to acquire the. Without the helicopters, of course, one helicopter is about $30 million, $35 million. But of course, we don't own those helicopters anymore because we return them. The beautiful thing about that is that that's what they call wet and dry lease, okay? If you do a wet lease, they will come with all the full complement of crews. But because we have capacity in-house, Nigeria, so we didn't come with crews. We operated the equipment. But so with the downturn, we didn't have to, have so much idle asset that would be wasted. So we returned back to our lessor, and then that saved us a lot of cost. But initially, it was a lot of exposure to fund the aviation and run the aviation to the extent we did, because aviation is also very capital intensive. And it's one place you cannot cut corners.
All right. As my second to last question to you, as we wind up this interview, it goes to say, assuming you are now in Uganda today, will you help us develop the capacity? Will you help us develop the local talent? For some of this equipment, we're pretty much new into this oil and gas sector, into this oil and gas business. Uganda is a very young child that is coming up, that needs a lot of guidance, and that parents need to think through this whole process very well. But learning from those who have been before us, like you, Nigeria, will that be a possibility for local content, local people, local talent development, and also how will that transform us, by the way?
Let me go back to what I said. I love the spirit of Ugandans and the government and the regulatory authorities. They're more focused towards Africa, African-oriented companies. Again, and they're looking towards more to Nigeria, because when you talk about oil and gas activity in Africa, Nigeria will come top. All right, we have developed our local capacity. We have developed the, not only technical, we have developed the financial muscles. We have developed even the skills from the smallest to the biggest. So we come to Uganda with a whole lot of giving back, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, all we need is simply the support from the authorities of Uganda to either relocate or build an extension of what we have developed in Nigeria here, with some reasonability of assurance. What do I mean by reasonability of assurance? You know, every businessman wants to recoup his investment. It would be foolhardy for me to set up here, run my workshops, facilities, staff, people, you know, different cadres without project. Because our money also
not just projects, meaningful
projects.
Yeah.
And our monies don't come cheap, or like our international partner, the counterparts. Say, for example, if you have a UK company coming from UK now to establish in Uganda, he's running on an interest rate of 4%. Right? I'm coming from Nigeria to set up in Uganda. I'm running currently at interest of 22%. So, balance factor. I mean, how far can I sustain? So, the authorities in Uganda got to make conscious effort to want to, you know, make companies like us here to stay. Because in so doing, they will quickly jumpstart the capacity development of their own. Listen, I just have to say it here. Yes, that you want to support only Ugandan companies, supposedly in the true meaning to the letter. Ugandan companies means you have one Edi Okila who has a company, Edi Okila and Sons Limited, blah blah blah, but it doesn't have anybody to support him. He's just an Ugandan. It's okay, give Edi Okila a section of the pipeline to go and construct. It doesn't have the financial muscle. It doesn't have the technical knowledge. He might claim that they have the technical knowledge, but it doesn't have it because it has not. These things are not wishful thinking, all right? It's over the years. The way we are today is not the way we were 20 years ago. There are a lot of lessons learned, because one of the things we have learned again in the course of our business is what I call lessons learned. At the end of every project, you sit down with your client and have what they call lessons learned register. What can I do better? How can I do it better than if I have the opportunity tomorrow? What can I do better to make me a better company? So this has to go on for a long time before you can say, dear killer, yes, if I give him this project, I can go to bed and sleep. He can deliver. Yes, I mean, you want to support your local guys, but you know what? I think a lot of emphasis need to be made to work with, to give companies like us that are coming into Uganda. However, there must be demonstrable, what I can call demonstrable measures and ways of making sure that we transfer technology. And these guys learn, okay? And true, they got to learn, develop not only technical, develop financial. Because the more you work with me, as either a subcontractor or as a partner, and you get your money and you plow back, that's another thing. You continue to, because if you make this money and do another business, you're not going to grow the business, right? So one of the things that we did as a company is that we grew Baywood for so long, not doing any other business except this, before we began to look elsewhere to diversify. Now we're in technology, okay? We're going into media, we're going into e-commerce, we're going into fintech, and all under one umbrella of what we call, the company called CBI Technology and CBI Digital Media Technology, all right? A combination of all these things is going to set Africa again on another level when it comes to entertainment, financial technology, e-commerce market, and digital media. you couldn't do it when we were just growing, when we didn't have the financial muscle.
Yeah,
if you
because
do
you
it,
need to build the
because you need to build the flagship. That's why I call Baywood Continental our flagship.
Yeah.
All right. Most of these investments that we have made in other companies is coming from Baywood Continental. God may have it. We're not borrowing so much, so we are not really heavily leveraged as a company, right? Because one thing is for certain. Whatever you borrow, you must pay.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Whatever you borrow, man, be careful.
We're already having that situation in Kampala, in Uganda.
If you don't pay,
yeah.
no, if you don't pay, then you're gone.
Yeah.
You're done. So I don't take money that I don't need. Okay? So this is a clear message.
That's a big lesson, eh?
Yeah.
You don't take money that you don't need.
I don't take money that I don't need. You have to be clear in your head that you're going to borrow 100 million naira or 1 billion shillings. What are you using the 1 billion shillings to do? Have you done your numbers? Have you crunched your numbers? Have you done your business case? A lot of people don't do their business case. They just, AD is doing very well here. Let me go join AD. You don't know whether AD has something else that is supporting that one. Yeah. Because you might think that that business is thriving, unknown to you that business is being supported by another business from somewhere. Same. Just like when we were doing the helicopter business. We were not making money. It was supported by Baywood Continental because we didn't have a lot of operation. Okay, so because we were not able to land a big contract with the IOC. So what we started to doing was what we call sport charter. Yeah. You know, people would come and take us for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. That's what we were running. Yeah. We were not making money. We were just waiting in anticipation to land the big project. Yeah. But it was being supported by Baywood Continental. Yeah. So, and that's one of the things, when Baywood Continental business began to decline, because of the decline in oil activities in Nigeria, the helicopter operation was affected.
Because it had not yet built to that level.
Because we have not built
to that level, it can stand alone.
Yeah, because we have done it for 8 years, waiting for, because these contracts it takes a while to come, all right? And this one service as well we can provide here, the helicopter service, because I see the distance in oil and gas, so I ask myself, who are the operators here? So these are the kind of things that Baywood Group can as well bring to Uganda, because we have had that experience over time in Nigeria.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Baywood, you know, a man of many colors. And now we're talking about some really big things here on the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and before we break, Emperor, we want to go back to the moment you loved so much. When I interacted with you, keep talking about, I'm a social activist, I'm a youth, you know, empowerment driver, leader in Africa. Let's talk about that as we wind up.
Yes, I'm very passionate about that.
Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. It's not only in Nigeria, the youth are the future. It's like you have a family, you have children. They are going to take over you. If you insist that your children will remain children as they are, they will revolt. And they can even plan to kill you.
Yeah. And in some incidences, it has happened.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes. In some instances.
We're seeing that in Europe.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I grew up. That's one thing that I'm so passionate about, because one of the things that what drove me into that is, again, philanthropy comes with, there must be something must strike the chord. Something struck the chord for me. And that thing gave way to my philanthropic nature. And I began to preach it, I began to talk about it, I began to say, listen, unless these guys, we're in automation age, right? This time we're in automation age. And one of the studies I did is, why do we have our fathers and our grandfathers still as the dominant players in our political life? Or political lives? Why are they not allowing the young ones to come up? And the world is fast moving away from the old generation to the young generation, but the Africans are still holding it firmly to their chest. Yeah. And I think it's time that we have to rise up. And I started championing it. I went around Africa. I've been everywhere with my Baywood Foundation, preaching about the youth. I don't call it anymore youth empowerment, investment.
Youth investment.
Yes, you have to invest in your youth. You have to make your youth to be employable, because today, most youths in Africa are not even employable because we believe so much in certificates, right?
Other than substance of skill.
Other than substance of skill.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, without downplaying education, without downplaying educational qualifications like going to universities and everything, but I think we have to again consider vocational training, skill training, you know, exposing them to the realities of life, not just stay in the classroom and theorize, okay, and they come out and they look like they are lost, okay, because most of our universities are not equipped to expose them to such realities of the world, okay? Even in the Western world, where you are exposed to a lot of, maybe you have a very well set up laboratories, you have maybe process facilities, but at the end of the day, it's modular. Yeah. It's not natural. Yeah. When you go out there to work, you see that they're different. It's a different kind of fish. Yeah. So I think that the way to go for me, one of the things I've been preaching is that we need to get these youths to understand that the future belongs to them, and begin to reorientate their mind. One of the things I try to do very well is reorientating their mind, their mindset. Because who are their mentors? Who are the people? Who are the people they're looking up to? Politicians. And if you look at the lifestyle of our politicians, it's a bit deceitful. Yeah. It's not real. Yeah. It's imaginary. Everybody wants to be a politician. For example, in Nigeria today, if you ask a young kid what they want to be, it's only a politician. Why? Because you see them, the way they spend money, the way they live their lifestyle, the way they do things. But those things don't have base. They have no solid base. Yeah. Take them out of that political scene, 1 year down the line, you won't like to see them again. So we need to lecture, we need to talk to them and let them understand that it's a reset, mindset reset. Let them understand that even that guy who is living large as a politician, they didn't start yesterday. Honestly, for you to succeed in life, regardless of whatever area you find yourself, time, it has to be, you must have spent a lot of time in doing that before you begin to reap the dividends. The dividends don't come overnight. But you see, because of the values, we have lost our values so much so in Africa. I don't know. I think we have lost our values. So the values today is we want to make money today. Okay, I told you the story of me and my brother.
Yeah.
If my father did not come to reset my value, I would have been gone. I want to be richer than my brother.
Yeah. You wanted to be richer than your brother, who was already rich and you are learning
who's been working, doing business all this time. Yeah. And I just came out from school.
Yeah.
And I want to be richer than my brother. Yeah. It's not bad to be, my uncle said, it's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes. Do you hear that?
Yeah, yeah, right.
So it's not bad to be ambitious, but it's bad to be over ambitious.
Yes.
You just have to be ambitious for you to succeed in life.
So it's not bad to be a shoemaker?
It's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes.
Bad shoes.
When you are a good shoemaker, you can become a designer shoemaker.
Yeah.
And everybody will come to you and flock to you, right?
Yes.
But when you're a bad shoemaker,
and Emperor Chris,
and everybody want to be like, and everybody will be envious of you.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you're a bad shoemaker, you know what people do? Ah, that man, leave him. He don't know anything what to do. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's doing. Forget him. But when you are now a good shoemaker, you begin to export. Yeah. You become everybody's darling, and people want to emulate you. Yeah. So, I tell you something. It's good to be ambitious, but it's not good to be over ambitious. Wow. Because when you're over ambitious, you might do that one that might land you in jail so quickly. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
that will be the end of you.
Then that will be the end of you. So it's one step at a time. Johnny Walker. Yeah. Johnny Walker says, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step.
Yeah.
But you know what? That step does not guarantee you are going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So I think that as we grow older, we must encourage our young people, reorientate them, reorientate their values, reset their value set, their value systems.
Yes.
So that they see
the value belief system.
The value belief system, so that they begin to see that there's dignity in labor. A good number of us don't believe anymore in dignity in labor. All right, they just want to. Maybe people trying to, leave the country, either they're crossing one blue ocean or crossing one dry desert to get to the so-called promised land. Who says it's a promised land? So our leaders, again, need to make our environment very conducive for our young ones. Yeah. And then if you don't have any nation without young people, is a doomed nation. And Africa is so proud to have this young burgeoning population. What do? You have to make conscious effort. Like I keep telling them, we wrote a book, Baywood Foundation, it's called Beyond Rhetoric. And we initiated something called Intern and Return. What do I mean by intern and return? When you train these young lads and give them opportunities to be interns in various locations, okay? And government sets aside what they call internship fund to pay them while they are doing the internship in all spheres of life. That is one sure way to stimulate their knowledge, stimulate their appetite, and begin to see things differently. So, and it's a policy. As a matter of fact, what we ask for in that book is a declaration, affirmative action. We ask for 35% affirmative action across all Africa on youths. And what do I mean by affirmative action on youths? In other words, here in Uganda, for example, I've seen young women and young people in positions of authority. So what we advocate for is that this affirmative action needs to be legislated and gazetted and endorsed. As a matter of fact, the African Union, when we met with them, endorsed it, and what they needed was to just meet with the various legislative assemblies across the 54 African nations and see how they can buy into this thing and adopt an intern and return initiative. And Baywood Foundation, in partnership with African Union, have promised to put the initial seed money to do such initiatives and kickstart it. And one other way to stimulate the youth, I said, is to have an endowment fund or prize money or prize award for youths across Africa that have achieved in various spheres of life. Because these guys have achieved. Have you identified them? Because when you begin to reward these young ones and appreciate them and consider them as part of the main society, because what is happening today, like if you would see what is going on in Nigeria today, there's almost a youth revolution because they are tired, okay? Because they're not part of the system. They're not meant to be part of the system. These guys have emasculated them from the system. They are taking hold of everything. If you look at throughout the length and breadth of Africa, look at our presidents. They are all in their 80s, okay? Are they more smarter now? No. Are they in tune with the technology? No. Are they thinking about how to move the country, the nation forward or the continent forward? No. Can they be more radical? No. Because we need radicalism in a bit of things we do to change, to reset the continent, okay? I was listening to a program where some young lads in Europe were pushing for Macron to stop the ECOP project in Uganda. What did they know about Africa? So if we have a very united, formidable African Union that can come up with a very big voice and say, listen, can you even keep your money? We don't need your money. We donate funds and have a pool of funds where we can tap into to develop our natural resources. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So Intern and Return Initiative for African youth is what Baywood Foundation is still advocating, because that's the only way we can put Africa and make them to be a continent to be sought after. We have the smart youths, we have very intelligent youths, we have youth tech savvy. If you come to Nigeria today, one of the things that is raving is tech startups. These tech startups are young ones. 20, 25, 30, coming out with different, genuine ideas. What they need is a little pep, and that's what do you call this little pep? Like what we did in the program with Coca-Cola. The first time that Baywood Foundation ever got grant was Coca-Cola giving us $100,000 to do a program we call Youth ICT and Skill Acquisition Project, YISAP. You can go to our website, Baywood Foundation, and find YISAP, YISAP. What we do was to gather youths from all parts of the state and train them in different skills. Okay? We have certain set skills we train them in those skills, and give them, and then on the final day, they exhibited their skills. They produced those things that they did, they created those things that they did, and it became and displayed their wares in the market, and people bought them, right? But in doing that, we gave them some seed funds to start off.
Not just saying go and start this,
So
go and start this.
out of 600 or 1,000 people that were trained in different skills, we selected 100 or 200 people that were given seed money. So this is what I'm saying. In every society, if you don't make such policies and drive those policies down. And it has to be driven by a youth. Not when you set up a commission like that, you go and get some guy that's 80 years to manage. No, you got to be a youth of 30 who will drive the stage, because these guys, they're thinking differently from the way we're thinking today. And they're tech savvy. Listen, they can, when even you go agro-based, they can do a lot of things with agro, okay? Deploying technology, deploying skills. We're talking about large-scale farming. They can even do green farming, greenhouse farming. Yeah. And in greenhouse farming, you don't need even a large footprint to do a greenhouse, okay? But you produce as much, and even well-controlled environment. You produce as much healthy fruits and agro-based products than you would have done using massive agro-based. Of course, you need to do mechanized farming. But you know what? Get these guys to buy into the future, and it has to be driven by their own people. And what we're saying about intern and return is that even in National Assembly, wherever you have somebody like a 50-year-old guy, you need to bring someone like a 30-year-old guy to understand him. Yes. And in understanding him, you're paying him from the internship fund, okay? That thereafter is either he continues with what he is doing as an intern, or he goes out. By then, he would have made he would have gained knowledge, he would have made contact, he would have had his own network group and all stuff like that. So this is what we're thinking, and this is the way to really, really develop the African youth. And this is what Beirut Foundation is all about, championing for over 17 years. And it's born out of passion. It's born out of speaking, because I know that if you don't have a safe environment, you can be as rich as you are, but if your neighbor is not happy, is not hungry, you are unsafe. So create a safe environment by making sure that people are around you. And that's why my role model was Nelson Mandela. And that's why I love his quote. He said, it's not about how long you lived on earth, but how much you have impacted on lives of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not about how successful you are. So for me, I think one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions to be a philanthropist, right? Yeah. I did it, and I found the secret to success. It's giving. And it's not about how much you give. It's about how you're able to get people to have a reset and begin to think differently. Yeah. So I'm a proponent of that we have to bring our youth forward, both in politics, in all spheres of life, in business, but you need to train them. You need to create funds in everything we do, and we don't carry these young guys along. Someday will come, and they will rise up against us. And you know what? When we had EndSARS in Nigeria, and it was in Lagos, I don't know if you read about EndSARS. Yes. By the special grace of God, I'm one of the bourgeois, right? Yeah. In Lagos and Nigeria. Yeah. I was so afraid of myself. I was so afraid of everything around me. Because when an eruption like that engulfs, they don't know who's speaking for them. They don't know. It's like you are one of the oppressors. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can become a target that you shouldn't have been. So why don't we nip this situation on the board before it balloons, okay, and out of control? So there was a lot of destruction, and they were going after the rich people. These rich people. And who are these rich people? It could have been a Baywood who had worked all his life, trying to make money legitimately, not being involved in any scam, not being involved in anything that is illicit, okay? And then even giving back to the society. But my dear brother, when a situation like that occurs,
it's indiscriminatory.
It's indiscriminatory
because they're not thinking.
Yeah, they're not thinking. Yeah. Everybody's a target, and I don't want to be that because I will regret it. So my position is, the earlier we nip the situation on board, the better for everybody, and together we can make Africa forward and move this nation, this continent, to where we expect it to be. We can't do it. We need these guys. But we need to reorientate their values. We need to reset their values because the values is completely eroded right now. And in doing so, we need to reorientate ourselves again. Our value system is no more.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Bewood Ibe, thank you very much. This has been one of the most powerful interviews that we've done on the CEO bench. And as we depart from here, question, in a second, tell us a joke.
A joke?
A joke. that has ever been given about your name, Emperor, and how you reacted to it? If at all. And give us one African proverb from Nigeria.
Well, I don't know. You see, people think that I just woke up and became emperor. That's okay, no problem. But it's a story for another day. But I always tell you, if you want to know about the emperors, that's a book you need to go and read. It's called God, Pope, and Emperor. So you know the origin of emperor.
Wow.
God, Pope, and Emperor. So,
yeah.
One thing about this, it connotes reality, and if you want to be an emperor, you have to live up to it, right? You have to live up to it. So, I think I'm living up to my title, emperor, and I make good to say that unless you visit me in Nigeria, you may not know that I'm a true emperor. And I'm a benevolent emperor, because emperors are known for draconian rules and the Gestapo style of doing things. I am not that one. I'm this benevolent emperor. Emperors don't talk about giving back. So I could better be described as a refined emperor who talks for the people, especially the downtrodden and the young people. So that's what I should be remembered. One of the things I want to be remembered for when I'm gone is, how many lives have you touched? It's not how much money I have. No. It's not how much. Are you the biggest billionaire in the world? No. Yes, even if I'm the biggest billionaire, but how much lives have I touched? And that's my prayer, that as God continues to bless us in what we do, we have to leave our footsteps on the sands of times, so that I'll be counted amongst those who help to alleviate poverty. I have to touch lives. And you know what it means to shake a young man who never thought that he could come close to you. That's mentorship, right? And they wouldn't touch you unless you get close to them, right? So you must break that barrier so that they come close to you, make yourself available, that they can come and talk to you. Something happened during the conference in Uganda where I participated. A lot of youths came to me, a lot of young ones, because of my contribution. I couldn't just carry on like Emperor Chris Baywood, but I was ready to mingle. I was ready to talk with them. I was ready to impart this knowledge and get them to be to be appreciated. And you know, they felt so happy that, oh, this guy, so he's accessible. Just a handshake. How are you? How you doing? What are you doing? Blah blah blah. You know, these things, they go a long way to helping and motivate people. So it's why I am a motivational speaker. Put me on the table there, and I'll teach the young lads how to turn things around.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO bench has come to an end. Edio Killer, Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe, all the way from Enugu State in Nigeria, the federal state of Nigeria. We want to say thank you very much. Until next time, we're saying bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emperor, for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Felix Eopal, and it is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, the show where we discuss everything about basketball, what is happening, what is not happening, what we predict is going to happen. And this afternoon, we are graced with the appearance of Frederick Freedom Warrior. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with your time.
Thank you, Felix, for inviting me to the show. I'm honored to be here. I think it's been a while.
Definitely, it has been quite a while, and as proprietor of JKL basketball organization, there's a lot of talk since the season is about to begin. So let's start with what preparations does JKL have ahead of the start of the season? Because definitely so many viewers out there want to know what to expect from JKL.
I can say that we actually held trials last weekend.
You had trials last weekend?
Yes, we held trials last weekend.
Okay. Tell me about, tell us about that.
At our JKL Arena.
Okay.
In Mukono, Namaiba. So it was good. We're happy with the turnout. Some players came as far as Mbale, Soroti. The couple of players from Kampala that came. And we even had a friendly.
You had a friendly? Which team did you have a friendly with?
With Bugema University.
Bugema University. How did that go?
It was a friendly game. You know, you can't come and beat us at home ground.
Most people don't know about the JKL Arena. Please enlighten our viewers out there. We are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our website, House of Talent Uganda, UG.
Our JKL Arena is in Mukono. It is on Katosi Road, a place called Namaiba. So as you reach the trading center of Namaiba, on your left hand, you'll see the signpost of JKL, Dolphin Sports Arena. So we have the basketball court, we have accommodation,
basketball court, accommodation.
We have a bar.
Oh, there's even a bar.
Yes, so you can take some drinks. We have gardens, so you can chill. We have a kitchen.
This investment, how much did it cost the JKL organization, and how were the funds able to be collected? Because that's something that the viewers out there would love to know, and because I believe various teams would also want to have such a place.
I think the arena, we are in phase 1, We are just on phase 1 of the project. You know, we are running a program. And I think now we are in year 7 of the program, but 2 years have been eaten away by COVID. So we are like 2 years behind. So we've invested, we started the program around 2013.
2013.
That is when before we started the team.
Because I believe when you look at the records, JKL was not yet in existence in FUBA records by 2013.
We already had a plan. Actually, in 2012, we had a plan to buy Res Life when they were in Division 1. In NBL, actually, NBL. The year they were in NBL, I think that's 2012. We held discussion between myself and my partner, Emmanuel Anguela. So, with Hudson, But
the current general secretary.
Yes, so we didn't just agree on the price, because I think that time they were struggling and we wanted to inject money. But the idea was to buy and then add more players, and then we set up the team. However, after we didn't come to an agreement, we said, okay, what do we do? Let's plan and set up a team in lower division and grow it. However, as a program, we started planning long term, and our program is way different from, I think, other teams.
How different is it from other teams when you say different?
What we are looking at is in a scenario whereby we have players, after playing for JKL, they should be able to have continuous income. They should be earning when they retire. They should
so what you're saying is that the program is to try and ensure that when the player stops playing basketball, at least they have a job. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they should have something to do. Either they are working within the organization, they are coaching, or they can set up their own work. Because if you look at what we do, especially with the academies, we have a session when we are training the kids. We have a session for life skills. So for life skills, so we ask them what they want to be in future, what their plans are, We talk to them.
You develop them so that they can be self-sufficient.
Yes.
That is actually that is very brilliant stuff for Ugandan basketball and for so many athletes, not just for the game of basketball. I wish JKL could also expand that and put it to a bigger platform.
What we're doing, like I told you, we are in phase 1. We are going to have 3 phases, okay? So we are finishing the first phase, and part of the first phase was to set up the academy, start the team, set them rolling, okay? And have the team self-sustaining, okay? So that if freedom is not there, or any other directors who are funding the team are not there, or if the sponsor is not there, the club is able to what? Survive.
The club can still go on.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the key things, the season is soon starting and everyone is eager to know which players has JKL signed on.
Which one do I start with? We have 2 teams.
The senior team.
We have both. We have the ladies, we have the men.
The men's team.
I think the men's team, got done before even end of 2021. We had discussion with the potential targets for 2022. We've already talked. Okay.
And how far those discussions?
No, they're already on board for 2022.
They're already on board.
We like I told you, we already sold to them the plan for 2022. The plan for 2022 is after COVID. We are doing a cut. Okay?
Oh, so what you're saying is ahead of the 2022 season, you're going to have some players cut off the team.
No, we are cutting the costs.
Or
operational costs.
Operational costs.
Okay.
And how are you doing that exactly?
We are cutting operational costs. Yeah. Let's just assume you're earning $1,000. Okay. We met with some of the players and told them, okay, this is COVID time, so we are realigning with the company overall objective of the club. So if you can take a 20% pay cut.
So you're doing pay cuts?
No, we're doing restructuring.
How okay, calling it restructuring is a way of being euphemistic about it.
No,
but how are the players interpreting it and taking it?
They're okay. The players are okay. And we already have a team for 2022 season for the boys. I think
which surprises can you give our viewers at the moment that they will be seeing wearing a JKL jersey?
There are many players. Actually, we are rebuilding the boys team. We are rebuilding for BAL, so we are looking at a 3-year program. So most of the players are young. Okay, and then we have some experience.
You are rebuilding for BAL.
Yeah.
So that means JKL is going all out to win it, because you cannot go to BAL unless you're a champion.
We are rebuilding, so it's going to take a 3-year program. Okay, I said we are rebuilding for BAL, like for 3 years. We are trying to do a 2 or 3 year program to rebuild, so that we are able to participate in BAL. We want to cut our expenditures slightly, okay, to align with the current market. Number 3 is we're going to recruit players that fit our profile.
What is that profile exactly? What is the JKL profile?
Our team is built on first skill, okay. Then we have when we recruit players, not everybody fits the system. There are those who love the club, okay, like come to you and I say, Felix, some players come and call me like, you know what, we want to come to JKL. So like, what are your expectations?
Okay. And what do you tell them when they come and, let's say, such players, and they ask for wanting to have a place in JKL?
No, they are free to come, train with this team, and the coaches will decide.
So it is open, they can come and then you evaluate?
Yes, they are free. come.
What criteria do you actually base on when doing that evaluation?
One of them is, it's not about the skill set. We normally sign players who go hard.
Heart. So attitude,
yes,
desire,
positivity.
That is what I believe when you say heart,
yeah,
means attitude, desire, passion.
Yes. Okay. And players, you know, in the process of talking to them, we realize what do they want to be in the next few years. Okay.
Okay.
What are their structures? What are they planning? So those are some of the things we use when we are recruiting. But the boys we already have, I think we remain with one slot, two slots, I think 2 slots, which we are keeping for the boys team. For the girls, I can tell you,
JKL Lady Dolphin has been amazing. So I don't know if the trend is going to continue going on.
It is 2 years without players actively playing, so it's difficult to assess their fitness levels now. And you know, a winning club, you know, we won like for 2 years, we're going to the third, fourth.
You won JKL Lady Dolphins won back-to-back.
Yeah, so originally the plan was normally, if it's any successful team, you can win 4 times with the same team.
Well, City World has been doing it for 7 years.
Because they keep adding new blood. Okay, as others leave, you keep adding. Okay, so then you start to keep adding. So I think if you've seen the way they have run, they won like for 3-4 years comfortably, and then they kept adding more younger players into the team and some experienced players, more younger players into the team and some experienced players. You can't keep the same old players.
So that is the same strategy that your ladies side is going to be taking on.
It is for both teams, both the boys and the ladies. And the ladies, we're going to have young and experienced. And I think the ladies, I have one player who I think is going to be amazing. I think we'll be in the national team in 2 years. I think.
You have
I have high expectation of the kids. We have added so far 3 new players, fresh from high school. And you know, when they come to the league, they take 1 or 2 years to settle in.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask you that if they're fresh from high school, then the transition usually is not that simple.
Yeah, we have a program. You see, our program with the young players also different. There are so many things that take place behind the scenes that people don't know. The young players have a special training program. Okay, so which facilitates them to join the senior team. Okay, at earliest opportunity. We have a special program for the young players.
Because most of the fans, or even when you go to the comments and everything, they're like, when is JKL winning a title? Is this their year or not?
We have already won a title. Which title?
The men's team.
Oh, the men's team.
Yeah, that is.
I think last year we had a chance.
Those are the comments. Even when I posted and I mentioned to our viewers, our fans, that you would be our guest today. They were asking, when can you tell us when JKL will be able to win a title?
JKL is going to win a championship, okay? The men will win a championship.
Some of the views are that you have one of the best power forwards in the country, in Brian Namake, and yet the team is still struggling. What is your view on that?
Prior to 2019 season, I think we had kept a team, a unit for a while. We actually needed like 3 players to take us to the next level, and that was the target. But you see, we tried to look for those players across the region. There were a few that fitted the profile we wanted. Okay.
Why were you looking for players across the region? Couldn't you like look for talent or within the region?
You see, at that time, most of the best players within the region were already locked up in their clubs. Okay, so it's difficult to get the player from maybe City Oil. I think you understand. It's difficult to get a player from them, or it's difficult to go to APA. This Patriots in Rwanda. It's difficult. Okay, it's difficult to get a player from there. So we were looking. The scouts sent some videos, but as a TD, I don't believe in videos. Okay.
Oh, you believe in first looking at the player and assessing them yourself.
So I was supposed to travel. There was a player we were targeting in Zambia. They told us there was a big man. I was supposed to fly there to identify the player. And then things came around. I was supposed to travel to Nairobi to check on some players. And
that expense is quite something. We will get back into the discussion. We are with Frederick Freedoms, or the proprietor and technical director of JKL Basketball Organization. My name is Felix Paul. We return after this short break.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Who speaks his mind out is naturally a person who knows what he's doing. Is naturally a person who cracks jokes. In fact, a friend of mine said he should just, every time he does a skit, he should just give him a moment and just share. He wants to pay for it. Richard, welcome to Creative Industry Talk. How are you this morning?
I'm very fine. You just reminded me. I've lost money.
Yes, you've lost money.
I've not shared with him.
Yes, he said whenever you do a skit, just send me and send the invoice immediately. Yeah. And I said, wow, I wish I would have a talent and gift like Richard, where I don't have to work very hard and the money just finds me.
Boss, we sweat.
I know. But welcome to the program, Richard. We want to say thank you very much. And how have you been?
I haven't. I've been okay.
Yeah.
I have constantly been COVID negative.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume.
That's a very good one. Yes.
I've not tested in a long time.
Yes.
But we're okay. A lot has changed. Yeah. We have tried to change with the change.
Yes.
Yes. And along the way, you know, you discover here, you lose here. But we stay above the water.
Yes, yes. I just want to take you straight to Richard, to the first question we always ask on the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Richard Tuwanje? If I am looking for you, are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values defined as Ugandan? Yes, that question is usually a question that gets so many people punching on the streets of Kampala and across the world. If you ask them a question, who are you? Some people assume that everyone knows them. And yes, we see you on TV every other day. Yes, we see you all across Africa. But who is Richard in a nutshell?
That is a very difficult question. Because personally, I believe some people's values change along the way.
Yes.
You know, life is a game of, you know, discovery and rediscovery of self. But personally, I believe, plainly put, Richard Tuwanje is a Ugandan who is a multifaceted entertainer. Who has his hands in not just one thing, actor, comedian, I don't know whether I should call myself a singer. Yeah, I think I'm safe calling myself a singer, not a musician.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to sample that song already.
Yeah, are you
serious?
serious?
We're on the phone to talk.
So I do a bit of music. I'm a producer on a wider scale because, well, most of the art I do, I also produce. Some with the team, some alone. And as a human being, I stand for good for all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That right there is quite a deep statement. I stand for good for all. I would like to take this moment, first of all, to welcome everyone to the Creative Industry Talk from all across the world. Thank you very much, all our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. I hope you did not jump on that plane and you're part of the 600 people from Afghanistan, you know. And of course, to all the creative people all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the space for the creative right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Richard,
yes,
welcome to the show. And now that we know you and now that we understand who you are, just away from seeing you on TV, our topic on the Creative Industry Talk today is about creativity for business success in Uganda.
Yeah.
Creativity for business success in Uganda. When we posted this yesterday, a lot of people wrote back and they were asking, creativity for business success in Uganda? They don't even understand what creativity is. Now you are putting the mix of success in it. And I mean, how are we going to do it? So I said, well, we will have to have a discussion about this. And of course, we're going to be joined by Faizo Chiwewa. We were supposed to be joined by, Jeremy Biemanzi from Nomad Advertising. But unfortunately, Jeremy has got an emergency that needs to attend to. He will be joining us next week. Okay. And of course, we want to take a moment to welcome Faizo Chiwewa all the way in the outside countries. How are you doing in the cold?
Thank you so much, Eddie. I am okay. I just arrived like 5 minutes ago in Antwerp. It's I would say the capital of the Flanders in Belgium. So it's where I am, and I had to find my way to get to the show. So I'm very excited to join you guys.
Very much, Faizo. Thank you very much, Faizo, first of all, for joining us. I hope you have had a very good ride on the train. In Uganda here, when we talk about the train, we only remember in the 60s. I don't know whether Richard... Our train hasn't yet been...
I know nothing about trains in Uganda. I just read. What I see down there below Ginger Road, I think those are just carriers, you know. Wow. Train has...
Yes, and when my uncle tells me the trains were good, so seeing Faizo ride on the train in Europe is quite an amazing stuff. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. So today we want to just ride straight to this, discussion. I want to give you a context, Richard. There is artistic creativity.
Yes.
And there is a more general kind of creativity that we see in people that could also be called the ingenuity, innovation, the lateral thinking outside the box. We've heard people talk about this very much, or simply the problem solver.
Yes.
And we are going to mix the two together to basically find what is best for us in our discussion today. We're talking about creativity for business in Uganda and the success. But the context here is that creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking that always inspires people, challenges people, and also help people to find innovative solutions that create opportunities that we always use in our day-to-day life, okay? And of course, opportunities out of problems are key, and we're talking about the pandemic situation right now. The COVID-19 has brought, a challenge in the industry. But how are we turning these opportunities and challenges to actually create opportunity to solve the problems that we have or we had already before? It is also the reason some individuals, of course, and companies attract our attention to either goods and services or to products that we need. Yes. It comes from the creative mind. The ideas, the amazing ideas, sometimes seems very, far-fetched, and a lot of times is merely the follow habitant, and some people really just go through with whatever the flow is.
Yeah.
But today on the show, I want to take you straight to this background. And I want to start with you, Richard, right here in the studio. First of all, is creativity an important skill to have?
It is a very important skill to have. Unfortunately, it is not for all.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, the nature's laws, I think, dictated like that. Because, I mean, if all of us were creative, it would be so hard to cope with the world. I mean, you're trying to catch on this and something new has come. But that is where we are going. It is very important to be creative because it helps you stand out in whatever sector. I believe it. You know, when you come, most of us are followers before we get creative. There's always a trend, whether in banking, the arts, the sports. There's always a trend, and that trend, at whatever given time in history or in the future, it will have been brought about by a few creative minds. So, like you said, it's the creative ones who create even opportunities, not for just themselves, but for others. And without just limiting it to art, it is so important that if a particular sector is so clogged with competition, chances are the one who is going to slide off the conventions will either stand out or it's not a win all the time. Because you can create your way to your failure.
That's true. Absolutely.
So it is important to be creative, but it's also important to create with high regard of the audience. That you're creating for. Most cases, creative people are also very egoistic. So when the idea comes and he likes it, you're not going to try and tone his idea down.
This is my idea.
To match the targeted audience. He wants to run it the way he has thought about it. So creativity is very important, but also most important is who are you creating for?
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in outside countries, you've heard from Richard. Richard is saying that it is important that the creativity is important skill for a person to have. Do you agree with Richard, Faizo? And also on that background, Faizo, how do we, profit from the creativity in business if at all it is important as a skill?
Thank you so much. First of all, to compliment Richard for how he looks. I mean, you can see that creativity has made on some weight. Despite all of us who are losing weight during this COVID, Richard is gaining weight, which is good to see that a creative man. Excitingly, I would say. I totally agree with his notion on yes, creativity is necessary. It's not for him, but it's also something that we need nurture in everyone. That's why we encourage our children at a young age to really try to practice different things, test different experiences, so that they could define themselves in the future, whatever course they take in life. Be not just redundant, dependent on what they're told to do or what they must do, but also be supportive of our community. And I'm always fascinated creatives really contribute to changes that we see in societies. And you can see in Europe, you find a lot of things done, but not necessarily provided by authorities, governments, but by individuals who find hardships in terms of their day-to-day life, and they think about solutions to go through these hardships. And those solutions then eventually become public necessities or public goods that everyone now needs to use. For example, you can, if you walk around, or if you move around, like just what you talked about at the beginning, the necessity of having a train. I woke up in Holland this morning at 6:40, and by 10 I'm in Belgium, and I'm having a conversation here. So that thought of creativity to say, you can call it also innovation, to make people's lives easier is really what our country would need more of this kind of input in our day-to-day life.
Richard, you've had the man woke up in Finland and
was that meant to make me feel guilty? Because I'm the reason this show started late. Just from Muyenga to Bukoto.
Yes, he has juggled so much traffic and a lot of things have happened. But you see, Richard, that's why we're saying if there's a creative way of thinking about stuff, would be able to save and there'll be a lot more success. And that really resonate with our topic today. Richard, what jobs are in the creative industry? We're starting to build these things about our discussion today. What jobs do you think are available? You're already earning out of it.
The creative industry.
Yes.
First, it is so wide. Yeah. People look at the creative industry. When you say creative industry, they think about the creative performance.
Yes.
Yeah. But you see, those aside, we have people behind the scenes. The producers, the guys who do the technical work. And then the creative industry does not just carry the artistically creative or the performing artists. We are living in a time where, life has changed. The phone is now a performing space.
Yeah.
The internet is a performing space. So, you're holding your phone and you have a multitude of stages here. You're free to choose. The people who create all those spaces are also creatives. They are at a very different plane of creativity also. But all creatives are important. Personally, I think to a certain extent we are important in equal measure, because Mr. Eddie Okila is going to have a platform here that is so different from other platforms. And the reason he shaped it that way is to serve a certain, segment of audience, TV viewing content, seeking audiences. But Okila will need the performers on. Okila will be the producer. The performers will be there. The writers are going to get jobs. That's why sometimes me in Uganda here, the only way we can have as many creatives incorporated into the creative industry is for those who can create to focus on churning out the art. The more art you put out, the more people you pull into the value-adding chain, of the final products.
Wow.
That I have experienced along the way when we seek to grow. You create more, and you realize along the way we have, brought in this big number of contributors to the final product.
Wow. Well, Richard and Faisal, this is a very interesting part of the show. The jobs that the creative industry have. I want to dive to Faisal in Belgium. Faisal, you've heard from Richard. What jobs do you think we have available in the creative industry?
I think, as Richard said at the beginning, the creative industry is really huge. When we start mentioning the sectors within, I would call them, some are sectors because they're informal, others are industries because they're formal. But there are also those formal and informal industries within the creative industry, or the creative arts, or the creative behavior, I would say. But the kind of jobs, let's start with, you know what we are doing. So we are in the arts. I'm a programmer, and that whole line of business you are familiar with. Richard is in the in theater and comedy, and that chain of business is very familiar to us. We know what they are doing, and I think maybe what is different in this case is like the acknowledgement of the actual number of people or number of jobs that are associated in our line of work. When people see Richard performing at the National Theatre or at the comedy scene, when they do it, their grand shows every month, people don't really understand the amount of work that is put in, leave alone the creative process of writing the skits they do, but also the backstage side. We are talking about costume designers, we are talking about set designers, we are talking about makeup artists, we are talking about communications person, ticketing persons, we are talking about advertising, radio interviews, TV interviews, and all these are jobs. And when you look at the people and the amount of effort as well as the amount of to this kind of work, it's appalling. And then these are some of the things that we know. But then when we shift to art forms like new media, when we talk about new media, we're talking about, design, graphics, we're talking about advertising, we're talking about software development, we're talking about programming, we're talking about all these things. So when someone sees like Eddie, you're here hosting us, you're in Kampala, and we're talking to each other, they don't imagine the amount of work that was put all us talking to each other live in such a diverse space. So this is creativity, this is programming, this is thinking, this is offering a solution to a need that is identified, maybe not on a daily need, but it's almost something that you need once in a while. So there are so many jobs, they cannot be counted. But what I want to assure our listeners or our viewers is that we have, as within the creative industry, the highest number of employment opportunities. There are so many that need our services in terms of when we get it to work. And there are also those that, so many people that we need to make sure that we pull off our events. When I have Baimba Festival, as a small example of what happens within our day-to-day life, I have at least 1,500 staff working at one festival. Those include my core staff, they include service providers, they include volunteers, they include interns, they include, partners, sponsors, and all these people are at the festival making sure that everything goes on as it is planned. So I cannot start mentioning how many jobs are there, but to be sure, they are very, very many.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Faisal. Thank you very much, Faisal. Richard, I want to come back to you on this part. And of course, welcoming all the views from everyone who's watching the show. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and all across the world in all our platforms. By the way, we're live on our, www.houseoftalentuganda.ug.com. It's live, it's streaming for everyone across the world, so please enjoy. We want to hear your comment, kisses and disses coming. We love to hear them. We love to hear them. If we're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're doing bad, diss us. We are okay. We are creative people. We take this. Richard,
yes,
you've heard what Faisal just said, and I like the first two questions and three questions. I want to go to the third question, which is what are the types of creativity that we can profit from? We're talking about creativity, and we're always talking about creative people. Faisal just said something very interesting. 1,500 people worked at the concert, a festival. Whenever we see you on stage, we don't understand that the Fun Factory has got a shipload of people behind just Richard to look good on screen and to be, looking nice and to speak whatever is speaking nice on stage. Yes. There are a lot of people behind there. So I want to just ask you a question. What type of creativity is there for businesses to harness? Given your experience as a stage performer, as a copywriter, which means you're writing a lot of copies to corporate companies for products to be communicated about, to be consumed. What do you think the types of creativity that is there that we can profit from?
As businesses?
Yes. As individuals as well as businesses,
yes. You just mentioned some of the most important ones there. First, just the creativity to produce art that can just, touch people's hearts and lift their moods, and maybe also help them think, in certain thought processes that they wouldn't have if they had not consumed certain pieces of art. That creativity is very important. That one is that, I think that is the longest serving kind of creativity for humankind, because I mean, since the medieval times, that kind of creativity is demanded for leisure. Now, creativity for business development, where some of these there are talents that can be applied in all those places. Now, we have people like me who applied their talents in places in spaces like copywriting, where you use your creativity to nail a message or speak to a company's potential customer and also speak to the one they have, so that you need that creativity between you, the brand owner, and the brand consumer. You need some creativity there to keep these people emotionally connected to your product.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes you might be good enough at designing the product. Yeah. But you're not as good enough at gaining and maintaining the confidence and emotional connect to your product. That is when you need people who can, pick that creativity off the stage, apply it in this business space also. The creativity of, the world has become so visual. The world is so visual that if you have a message and you do not design it in maybe typography, you're not going to. You have to apply some typography. So and creativity has really, to me, we are living in a time where creatives have to be very awake to the fact that the audiences that we are creating for are exposing themselves sometimes much more than we, the creatives.
And they're also becoming creative themselves in their own right.
So they attain a higher level of judgment of your art. That if you do not expose yourself better or more than they are exposing themselves, the audience will run away. It will be 3-4 steps ahead of you, and by the time you wake up to chase this audience and get it. It's not that you're not creative anymore. They have exposed themselves much more. And now, so creatives have to be on their toes because our audiences are becoming more creative.
Wow. Wow. Faisal, we want to dive to you in Belgium. You've heard, I think Richard just said something fundamental to understanding. If a business person is watching, they need to understand where Richard is coming from. If a creative person is watching, they need to understand that if you're not constantly putting your craft together, that audience that you're creating that product for is going to come for you. And once they get exposed, they might edge you out, not because you're not doing something right, but because they're already exposed to a manner in which they can judge the product and know what is good and what is not. Just before we go for a break, Faisal, your thoughts on that one? What type of creativity do we have in theater and performing art, as well as, from a programming point of view, as a guy who is always doing stuff for entertainment? Whenever we are stressed, we run to you, and you guys give us relief. Faisal, over to you.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think, as Richard says, that one of the things that we strive for as programmers is always the consistency and also understanding our audience. Like the Fun Factory guys really mastered the audience. I think they have never really failed to fill a space, whatever big or small they occupy, because they know who their people are and what they want and how to keep them at the edge. I think it's the whole mystery around building audiences. How do you keep your people to they come to you? They are never bored. Speaking for Baimba, we've always developed I don't know what we call it the experiencing audience. Our audience is very experiencing. They always want to see something new. I think from the beginning, we've always challenged ourselves and challenged our audiences to bring in a new feeling of a new art form. That's why we managed to introduce new art forms that were not really much on the market, like video mapping, street theater. We did things like headphone disco. I don't know whether you know that. We know when we started it in 2009. And people always want to see what's new this time at Baimba. And when that drifts away, that you are not able to do the more, then your audience starts wondering what's going on. They start finding or trying to find other opportunities or other options. That's why they run away to other events. But at the same time, it might be also a good thing for you. For example, our cause in programming Baimba has always been about experiencing audience, but at the same time, we forgot about ourselves. Then we took off some 2 years of reinventing our programming, and then the audience was confused. And I didn't blame them, but it was intended to kind of create this kind of tension between, where do we go? Is it still the same Baimba? But they don't know what's coming up for them. and I'm curious how they'll react when the new Bayimba comes back. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faisal. You don't know how the somebody just sent a message and says, you don't know how important this program is to me right now. I'm learning something that Richard has just said has tickled somebody. And he said, you don't know how much I've just picked from Richard in that small space. I've always seen him on stage just making us laugh. I didn't know the man can speak too much sense. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment. I think you should take that as a compliment. You see, Richard, we're going to take a break, but when you come back, we're going to start from that particular point of where people just see you on stage and assume that this is the sum total of the person. And they never know that this person there's more to this person. Well, the creative industry is going for a break, and when we come back, Richard Tuwanje and of course Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium will be giving us a lot bit more about the differences between, you know, the creativity and innovation. These two words are always, you know, confused. And you stay right there, pick a coffee, and when we come back, we want to hear your kisses and disses. If you have some kisses, if you don't have, you know, disses, whatever it is, we're okay. The Creative Ministry Talk will be right back after the break.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
I want us to talk about the corporate entities, the corporate society. I mean, the money comes from there to the creative art. For a long time, while the creative people are thinking the spaces to create this stuff, you know, most ad agencies are run by creative minds. And these creative minds handle. Welcome back from that break. This is Creative Industry Talk, where we sit and discuss things that affect the industry where we are. It's a platform that exists for everyone in the creative space to think. It's a platform that we come together to share ideas. There's a platform that we believe can bring together the creators and, of course, the policymakers on the round table to think and to come up with, you know, very integrative mind maps that allows us to take the industry and the development around our country and our individual projects forward. Of course, Richard, welcome back to the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium. We are missing, you know, Jeremy Bemanzi from the advertising sector. We would have had a fantastic moment with him right there. And we hope that Jeremy will be here next week. We think that this series of having Richard and Jeremy coming in and Faizo will run for the next 2 weeks. So if you're missing this one, Richard will be back next week. But we want to hear from you. I'll start by a comment from one Frank Tugume says, I'm always glad to be here. And a shout out to Richard on the show and as well Faizo. And he
Wow.
says, I don't know how you guys are doing it, but Facebook is off in Uganda, but the show is on. And Faisal just
We are not
gave
in
him the
Uganda.
tips, yes. Faisal just gave him a tip on that one of what is going on. Well, Richard, welcome back to the program. I want to take you straight to, there is this, thinking Ugandans usually have, or generally, people always think that they see you on stage and they form an opinion about you.
Yeah.
And most times, because we are not being like politicians or sitting and wearing good ties and something like this, people assume that these are just funny guys. Even the president has said this is these funny people before. But until your colleague Annington Bujingoze said you're seated here, and then he met the president, and the president said, "I was told you have a lot of money, you are rich." Then he says, "No, I just have enough for me." But he says, "You funny people, where do you get money from?" It's just an understanding that people don't have around people. But what's your thought on that one? How do we help people to start seeing that we're actually more serious people than they think we are?
First, I think the people who have that kind of mindset, the mind is a very funny place. What you expose is what they take and they expound on that.
Yes.
It will never end on the stage. So they see Richard acting a school child, they see Richard acting a headmaster, then tomorrow the other show you are a drunkard, they put you in there, they paint a picture of who Richard is off the stage.
Yes.
And that picture will never be very far from the picture they see here, because you have given them the first brick to build their image of you.
Yes.
So me, personally, if I tell you my experiences as an artist and a creative who applies my creativity in different spaces, because I do professional emceeing for events of different sizes and shapes. Yes. But I know people who tell me when I get a gig, for example, they tell me, it was a process getting zeroing down
to you as
because
a person,
the bosses were like,
wanted this person here.
And we told them, this
is
gentleman
is
will
fit for
nail
the
it the
event.
way we want it.
Yes.
And it's like, but this guy, man, the kind of comedy he does, will he handle this very corporate event? And we see him have like they throw around lines like, sio nazanyango mwana.
Yes.
Sio nazanyanga batamivu. This kind of event.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you see, certain events I handle they're multinational. Yes. The audiences are not just Ugandan.
Yes.
And that goes down. It brings another issue, and all of us artists and creatives in Uganda have been victims of our own
creativity.
That is one, but also not working on our personal brands. Okay. It's just recently that we started working on our personal brands with the help of social media. People get to know the Richard Tuanje, separated from the actor, the comedian, the entertainer. I think it's now, you need to work on your personal brand.
Yeah.
That is a given. There are no two ways about it, especially if your money, especially if you want to start earning while you're not performing.
Yes.
Because we are in a time where you need to earn when you're not performing. Because we've tested months where now there's no performance.
Yes, 1.5 years were.
And believe me, the talents in this city who have worked on their personal brands, and their personal brands speak for their personal brands work up a value for them, they still somehow survive.
Yeah.
Compared to those whose brand they know is just on stage, on stage presence. Because then you limit yourself to a talent that only earns per performance. Yeah. And if you get that and expound on it, build a personal brand, apply your talents elsewhere, or even learn, because a lot of people have talents in this city, but they don't skill the talent.
Yes.
That's another thing. Then also separating the talent from his personality. Yeah. Also in our audience, because we can never not think about the audience.
Yeah.
The audience
is where the money is, where the business is. That's where things come from. It's your product.
Yes. In better societies, they know how to tell apart the talent and
Yes.
the personality, because the audiences also have a high understanding now of the arts.
Okay.
Here,
it's different.
Here is different. The audience is still in its infancy on that point.
Yes.
We are still pulling them up
Yes.
to consider the arts a legitimate source of livelihood
and revenue.
Yes.
Wow. As a matter of fact, another one has come here and says, I like what Richard is saying. This is now giving us an insight into who he is and what this is about. Thank you very much, Richard. You've changed my opinion of you on the show. I was wondering how you're going to discuss this topic, which seems to be a little bit more of a corporate side of things.
Are you serious?
Faizo Chiwewa, we want to dive to you. They see you with your backpack all the time moving. They don't know you are a person who creates serious stuff. Right now you are in Belgium, while others are in lockdown in Uganda.
Yeah.
How are you doing it?
It's the perfect example right now.
Faizo, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just laughing about the comment on Richard because I find it fascinating. And of course, I mean, you don't, our followers or fans, because for them, as Richard explained, they don't have maybe the opportunity to explore the personality of Richard off stage, but they often on stage and also on skits on social media. That's what they carry. And yeah, it's not different from all of us. I mean, even for you, don't expect you to be or lifting heavy lifts in the gym early in the morning. So this is what happens, like when people don't really tend to have a deeper thought about an individual. But I think, I mean, for me, I don't have a definition of my private or personal work life. It's kind of very intertwined. And of course, I try to keep as much distance, keep the mystery of me. I tend to be very much distanced from people, but I love crowds as well. So, and also maybe the other thing that you guys don't know, I'm very crowd phobic. So when there are too many people, I freak out. So I tend to be always hiding in the corners. That's why I'm always tending to be backstage when we have festivals, because I freak out when I see too many people or between too many people. But yeah, that's a personality. It's something we work on. But I think being what people expect of you, it's really difficult sometimes if you don't listen and you just see them and give them form your own opinion, and best you know or hear, or which I tend to ignore all the time. I think it's also good as you're building the brand of yourself to not to always be distracted by what you hear or know or hear or feel that people are saying or understanding of you, but on your line of work. And that's why for me, that's what I tend to do most of the time.
That's so true.
Well, thank you so much, Faizo, for that one. Richard, you've heard from Faizo. For a man who organizes festivals, is crowd phobic. I don't understand that.
I think it was his way of psychologically fighting back the phobia.
The phobia. Well, thank you very much, everybody who so far sent in their comments. And I don't know why you guys are always sending WhatsApp messages or Facebook messages. I want you guys to comment on the show straight, live, there and then. Send us your kisses and disses. We're very much welcoming them. Richard.
Yes.
I think you can see where we're coming from. The topic today is about creativity for business success. And I think you've already tackled a little bit of it, that the creativity, the things we have talked about right now, is something that people need to start thinking about. But I want to take you straight to my next question, which is, what is the difference between creativity and innovation, given the background of people's opinion about who Richard is, about who Faizo is, about who Okila is, about who any other, creative mind is? I bring the question to mind, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? Because I think sometimes we mix this thing, and you've said it in a very nice way. You said that as creative people, we were doing a disservice to ourselves. We're being one and the same on stage.
Yes.
And yet we're supposed to be completely different. On television, where I am more comfortable, they say that the character on television is really different from the character you're going to meet on the street.
You know, and if you take the person on television to be the person you're going to meet on the street, you're going to be really shocked. And so is on the radio. But I mean, dive into it. What is the difference between creativity and innovation when we're talking about success brought about by creativity in business?
That's a tricky question. But if you asked me to put it in one sentence, I'd say all innovation is creativity.
Okay.
But not all creativity is innovative.
Yes. Now you see that is where it becomes difficult.
You know?
Yes, you need to expound on that bit because there's a gray line in between there.
Because yes, you need a creative mind behind every innovation. Yeah. There has to be. I think they are cousins. They are half brothers. Same father, different mother. Because innovation will be mothered by the need to fill a gap. While creativity can keep this new innovation running and growing in itself as an innovation. Because you innovate. The moment you innovate, this is an innovation. This here, this here what you did, because I've been following. It's an innovation and it is going to grow. You can tell something that is going to grow. HTV is an innovation. But it needs constant refreshment of on a creative angle. You know, so I don't think you can really pull them apart. They are together. Creativity is the oil
that keeps running it. Wow. I mean, we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. It's a part that people don't understand very well. It's a part that either the corporates don't understand very well, or the consumers of the products that are in the market don't understand very well. And the typical point, case in point, is buy Uganda, build Uganda, boo-boo. It's completely confused. We don't understand the line between creative mind.
That is a very long conversation. But to pick from where you are on the corporates and how they don't get it. Man, you see, sometimes you look at the problems. When the problem has arose. But man, we have a backlog of conditioning and tuning. You know, we've come from a system that has taught us that this has to be passed like this. You know, this is when you attain success. Your success is based on when you achieve highly in these parameters. You get it? In these parameters. So we were told to operate, you know, in certain parameters that it becomes so okay for you not to stand out.
Wow. You're preconditioned to think that way, and that's it.
Yes. Until by the time you realize that, man, you could have done better, is when you are bored of routine. Because these corporates wake up to practice almost the same thing.
Same thing. A friend of mine said, until the day a brand manager is fired from his job, that's the day he started looking for a sheet of paper to write his notes or to print his CV. That's when he realized he has never bought a ream of paper. He didn't know how much it costs. He didn't know how much a pen costs. Then he goes to Nasaro to look for it. I
think the
reality is distracting.
The best company out of entertainment to really look at, to fully understand why creativity is important in business is Virgin. Okay, the conglomerate of businesses of, you know, Virgin, the umbrella of those businesses. Mr. Richard Branson. That's when you know if there is no creativity, he considers the business slugging.
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? I mean, a lot of people think that when you're programming a festival, it's one and the same, and that is it. And Richard has just given us a very nice perspective. But over to you, Faizo. What is the difference between creativity and innovation?
Yeah, I mean, Richard, creativity is like the fuel, and then innovation is the engine that needs that fuel to keep on, moving as well. Service always this of finding new ways or new means of keeping, But the thin line between innovation and creativity is really, I think, Whereas creativity could be just an enhancement of a space. You can, for example, the innovation, as Richard said, that HTV is an innovation. And the creative part of it is the fact that you have to continue creating new programs that are exciting for your followers and your audience. And I think that's the creative process, but the innovation has been done. But what makes innovation, what makes a product to be considered innovative? It's time, the test of time, and the fact that it has to be rendered relevant or useful to the target market or to the target audience. If you innovate a car and no one buys or no one needs to drive it, then it's not a very innovative idea. But you can have a car that you can work with in terms of continuing the process of revamping it, changing the color, or giving it a different style or a different design. It happens all the time, but you're not inventing a new car. You are basically creatively enhancing its look. So we always see innovation as a far process that has to be given time and also approved for the purpose, as well as creativity is the continuation of making sure that things keep exciting people, things keep being different, but also adding on to what is already there.
Richard, you've heard what Faisal said. Let's just get straight to how do we practice creativity, given the context we have now given to it, the flesh we've given to it, for the businesses in Uganda to be more successful?
First, I think one of the key things is to adopt the mindset that nothing can limit imagination.
Yeah.
Imagination cannot be boxed up. It can't be put in it. You have to continuously imagine things better.
Yeah.
Because if you do not imagine them better, there's no now spark for creativity.
Yeah.
For example, we when we were starting off, we were trained actors, writers, directors. We had nowhere to get employment.
Wow.
We definitely, the natural thing to do was to run to theaters, to Bat Valley, National Theatre, look for, where you can
and
be.
there are only 3 theaters, and we're channeling out thousands of people from universities every single year.
and by the way,
Yeah.
by the time we finished, I think now conventional type of theatre ensembles were starting to die out slowly. Yeah, so we had like say 3 or 4 that were major. We had the AfriTalent, Ebony's, Bakaimbira, and once in a while Alex Mukulu and a few other creators there. So there was no clear place to be accommodated.
Yeah.
Because they almost have enough. So lucky enough, there was Philip Luswata who tried to imagine
things.
Imagine something new. Imagine a weekly comedy show. He imagined it, and to us, it was a little crazy.
By taking the young ones who are...
But
just
because he was a lecturer, he dared. He dared. And he said, you know what, if we get space and we have the talents, we can experiment. We shall get a formula. If we don't get a formula, we shall know. You can tell the formula is nowhere.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can figure out another way. He handpicked talent, and we started figuring out how to do a weekly comedy show. Back then,
which never existed before.
It never existed.
Wow.
There was no weekly comedy shows.
Yeah.
Theater was linear stories. You go sit, watch AfriTalent do a play called Navasangawa, and you seated for 4 hours watching. It was fun. It was entertaining. But how do you stand out if you want now to also start? You have to bring something new.
Yeah.
There's always a younger audience.
Yes.
Always. Or there's always an existing audience that has not seen something new.
Wow.
So he dared. He put us in the thick of things. We tried, and in about a year and a half, a formula had been gotten.
Wow.
After a few 1-2 years, TV saw the value of the show, adopted the show, put it on NTV. The rest was history. So I think with experiences like that,
Yeah.
it takes, don't limit the imagination.
Yeah.
Whatever is trending, imagine it in a better way.
Yeah.
It will spark your creativity. Then you have to dare. You have to dare. You have seen how hard it is for people to take on new ideas.
Yes.
Then you compare
Yes.
the rigidity they had
yes.
when the idea had just come
Yeah.
and how much they are enjoying it after a span of time.
Yeah.
Because when we started weekly comedy shows, the ones in the city, even the audience was like, wow.
Who is going to watch this thing?
I mean, which Ugandan is going to make me laugh for 2 hours on a weekly basis? So it was a case of, you come. If you don't like, it's okay. The next week, they bring 2 other friends. It was word of mouth, word of mouth. By the time the entire world learned about the weekly comedy show, it had grown to 4 people at TLC to 1,000 people in the upper gardens of the National Theatre.
Wow.
Yeah, but now the trick is, now it is we who also have to reinvent it.
Yeah, or the innovation has to be continue being oiled by the creativity, as you said. Wow. Well, we are talking about, how do we, creativity, how do we make money out of creativity? How can creativity make businesses successful in Uganda? Richard is giving us a masterclass with Faizo on this one here, something that you've talked about that people don't usually take very seriously, Richard. I've had people say, show me the numbers. I only see 1 or 2 people, show me the numbers. And you've just unpacked the whole mystery behind the numbers. That 4 people is now 1,500.
Yes.
But it did not start with 1,500.
True.
And for me, something that I've learned from you right now is that if you continue being consistent with whatever you are doing, if you dare, you repeated the word, if you dare, you said 3 times, then it's going to pay off. But many times we don't know how to keep the consistency of daring to do something new.
We give up very easily.
And one time a young person told me, says, well, boss, I'm not going to eat creativity. So, and so off he walked the door. And he says, the Ndagala sent, if you don't have money, kindness is not going to pay me. I don't want to eat this. But that's a story of everyone. So Richard Tiwanje, Faizo Chiwewa, we're going to have to let Faizo run for his meeting. We are now talking about the global village. Faizo has been on the show, is running for his next meeting in Belgium, where he caught a train this morning. Imagine the day we can do that in Kampala. We'll catch a train to be in Congo, to do a show in Congo, in Tanzania.
It shall come. That time will come. I hope we shall be alive.
Yes.
we are going to contribute to the coming of those things.
Exactly.
It's a fantastic time to be alive.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, Richard Tiwanje and I are going to continue with the show until the end, while we're missing Faizo, who is running for his meeting. Stay right there, Creative Industry. We'll be back after this break. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Be applicable to most of us in the industry. One, most of them want to work with an institution, or let's say a registered company. They want to come to FISO, and FISO is Bayimba, but they want to talk to him as Bayimba. You know what I'm saying? So there's a way they do their things because of probably how their structure is designed. You know, so maybe we also as creatives, we need to have, what's the right word? We need to have, or to put that effort, see ourselves organized. I think that's the problem we have. We're everywhere.
And nowhere.
And nowhere at the same time. When FISO suggests that, hey guys, I have given you a week, come to the island, let's brainstorm about how we can make these things work. One's going to go like, I don't know FISO. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, our idea is
then he goes on the next, whatever. You see it. So we've got all these kind of hurdles. And I think why the corporates are probably not even coming in to give a hand is because they don't even know where to start from. They don't know where. Bababu's auntie, for example, if they ask filmmakers, Mudiwa, where do they go to? You see what I'm saying?
They have nowhere to go.
I think they have nowhere to go to. Then, of course, we have UCC. I think UCC, that's one of the biggest hurdles we have.
It's about, collect this from these guys.
Yes,
not be part of the
that's
process of the growth.
That's really unfortunate. But I pray that we sit with them on one table and make this work. That's why I think probably, and that's the biggest reason. That's why I think the corporate department hasn't come.
Welcome back from that break. I hope you've gotten a little bit of what we have been talking about here. There's that discussion with Musta in where we're talking about creative spaces in Uganda. For the first time in the history of Uganda, we actually have a creative space, Richard, in Uganda. There are 2 creative spaces for creative people to go. So you don't longer now need to put on your backpack and you wear your shorts and enter the restaurant and anything. Because you're wearing shorts, you're entering an high-profile, sort of like restaurant and stuff.
Give you the food bill and the bill.
Yes, at the same time, and then you go. So we're talking about that on the show, creative spaces, and we wanted to connect this to this business discussion that we're having. Richard, thank you very much, first of all. For the last part of the show, I want to take you straight to what does creativity bring to business success, in your opinion?
Creativity allows you to stay ahead of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company. But every organization has to have a leader that knows how to harness that creativity.
That's the point. That right there, you've spoken it.
Yes, because it's man. Our society, sometimes I think it is in our conditioning, in our bringing up, when people attain positions of leadership. They wear the boss clock, instead of,
a servant person,
that is when now you need to be part of the other ones and know who is going to be coupled with who to achieve something. You know, creativity is all over the place. Harnessing it is a challenge.
So, in other words, you're saying every business needs to have that one leader, that one person who harnesses the creativity in the team that they have in order for that business to be successful.
Yes. If they don't have that leader might come and go, but a system has to be created, or activities. It could be just activities, regular activities. That if a consistency is kept, a lot of our ideas will bounce off creative people and create one big thing.
Wow. Well, that is one takeaway from Richard right there. How can businesses harness from creativity to be successful in Uganda? Richard, let's dive to the next one. I want to just go to this next question. Why is creativity very important for the success of our business, in your opinion? Why is creativity very important for the success of our businesses?
For me, creativity is I'll take you a little bit back from what I mentioned. Is you don't want to start something, for just starting's sake. Businesses have to grow. Businesses have to grow in revenue and in how many lives a business touches. You know, so creativity is very important for growth, because business is not about just growth of revenue. Creativity is very important for growth of any kind of organization.
In other words, Richard, you're saying, even as an individual, if I am not creative, there's nowhere, I can't wear this exact same shirt over and over. Even Balaam had to change his t-shirt at some point. We're used to Balaam wearing one type of t-shirt, and then at some point he had to change. So you're saying that we've got to be, it's important, creativity is important in business success as good as in an individual life, that we are reinventing ourselves over and over, and we're thinking about these things over and over. Richard, in that context, how does creativity facilitate the business growth, or how can it facilitate a business growth in Uganda? Take, for example, you guys of the Fun Factory. You started at the backyard of Kampala, and now you are in the city of Johannesburg, and, you know, springing out from there and going to the rest of Africa. And I'm sure soon enough, somebody's going to see you from Hollywood and say, these guys, Annington was here and was telling us how you're producing, you know, 14 different skits every single week. He says that we are the only group in the entire Africa who has managed to do this.
Entire Africa. And then in the world, I think it's only Fun Factory and Saturday Night Live that do a weekly sketch comedy show. Maybe somewhere in the Orientals, Japan, you know, but sketch comedy. New show every week. Every week. I think that contributes to why, you know, we worked out a formula. We've been working together for a long time. We figured out each other's strengths, and we know I could be good, but I'm better when I'm with Dixon Zizinga. Because I know exactly how I and him can gel well together and create something bigger than if he did a skit on his own. So that tags into what I explained earlier. You know, creativity is there, harnessing it can be a problem. It is very easy to have Fun Factory and not to have a breakthrough till now. Because humans are humans. You have to know the creativity alone cannot be the winning horse. So you're saying, how does it facilitate business growth? I think you know, whether we like it or not, whether formally or informally, we research. We research. Some people start businesses because they went around, they had, it is basically accidental research. But if we in the creative business accept and manage our creative business as well as businesses are managed, because it is a business, then we need to research.
So research and development is equally very important.
When you research and you know exactly what they want, and you already have this creativity, it will just boom.
Wow.
Because for us now, you know, Ugandans are the only kind of talents that can entertain all English-speaking Africa.
not a lot of people are watching Nigerian movies here.
Yes.
Like they used to. Yeah? Now they are watching our content.
Yes.
But our research shows that when Ugandan dramas go to West Africa, West Africans find our dramas
more
superior.
Yes. To theirs.
To theirs.
Actually, a friend of mine, Utin Wachuku, who was in Big Brother, wrote to me one time and was saying the same thing. Yeah.
Now, you see, I'm going to tell you true stories here that will surprise you. But it is such research, not formally commissioned, that now allows us to even open the target wider.
Yes.
Because Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, even South Africa and Tanzania and Kenya can be our audience. Because before lockdown, we used to stream our show for 2 hours. And little did we know, it was Zambians and Malawians that were making the numbers. Until you act in Uganda, then you see comments. But now, please go back to English. Then when you check their profiles, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It is that good for us. To capitalize on that. There's a time we had a TV drama called The Hostel, and it was airing on all Africa Magic channels at some point. So Ghana and Nigeria were watching. A friend of mine called me and told me, Richard, I'm going to win a bet here of $300. The Ghanaians who I'm watching The Hostel with think you guys are Zimbabwean. They think Uganda cannot produce this kind of stuff. He told them, wait for the credits and you will see. He won the bet, long story, cut short. And he told me, Richard, make it a point to create for English-speaking West Africa. And, well, that we knew years ago. But the resources to achieve that, the only way, the best way to do it is to now entertain Africa digitally. So now, Fun Factory might need Eddie as a consultant.
Yes.
Really, I don't think creativity alone can be a winning horse. Research
and development.
Research and development, and then okay, we can create in this line, but the money, according to what we now know, will come from Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, everybody. You've heard from Richard. In fact, I want to allow Richard to read this by himself. This is probably the longest of a comment here. I want you to read that comment loud to everyone. This is coming because sometimes when I read the comment, people say yes.
This is thanks a lot, Mr. Richard, Tuanje, Kofi, and Chiwewa. I still think more thought should be put into which word is this?
Yes. Just want to
delineating
delineating the arts,
and cultural sector, creative sector, and separate it from the umbrella creative industry, especially to support policy and decision making. A businessman selling healthcare products is part of the healthcare industry, but not a healthcare professional simply because healthcare is well delineated. Please excuse us if we don't pronounce
delineating very well.
Yeah, I'm from Chiruhura. You cannot run away from yourself. It makes sense that we clearly delineate. I think it's delineate. Delineate the arts and culture sector. From the big umbrella, creative industry. Wouldn't you agree? It is also possible. This is more academic and less practical. I agree with him.
Yes.
I
also agree with him.
I really agree with him. We need to delineate it. We need to create a proper lane for the creative, the arts and cultural sector. Though it's fueled by creativity, but it's the arts and culture sector. What we can just say is, at some point, if creativity has to help business growth, some basics don't change.
Which is always a constant. And then Richard, I want to just put this to my brother there. Thank you very much. First of all, my brother, Mr. Keith Nyende, you raise a fantastic point right there. And teacher Mpaire says, I love this conversation. So that's a
by the way, Keith, I know Keith. Keith is one of
the brightest cultural entrepreneurs have in our times.
Yes.
That guy was the brainchild behind Nyege Nyege.
Wow.
Wow. He was the first person to imagine wider and dare to do a festival on the Nile.
Yes. Wow. And thank you very much, Keith. Thank you very much, Teacher Mpare, for being a part of the show. I want to dive straight to a comment coming all the way from Australia. Dennis in Australia is always a constant guy watching the show. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard Coffey onto the show. Is one of my favorite actors out of Uganda. He keeps me out of home, you know, happy. I am glued to, you know, watching the Fun Factory all the way. I live in Sydney. And thank you very much for bringing these guys always on the show. Tell Richard to continue channeling out the things that I love. And people don't understand that this particular discussion is good for us because we don't usually get sort of like the interesting ideas that come out of Uganda. There's no TV that looks after the people who are in the diaspora. So Richard, shout out to you.
We're just having that conversation because you came back.
And I want to go to a WhatsApp message here coming from the US. First of all, shout out to Coach Anthony Ndaula and of course, you know, my professor from another mother, Professor Penny Nachayo, Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Ugandans are in big places.
You are rubbing shoulders with the...
And
I need to get in touch with that one.
And you know, she always said that we need to come with a design identity for Uganda.
That's
design identity for Uganda. So Professor Penny Nachayo, thank you so much. Yes,
that is very important.
And Anthony Ndaula, I want to dive out to JB Atine all the way in Belgium. Says is always loving the discussion. JB is into the IT sector in Belgium, and these are big people doing serious consultancy in you know, outside countries, and we say it in Uganda. Guys, shout out to all of you guys. I want to go straight to my brother from another mother in Denmark. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard to Wanje. Faizo and Richard today nailed the show. I wish Faizo wasn't running. I would want to hear more coming from those fellows about how we can actually make money out of creativity. Most businesses in Kampala, back in Kampala, think that creative people are crazy, but no one will buy a tomato that is packed in a sack, but I will buy a tomato which is nicely packaged and put in the kavera that I can see with a label made out of Uganda or product of Uganda. That's what creativity does.
Wow.
Wow.
You know, and you see, simple. It's just usually a simple twist.
Yes.
Yeah, that creates another breakthrough.
Yes.
And you see, most of the creative ideas that change the world or change sectors or bring in new trends, you look at the idea and you're like, whoa, how is it that I didn't think about that? You know?
Because the smallest thing, Richard, are usually the most difficult thing to people to see. That's why creative people needs to be paid money.
Yes,
because
I
the
know.
thing that you're looking at it as very small
I know.
is usually the biggest thing that people are looking for. And I want to dive straight to South Africa before we we need to go back and finish the show. That gentleman on the show is my best actor in that comedy show. I am a guy who love watching the things. It's an amazing to see him at that calm, that professional, and out of the stage, out of character. I'm actually discussing how we can take things. I'm a Ugandan living in South Africa. This channel is my place to be.
Wow.
Wow. And thank you very much, guys. I want to just take Richard back to the show. I told you to send your kisses, and this is coming. If you think we're not doing well, please diss us. If you think we're doing well, kiss us. Richard, this discussion, I know it's going to be a very important discussion to most people. And of course, we're going to be looking more into having a discussion with you going forward. How does creativity, Richard, or rather, my last question to you actually for the day, why is creativity very important for an entrepreneur? The world describes Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
But Ugandan businesses that are usually started, as they always say, die before they see the next birthday. In fact, to me, we don't go beyond 6 months of our existence. And people are always wondering that Ugandans are very creative, they're very entrepreneurial, but how businesses don't go beyond that. Richard, there's a university or an organization that did research, studies about entrepreneurship, you know, about Uganda as being the most culturally diverse country in the world.
True.
And I think the Virgin, sort of like paid money for that research to come out. Now, all of this research is about Uganda, it's about the people out of Uganda, it's about Africa, it's about why is it that our businesses don't go beyond that? And today we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. Yes. My last question to you for the show is, why is creativity important for an entrepreneur? Because most people start businesses and think that they're just going to run. I don't need a designer, I don't need a copywriter. Over
That's
to
true.
You.
It is very important for at the core, the simple basic of being an entrepreneur is you're presenting something new, or you're solving a big problem in a new way. That is, maybe you're making it comfortable for your target audience, or cheaper, or you have basically killed or presented something new to buy and give people an experience. Because I think we can never think from the standpoint of the entrepreneur. We have to think from also the standpoint of the buyer.
Yes.
What is the experience? Or what is the convenience that you are causing? Now that means you cannot come and do exactly what has been around. Now for me, in my thinking, I think that is the biggest problem with entrepreneurs or business startups. There's a syndrome we have as Ugandans. We come to fit in. We want to fit in. You think you can be a good singer, you come to fit in into what is happening. You think you can enter the whatever kind of business, you come to fit in, not to present it in a better or different way or convenient way for the end consumer. So for me, that is the challenge. Now, if you are not going to fit in, you need to have creativity. You need to work with teams. Like I told you, Fun Factory is made of like 10, 12 very creative minds. But Dixon's creativity amplifies mine, or mine gels well with his, and a big product is created. Dixon alone can earn all the money he wants if he's well managed. And I can. But if we figure out
come together,
what we want to bring on the table, if we want to sell it to, say, entire Uganda and Bantu-speaking, Africa, then we have to put together a team and hit it. So for me, don't fit in. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to fit in. Twist what has been around. And how are you going to do it if you don't get creative teams together? But I don't know, we need a creative hub in Uganda where this is my idea, but I need a brain like Okila's, then I need so and so. Where we are so weak also in Uganda is we are so weak on partnerships.
Because we're very individualistic in our nature, in our thinking. We're quite very myopic and quite very mediocre-ish in a way of doing things, if the word exists. I'm talking about the word mediocrity striving where there's ignorance.
In Uganda, man, mediocrity is a standard. It is a standard, as they hit it like chukulie.
Well, guys, I told you this show is going to be very interesting. Richard, we're going to bring the show to a close. Creativity for innovation and profit. What's your score?
Creativity for innovation
and profit. Yes, what's your score?
How I've done over the years. I think I am happy that I am above average. 6, and I know now how to earn the other portion that I have not.
The 4. Okay.
Man, it is a good thing to be consistent. Along the way, we had many reasons to give up, man. Many reasons to give up. But man, bro, if you have a dream, if you see what it can be 10 years from where you're standing, it gives you a reason to keep going. While you think it is big, you might even hit it in 4 years, and then so let's say I'm there, 6.57. You're going to be seeing what we are creating. By the way, personally, I'm happy COVID came.
So it wasn't really negative as everybody put it.
No. For example, It's because we are not here to specifically talk about what we did, or is it okay?
Please, yes.
When we went for total lockdown, it hit us, you know. We had a weekly comedy show at the National Theatre.
Yeah.
Every week we do 52 shows.
Yes.
Yeah. A year. Fresh new shows. Then we have for the affluent Kampala who wants to pay 100,000 shillings. Then we have some at the Serena that reports there. But now this is total lockdown. We went into lockdown. We thought it was going to be 1 month. It became 2. Yes. It became 3.
Yes. 90 days became 140.
Yeah. Towards the end of the second month, we figured things were not going to be the same again. So we got what our craft and what we used to produce. It was the raw material we used to churn out comedy shows. So we decided now to use this craft to produce content that fits the times, awareness about the COVID. But the water had to be comedy. We had to crack people up.
The ingredient was was that.
We had to crack people up. They needed to laugh in their
The world was stressed. The world needed some laughters.
You know, when we went into lockdown, our videos would have, say, 100,000 views from the previous night. Yeah, 100,000 from the previous night. But now, during total lockdown, when we started putting out really funny content, that is bearing, had a bearing around the COVID-19. You put it up, and in 24 hours, it has 600,000 viewers. So we went on with that. And when we started, partners were watching. Not partners then, partners now.
Because they never come at the beginning of it. Most have said they need to come now, because if they're not part of us now. In fact, Pfizer said,
by the time
the corporates don't come now, we don't need the corporate. We will be corporation ourselves.
But you see, we have a big part to play on teaching them how powerful, how really powerful the arts are in driving business.
Wow.
Because
which is the essence of this show today.
You know,
please.
And you see, for us, that is how we have survived, by using the craft now in a different space. So we did that. Mastercard came on board, Traweza, and that's how we've been doing it. Now, why I say we need to teach now the business sector how important the arts are. I do advertising copywriting. Sometimes I sit in boardrooms and they are giving me briefs, and they really want an ad that can touch people, not just communicate. But most cases, you go through a session of schooling them on why what you're creating will work. Because it is, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but most people who preside over big offices that make decisions on how a product is going to be communicated with the brand, we still have a lot of them who operate textbook. Proper textbook.
It's a standard operating procedure.
Yes, these are the parameters. But we guys know the temperature of the audiences.
And the consumers.
Yes, so you have to tell them, if you really want to do mass market, we are going to get off this lane a bit, put one foot this side. So there's always that fear of risking, because they are not managing their own money, some of them.
And they often take back the budget. Navi was here on the CEO bench, and he says, I really get mad when the marketing manager is taking back the budget meant for marketing, and he's taking it back. That person should be fired, because why would you be given a budget to market things and you're taking it back? Well, Richard, thank you very much for coming to the show today. We will definitely be bringing you back next week to discuss the importance of creativity in making businesses successful. We've started the drumming of these things. What are the importance of business, of creativity in business, and how can we harness that, processes and the importance of that to make businesses more successful in Uganda? Everyone is crying in Uganda or in Africa or across the world, but I think that we can do something that will allow us to get there, allow us to understand how we can use creativity for businesses to be successful in Uganda. Once again, I want to say thank you so much for coming to the show. And of course to Faizo, your final parting shot. By the way, excuse me, you are heavily, requested to come on the show by so many people. When we started the creative spaces, and we brought, most to talk about the creative spaces, and Faizo is a resident panelist here. They said the next topic, when you're moving away from creative spaces, you need to bring people who are going to tell us how creativity can be used in business for it to be successful. And overall, there was a lot of nomination for you to come onto the show. There's a lot of vote for, my brother from another mother, Jeremy Biemanzi, to come on the show. Wow. And our job is to make sure you come to the program.
That is very flattering, because I don't think I've informed myself very well, but I'm on that path.
Yes.
But what I know is, we are not in a bad place, but there's a lot of growth we can achieve. And most importantly, we need to inspire the generations that are coming after us, because we have a generation that really wants things to be easy. When
and
you
if they're not grounded, it might be very problematic.
Lucky enough, they are in a time where actually things can get easier than they were for us. If they get to know the basics and what to do while you keep the patients on.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Creative industry has come to an end, but we want to close up the show by allowing Richard. He said at the beginning of the show that he's doesn't know whether he's a musician or he's a singer, so we want to know. He's going to close up the show with that part of the show. Is he a musician or a singer? You're going to vote for yourself. Over to you, Richard.
I'm a singer who sings for fun.
Yes.
Yes. So I get surprised when people pay. But anyway, do you know I started out as a singer?
Yes.
Something I shocked myself.
Yes, and also see what the target you had in you. Yes.
Had I known what I know now,
yes, yes,
then
yes,
I would have had to fly in for this interview.
All right, guys, the creative industry, it's a wrap from us here. Richard Ediokila, Faizo Chiwewa in Belgium, and to all of you guys all across the world, we want to say thank you. And to the crew here that makes this camera and the lighting and the things looks really beautiful, we want to say thank you. It is a teamwork, not Okila work, that makes things happen. Until next week, we'll be talking about the importance of creativity in making businesses successful, both in Uganda and all across the world. Stay right there. We'll be right back next week. Signing out, Ediokila, Richard, Faizo. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas,
there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
So, according to you, do we have a financial problem in FUBA,
or there's a certain underlying problem that we are not seeing that actually leads, to this financial issue?
I think I will not say there's a financial issue in FUBA, because I don't know what takes place there. I think I'll talk about on the side of like managing a team or something. Most of these teams don't have sponsors, and you see when you have a league or when you have a team, there must be strategy for sponsorship to come in. And I was talking to, I think, one of I think a company. Our league was kind of like long, and there's no mileage and stuff like that. But since media houses have been coming in, because for a corporate company to invest, they must have value for money. They must have that mileage. So I think the marketing department of the federation had to do that, like to put the game out there. The game out there so that sponsors can come in. But without that, we can't really get finances. You also know that. So where does it start? Basketball must get a home. If we get a home, maybe like YMCA, the fans, then we do marketing. You guys are doing a great job of putting out basketball talk shows, because when we talk about this, and maybe there's a corporate companies are following in, we'll get brands coming in. Otherwise, this is going to be the problem. We have to market because the game is there. The referees have improved. The coaches are there. But we have to put in the game out there so that we can get sponsors.
It is never too late to start anything, that is for sure. You can start on anything and everything at any time. It is not yet, like, time is not lost, you can do it. Put God first, like Bernie said, put God first. Number two, me, I have a mentor, she's called Letitia, the one of KCCA. Like, she will call me to ask me, did you train? Like, get that one person that is going to do that for you, and I thank God for her. Get that one person that is going to do that for you. It can be your coach, it can be someone that has played the game. Bronnie is here and she's willing to do that for you. Please reach out to her. Basically that is it. And also trusting yourself. It starts with you. If you feel like you can't do it, even when you try it, it's not going to move. But when you feel like you can do it, with God helping you and having your mentor by your side and all that, you can surely make it.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria. Welcome back. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, and we are discussing basketball, and
in studio, I'm with Frederick Freedom Owora, the proprietor and also technical director of JKL Basketball. We were just discussing the issues of JKL and what is going to be happening coming the new season that is just about to start. So, Freedom, there was and there is trouble in paradise. Before a few months back, Jeff announced that he was stepping down as president of the club. And he did not reveal much to the media. The only issue that he revealed was that it was an internal matter. Now, to the viewers of Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, may you please help them understand that situation?
I want to state that JT leaving the team, is going to lift some hole, okay? Last year, because we are good friends, okay? I can say we are very good friends. We meet, we talk, okay? But it was his decision, okay? We did not have any internal fights, okay? But it was his decision to leave the team, the senior team. So he wanted to start his own team, okay, which I think he has started. So we agreed that he will take over the junior teams, the JKL junior teams, which were in the lower division.
Okay.
The boys and then the girls. So I think that is what he is. He's a passionate guy. He loves basketball. I've met few people who love the game like him. I think he will bring something new. The team will bring something new to the league. Whenever there's a new team that comes up, there's something new they bring. A little bit of organization is going to come with it. Okay. So, but there's nothing like any fight. I don't want to say people say there's any fight. Okay. I appreciate the time we spent with JKL. Okay. Yeah. So I think it was marred by COVID. COVID came back to back, and I think I can understand his reasoning of the way he left the team. It's okay. Okay. But that does not mean that JKL is going down. I've recruited, I told you, 3 players. I've recruited for the senior team. We've been there before he came. Okay. I think we will still be okay, strong. As we speak now, I'm going to tell you, as part of our growth strategy, we've acquired like 5 acres of land outside Uganda. We were going to the far northwest Uganda. So we are going to put up an academy.
JKL is putting up another academy?
Yeah, we are going to put up another academy there, and we want to expand to other sports in future. So we're planning after we first want to monitor this first 10 years, which is 2024. We expect by next year to be self-sustaining. Okay, the club should be able to generate enough revenue with the plans we have put in place. We are setting up a new board. Okay, so soon we are still discussion with one more board member to have a strong board of 7. Okay, so we're planning this year to host our games, and we have written to the federation, and I hope they grant us the permission. They come and visit our home court. In that way, we can sell some drinks during game day. We can generate some money. We can get some money from branding the walls and whatever. The place, we will get some money. Okay.
Brand value, and then you are planning on, let's say, in simple terms, attracting more sponsors.
Yes, on board. But we're doing something. We just JKL is a company limited by guarantee. Okay. We
explain that to the viewers.
Now, a company limited by guarantee
means we're not for profit. Okay. However, with the coming of COVID, most NGOs, we got a 5-year license from the NGO board in 2019. Okay, so that expires in 2024. Okay, so we are running the NGO part. So this year we are focusing on climate change. Okay, so those are some of the themes that we are going to happen this year, and reducing poverty. And then we are also doing the business wing. So we are doing the social enterprise, kind of. So you will see us having a JKL shop. Okay.
JKL is going to be a different club in Ugandan basketball.
Yes, we are going to have a JKL shop. We are going to have merchandise being sold there, the jerseys, the balls, so many other things. And we are going to do international trading. Okay.
International trading.
Yes.
Please further explain that to me. So that because I'm also intrigued by knowing this.
We are going to do international trading. International trading, we do trading across borders, Europe, Africa, and everywhere.
So
that's the business wing.
This shop, where do you intend it to be? Because so many viewers are actually now they are eager to know much more.
So we are reorganizing we're going to have the shop will be there in Namaiba. We have an office space at our home clubhouse. We have an office space. We have stores. Okay. We have places where we have halls where we can keep the merchandise. So we're going to initially the first few months we're going to do an online shop. So wherever you want item you want, you order, and then we have people to deliver the items to you.
So online, that has been working for various organizations.
And then towards the end of this year, by around August, September, we should be having at least a shop within the city, okay, where a store, where someone and some staff working there, where somebody who wants an item from the other side can easily pick them from the
can pick them physically without the online stuff. So organization-wise, you talked about JKL having their own AGM. When is that going to happen, and what is the structure?
We expect our AGM to be there before end of April. Okay, and then the new board will come into place. We will do the strategic plan, the 5 years. We are doing a 5-year strategic plan first, and then we plan the way forward. But by end of April, we'll be able to go to kick. We will be actually a step ahead. Now, this is phase 1 of our project. Phase 2 will start after 2024. Phase 2, we will convert the place into like an arena, because the structures are there. We started the foundation of the place a few years back. Then we hit financial stuck somewhere. So that's going to be in phase 2. On the phase 2, that will take another 5 years for phase 2. And then in phase 3 is when we're going to have, like, we'll be able to host other clubs. Okay, if for example a team here wants to host FIBA tournament, we plan to have some accommodation. Okay, a wing where the players can stay, they can come. We're going to build like hostel kind of arrangement. Okay, if a team comes to play against us, they actually can come. If the national team can.
So basically, a team can come over, reside. So JKL is actually going to have an opportunity whereby even FUBA can be able to host their games there, or other regional teams.
Yes.
That is what you're saying.
That's what we are planning.
Okay, that's going to be in phase 3. Okay, but in phase 2, we finish the arena. So we don't want to finish the arena and then we don't have accommodation. So we'll be missing money. Even the fans can come and watch a game and sleep over.
Oh, even me, I can come and in case it gets later.
Yes.
Ah, that's quite interesting.
Yes.
Quite
we still have we have accommodation, few places, few rooms right now there. So
I just hope they will not be too costly, so that which will scare some of the fans who would want to spend the night over.
No, they are not very costly. They are actually affordable. And then we have also camping tents. So okay, at the place.
So the camping tents will be cheaper.
The camping tents may be expensive because you can't put it anywhere. The place is big. Our facility is actually big. So
okay.
Yeah, so
please tell our viewers. Remember, we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on our website, Slam Dunk Basketball. We are with Frederick Owora, the technical director of JKL Basketball Organization. Please continue.
So we have camping tents. So if you want to go and play pickup or play tournament and you want to sleep over, you can sleep over. We have a kitchen. They can cook for you whatever food you want. Okay, you make the order. We have enough parking space, and we have even adjacent plots around where we plan to widen the parking. So the space-wise, we have.
Someone will be sure of their car being parked somewhere.
Yes. So one day, if you are from maybe Kokujero that side, you can pass by Katosi Road and brush, take a drink. Okay. If you are tired, you can order food they give you at the club. So.
Quite an investment that very many basketball teams actually should also be looking at in terms of sustainability and in terms of ensuring that they have a steady flow of income coming in, because that is how they will be able to run their teams.
We are planning to buy the game clock and whatever that will be used there. So I think the federation should not get worried that the equipment, cost of hiring equipment. To host our games, we are going to buy before the league begins.
The clock, the 24 hour.
We are going to have one at the venue. We in the next shipment we should be able to have it this month. We budgeted for February, so we should have the game clock and other stuff so we can host our games. Then we also plan to do a JKL tournament, which has been long overdue.
I was meant to ask you when the date for the JKL tournament is meant to be, because we've had the KIU 3-on-3. There's another 3-on-3 that is actually happening. Now, the JKL tournament has been long overdue. I don't know if there are exact dates that you can give our viewers of when it will be and which format it will be in.
We are planning a simple tournament so that the players can get some fitness, some games behind their back, okay, before the season begins. So the manager is organizing that.
Okay.
But then we are planning the real JKL International Tournament. Now that's the big one.
JKL International Tournament.
That's the big one.
Please further elaborate
so the
on that.
The JKL International Tournament will take place between October and November. Assuming the league is going to be after the end of the season. And we're trying to invite teams across. And we're putting a couple of dollars, a lot of dollars, thousands of dollars for the winning team.
If you don't mind mentioning them, because you're saying, you have mentioned JKL International Tournament.
That is the one.
And inviting tournaments, I mean, beg my pardon, inviting teams from the region.
Yes. That is, this year we should have season 1. It was supposed to be a year ago, but this year we should have season 1 of the JKL International Tournament. So we'll maybe do qualifiers here. Okay.
Oh, it will have a qualifier session.
We tend to put a lot of money
so that the fans can enjoy.
Please tell our viewers.
And also we have teams across board, and the winning prize will keep increasing every year. Okay, so we expect like in 4 or 5 years across Africa, other teams a team can fly from Cameroon or South Africa to come and play the JKL tournament, or from Kinshasa to come and play the JKL tournament.
Now, for the start, what is the incentive for a team taking part?
It will be around $2,000 for the beginning.
$2,000?
Yeah, for the beginning. But it may go beyond that. We want to put that to the board to decide the price. Okay? And then the partners that will come on board, we will be honest enough with them. Okay? Because if the money is for the players, it's supposed to really motivate them. They will earn. It may be more than that. So we're looking for new partners. We're looking for a CEO for the NGO. Right now we are looking for a programs manager. Okay, but we require someone with some sports experience, because we tend to expand into other sports discipline after this one. This is supposed to be the model project.
This is the start.
Yes.
Of the JKL organization.
Yeah, so this is a model. We are using the basketball as a model sport project for the program, and then we plan either to do rugby or football, but then we'll start the academies, and that's why we are looking for more space. If we can get more space where we can have a bigger, put all the equipment, the facilities at once. Okay, so that's what we're planning. Okay, so I expect the fans to come this time in big numbers. Come and watch, support us. I believe if we spread the game across, like football, a team travels to Fort Portal, the other one is to Arua, another one Tororo. This will give basketball a wider platform. We can't keep having the games only in Kampala, okay? And the federation also needs to understand our position, why we need to host the game, okay? Because that will encourage other teams to also invest.
Definitely, because when they look at what you have set up as a JKL organization, they will also want to emulate, and they will also come and ask you about it. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. We return after this short break. Felix Opal is my name, and in studio, our special guest is Freedom, or the technical director of JKL Basketball Organization.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
You know, we're working on a case in Mitiana, and this is one of the saddest cases I had ever dealt with, because this woman was pregnant. It just portrays an ordinary Ugandan woman.
Yeah.
She's very pregnant with twins. She didn't have money for a scan, so she didn't know she had twins. So she reaches, time to give birth, she goes to a health center 3. When she reaches there, she produces the first twin. After giving birth to the first twin, the second one was breech. Unfortunately, the health center 3 couldn't give her a C-section. So they give her a referral letter to go to Mityana General Hospital. Mityana General Hospital was 13 kilometers away on a Maram Road. Now just know there are no ambulances. They had to put on a border.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is simply about the law and making it simple for any person in this country. Because as we've always discussed, the law affects every aspect of our lives, so it's only safer that you know about the law. This particular edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And today, in studio, we're discussing about the right to health. But before we go there, we need to know, what does the right to health mean? Who has the duty to fulfill that right? How has COVID-19 affected it? With me is Ms. Rose Wachikona. Rose is the Senior Program Officer at the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and thank you for having me here.
How have you been?
I've been good. I've been good. We're attending the Rule of Law Symposium for Uganda Law Society today.
Okay.
And we're discussing this very topic, so it's interesting that I'm carrying it on this show.
That's fine. So, talking about SEHAD, the kind of things that you do, maybe for somebody who could be, hearing about you for the first time, the organization, you could give us a little bit of a sneak peek into what the center does.
SEHAD was started in 2009, and the primary purpose of setting up the organization was to promote the justiciability of the right to health.
Justiciability?
The justiciability,
Some
which
of those words
enforcement.
Okay.
To make sure that you can enforce. There's a lot of concentration on civil political rights at that time, the right to vote, right to practice your religion, freedom of movement, all those civil political rights, as we would call them, but there was very little emphasis on what we call socio-economic rights, which deal majorly with social security, like the right to food, right to adequate food, the right to health, the right to clean and healthy environment, some of the right to shelter, all those fall within socio-economic and cultural rights. So we were challenging ourselves to say, are we able, is a human being, a Ugandan, able to enforce a socio-economic right within this country? So the organization was set up in 2009 to ensure that it does that. Its major aim was to do advocacy, to do litigation, but also empowerment in terms of the right to health. And we've done several cases in public interest litigation, majorly looking at maternal health, but we've also extended into issues of regulation of the private sector when it comes to health, and issues of mental health. So we've expanded into several areas where we've made inroads in litigating the right to health.
Okay, you sort of starting on a high note, talking about how enforceable this right is, but perhaps before we got there, can we just understand, when we talk about the right to health, what are we talking about? Why should I care about the right to health? Like, what's the big deal about this right?
The right to
what
health.
does it contain as a package? What do I find? What will I find there if I say this is the right to health?
The right to health has its bedrock or its foundation in the human rights of Uganda. When you talk about the human rights of Uganda, they were set up after the Second World War. So countries went to war, they fought each other, everyone died. Then afterwards they said, we should stop killing each other. We should find a way of living harmoniously. So in 1948, the UN set up this big assembly. They met together and they passed what we call the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So many countries in the world, including countries that you wouldn't assume, are actually signatories to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they established several human rights. And then they established several committees and several conventions to come up with specific rights and explain them. So thereafter, they set up what we call the Convention of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So it has under Article 12 what they call the right to the highest attainable standard of health.
highest attainable
standard of health. So this doesn't mean that you have a right to be healthy, that every time you get malaria, the government must be held responsible. No, no, you must take care of your own health, but it means that the government must put in place certain things to make sure that you're able to enjoy the highest attainable standard of health, not just your physical health, but your mental health, your spiritual health, your social well-being, everything to make sure that you are okay and living in that particular way. So Uganda ratified this particular convention, and then we haven't yet domesticated it into our constitution per se, but jurisprudence or court decisions, which can also make law, have read into the fact that if you have ratified an instrument internationally, then you can enforce a particular right at a domestic level. So we enforce it through that, but we also enforce it through the right to life, and also through the right to freedom from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, and also the right to dignity. So what does it mean for a normal Ugandan if the right exists? The right means that the government has what we call 3 obligations.
Yes.
There is an obligation to respect, an obligation to protect, and an obligation to fulfill.
Okay, that's a very interesting area. Yes, so let's build on those obligations, because I want to see Ugandans holding people accountable on some of these issues. So when you talk about respect, what does it actually mean?
When we talk about respect, it means that the government by itself should stay away from violating that human right. So they shouldn't do anything that would not enable you to enjoy the right to health.
What are the things that a government would do that would make you sick?
For example, they can put in place a law or a policy that would forbid you from accessing that particular right. So they have to stay away from that. Equally, maybe they may take away a health center. There they are taking away your right, so they are not respecting it in that particular
region.
You're enforcing another human right, not the right to health. Yeah, it could be in freedom from cruel, human, and degrading. But it affects your health. But it does affect your health, because all human rights are interlinked, and they just sort of feed into each other. So you can't have one without having the other, and it's one of the basic principles of human rights. So they cannot in any way stand in the way of you. Like, for example, if you remember what happened in COVID-19, women were pregnant, they had to go to hospital to give birth. But then the curfew was saying that everyone must be at home, but I am due. So that in itself means the government is not respecting your human right, because they are placing a barrier in place of you being able to
We'll talk about those COVID experiences later on, but you talked about 3 rights, you've explained one. How about the protect option?
The protect option now extends to third parties. When you're talking about protecting, it means that the government must make sure that no third party hinders your right to health. So they must put in place processes to make sure that people don't stop you from enjoying your right to health. I'll give an example of maybe if you've got an accident on the road and you need emergency care and you're rushed to a hospital, they have in their guidelines what they say, that when a person comes in and they need emergency help, before they pay, treat them, put them in a place where they are okay and can survive, then they pay later. Now, where a health facility tells you that cash down before we put your leg back in order, the government has not put in place enough protective mechanisms for you to enjoy your right to health. So it's about the government's obligation to make sure that third parties do not interfere with your right to health. And the last one, which is fulfill, is the most contentious. Because the other 2 are easy. They just mean an obligation. But the challenge with fulfilling is that it imposes a positive obligation on the government. That beyond you stopping other people or beyond you stopping yourself from interfering in my right to health, I must go ahead and put in place certain things to make sure that you enjoy your right to health.
What are those things?
They must put in place hospitals, they must put in place health workers, they must put in place what we call goods and services.
Goods and services.
Goods and services.
Personnel.
Exactly. Everything, all that, medicine, equipment, blood everything must run efficiently as per the 5 pillars of the public health system.
Okay. Rose, you mentioned that we don't have an express law on the right to health. So how have you been, what have you been basing your advocacy on? Because then people would say, you know, it's not by mistake that Uganda has not ratified this. Maybe it's by design. I don't know. So where do you then derive your mandate from, especially at the national level?
At a national level, where we derive our mandate from, as I said, our constitution within itself doesn't expressly provide for the right to health. But thereunder, they have a particular provision where they say that all the rights that are stated within Chapter 4 do not preclude other rights that are contained in any other instrument. They equally go ahead to say that if Uganda has ratified any other international instrument, then it can be enforced under the Constitution. So we have ratified the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. We've also ratified the African Charter, which provides for the right to health under Article 14. So we can therefore enforce them there.
Also, you squeeze around.
So it's a tall order. You go around the mountain, go around, but ultimately you arrive. But our Supreme Court, in a recent decision that was passed last year, I think it is a case that we had litigated on maternal health, where we were talking about challenging government's failure to provide basic maternal health commodities within public health facilities. Court agreed with us, and they said that the right to health is intrinsically provided for in the Constitution and therefore can be enforced. So that within itself, by court making that pronouncement, you can rely on that directly.
You will survive under the, because Supreme Court definitely makes laws. And you talked about cases. I know that you put in a couple of cases in court on different, health rights. I don't know what your experience has been, litigating matters related to the right to health. What are some of the, issues, challenges that you've been encountering?
I think some of the challenges that we have found is, number one, in the failure to delink the right to health from medical negligence.
Okay.
There is a need to always, the judges always, they don't understand the right to health independent of.
As a concept of
exactly,
its own.
Independent of medical negligence. The problem with medical negligence is that it looks at health in isolation, and it looks at the wrong that has been committed by a health worker individually. But when we tried to take cases to court through that way, we found that our system within itself is flawed. So a health worker may be available, but they cannot work on a patient because they have no gloves. Or maybe there is a case we had in Arua where there were 2 midwives and they were working on 40 mothers on a ward at one time. Definitely issues of blood, blood transfusion. A health worker may be there, but they don't have blood to transfuse you with. Or another case that we worked on in Mitiana, where the midwife was looking at a woman bleeding, but because they had no gloves, she couldn't even touch the woman. So people will blame the health worker, but then the system must support the health worker to do their job. And medical negligence cannot support such a claim. It cannot support it. So you have to take it through the right to health, because then you're able to attack the system in its entirety instead of limiting it to maybe the limitations of a health worker, because our health system within itself is completely flawed.
I mean, that's quite a chilling account, some of the revelations you're highlighting here. So then, with all the issues that we have in our health sector already, we get COVID-19. Novel, some people argue that, when it was in China, we were like, that's a Chinese problem. We're good, as a country. But then, I think it was around March or something like that, we started, the signal started dropping in that perhaps the virus is not very far from home, and a lot of things, had to change. So at this point, I would like to get your insights specifically on how COVID-19 impacted on, of course, human rights broadly, but specifically for this conversation, the right to health, because it's a health issue, of course. COVID is, but specifically from the way you've crafted explain the right to our viewers, we now see what obligations accrue and what needs to be done and perhaps what was done. So I think we'll start on, after a short break, on how the government of Uganda responded and how the virus affected our country. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we are sitting with Ms. Rose Wachikona from the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development that we mainly know, popularly know as CEHAD, to discuss how COVID-19 has affected the right to health. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we're discussing the right to health, and we're privileged to have Ms. Rose Wachikona, a Senior Program Officer at the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, welcome back from the break.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so before we went for the break, we started this conversation on how the right to health has been directly hit or affected by COVID-19. And I thought you could, pick on from there. What are your insights?
I don't think it has affected it negatively. I think it has exposed the challenges and the things that we have been talking about for the past, I don't know how many years.
Okay.
People always had this presumption that, social security is not an issue that we should put a lot of effort into. You people are asking for too much. There is this theory that they call progressive realization, that we can only put into social security as much as the country has. And that is when all our political leaders and all our mainstream ministries would keep saying that, you know, Uganda is a developing country. And they even forget that we moved to developing and developed, and they say, we are a third world country, we have no money, we have no money. So internationally, the government had made commitments. They made commitments in the Abuja Declaration, where they said that they are going to commit 15% of the entire national budget to health.
15%.
15%.
Colossal sum.
That was about 10 years ago, I think, in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. But 10 years down the road, they can't do it. They are stuck at about 5%. I think this year we are at 6.5%, if I'm not mistaken. So they had hit a stall. And even that 6.5 that they committed to healthcare within the country, 70% of it is funded by external donors. Yeah. So maybe the EU will come in and contribute something to malaria, USAID will come in and contribute something to HIV, and that is the way that they would consolidate their budget. But the government was putting very minuscule resources into the right to health. But it's not only the right to health in isolation, even in education, even in shelter. We know very well that this country is suffering shelter deficit within the country itself. But they were doing nothing about it. They were no more interested in politics, politicking, prisons, and things to do with civil and political rights.
COVID,
but now when COVID came, it exposed the rot that existed. Suddenly our healthcare system could not take in patients. It was ill-equipped. We had very few health workers who could even manage patients of the stature of COVID. They couldn't do free and mandatory testing as was expected by the WHO. We had no ICUs, no beds. We had nothing. We even had no PPEs. And indeed, the developed world was saying that, Africans are going to die like ants. And we all prepared to die like ants. But thank God that didn't happen, and that anticipation of gloom didn't happen. But it exposed what is going on within our healthcare system. The second wave of COVID-19, we saw how people struggled just to raise money to treat one COVID patient. It just showed us that all of us are one illness away from total, complete poverty. And it showed the importance of having social security. So the conversation started changing. Right now, even for the ULS to hold an entire symposium on the right to health, for me, it's an achievement within itself. Because way back, they are like, no, they are arresting some political prisoners. Let's go and rescue some victims of torture, which I know is very important. But ideally, a person's well-being and their ability to live a life which is of quality, I think it supersedes any other thing.
So you're celebrating?
We are celebrating.
Some people could argue that you're being sadist, you know, in a way, because I've spoken to people who've talked about other rights, labor, education, everything, and people are giving a gloomy picture, but you're here smiling.
I am. I am, because even now when I go to court, it's very easy for a judge to understand where I'm coming from. When you look at the maternal health petition that we argued it for over 10 years. And we were pushing court to understand that it is important for a health facility to have a glove so that a woman can give birth safely. And a judge couldn't understand that. They just couldn't. And you push. Finally, they agree. But now, when we filed a case challenging the regulation of private health facilities, suddenly everyone was understanding where we are coming from. The judge was like, indeed, these health facilities are charging too much money. How can you charge 5 million per person? No, the government agreed, and the matter was settled within a span of 1 month, which is something we had never heard of, because the government felt it wasn't a priority for them to look at social security. So for me to walk into a courtroom with a case, with a cause of action in the right to health, and a judge welcomes it, for me that calls for celebration.
Okay. Quite a rare one, to be honest, from the number of people that we've hosted here. But then I'll take you to the government interventions. So of course, when the virus, came here, government had to act to ensure that we curb down its spread. But what do you make of the interventions that were put in place, and to what extent did they protect the right to health? What worked?
I think the COVID-19 exposed where we are going in the future with human rights, and that is the conflict that arises between human rights. Right now you look at public health, then you look at them limiting our rights to freedom, you look at limiting the right to education, limiting the freedom to movement, and you see the tag. You begin to look at the tag. The interventions of the government, of course, were timely. For that, we thank them for whatever it is that they did. And they took it too far at one point. Okay. They took it too far because the purpose of limiting human rights was in order for them to establish, to prepare for the next phase, if I would say. So the first lockdown, they said, oh, all of you stay home. Let us buy beds. Let's equip our hospitals. Let's procure PPEs. Let's work on vaccines. Yes. And we all understood. And we stayed home. But they didn't do that. They didn't procure PPEs. They didn't equip our health facilities. They didn't do anything. So when the second phase comes in, again, it finds us where we were in the first phase. Yes. And again, they lock us down in order to prepare for a third wave. But again, they still haven't done what they are supposed to do. So the challenge is we now begin to delve deep into what does it mean to restrict a person's human rights indefinitely. When you're talking about restricting the right to education, and a child has been seated at home indefinitely, you don't know when the schools are going to open. Is that justifiable in a democratic society? We have to begin asking ourselves some of these questions, because it's well and good, even our constitution says that these rights can be limited for purposes of national security, which includes, it has been interpreted again in another case in the Supreme Court, to include issues of public health. But then again, there are schools of thought that are coming in to say, what does it mean to restrict my right indefinitely? So there are people who have come up, and there are decisions that have been made on how you can be able to restrict a human right. And number one, they say it must be within law. Now, the restriction of human rights on the basis of law is under the Public Health Act. Yes. But our Public Health Act was made in 1935. It caters to diseases like smallpox, measles, diseases of long ago. Some of us just hear them like there used to be smallpox somewhere, but really it's not a reality for most of us. And this brings to our mind archaic laws. Can you limit my right based on an archaic law?
But we had presidential directives. Were they not filling the void?
But now those presidential directives, were they made legally? Because under the Public Health Act, the powers are given to the minister. I don't know when our president became a minister, but he constituted himself into a wrong.
Some people argue
a wrong office.
That ministers exercise delegated authority.
No, but for her, she's given powers directly from the law. But now she was deriving her powers from the presidential directives instead of from the Public Health Act, as she is mandated to do. So that within itself also wasn't legally done. The person who was supposed to be at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19 was supposed to be the minister to issue ministerial directives and statutory instruments. But now they turned it upside down. But on a basis of a law which is an inheritance of colonialism. Again, we go down to the discussions that we are having right now of decolonizing some of our laws. And this is not the only law. I'll also point out another archaic law we have in health, which is the Venereal Diseases Act.
What makes it archaic? Is it just the year of birth?
No, it was made in 1975. Do we still call them venereal diseases?
I have no idea.
They are now called sexually transmitted. infections. But the law that is supposed to deal with some of these diseases still refers to syphilis, you know, all the diseases, not the new current STIs that we have, and it is the similar situation. So our law wasn't prepared to handle an epidemic like COVID-19. It wasn't, because it was on a basis of old law. It is really, really an old law. So it brings in issues. This law was even made before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which means that even within itself, it doesn't contextualize or bring the human rights aspects. So it centers not the patient, it centers the doctor. So the decision of the doctor becomes final in everything that you do. They will look at you and say, oh, it seems you have COVID-19, and then they will mandate your quarantining, they will mandate they can enter, search your property without any notice, they can destroy your property without compensation, isolate your family without any compensation to you, without any notice, without any explanation. Because in those days, public health was centered around the doctor, but never the patient. So that is the problem with that particular law. So we have statutory instruments that come out that again center the health worker. That's why you see women dying on streets while trying to give birth. You see so many things that are going wrong, but it's because we haven't inculcated human rights within our particular laws.
So as far as you are concerned, COVID only acted to expose what you've been singing about, and just telling us as a country that, okay, perhaps now you can hear us out.
Indeed. It exposed the rot within our healthcare system. Our healthcare system has a lot of challenges, right from the skilling of our doctors to the point of equipping our health facilities. You know, we're working on a case in Mityana, and this is one of the saddest cases I had ever dealt with, because this woman was pregnant. It just portrays an ordinary Ugandan woman. Very pregnant with twins. She didn't have money for a scan, so she didn't know she had twins. So she reaches, time to give birth, she goes to a health center 3. When she reaches there, she produces the first twin. After giving birth to the first twin, the second one was breech. Unfortunately, the health center 3 couldn't give her a C-section. So they give her a referral letter to go to Mityana General Hospital. Mityana General Hospital was 13 kilometers away on a Maram Road. Now just know there are no ambulances. They had to put on a border. So they put on a border, she sits like a man, and they start moving. Along the way, she falls off. Then they carry her, put her back. Then they reach Mityana General Hospital. When they reached there, she had only got one mama kit in antenatal, because the expectation was she was going to give birth to one child. So at Mityana General Hospital, the midwife asked her, where is your mama kit? It's like, I don't know. I don't have. They used it the other side. Okay.
Rose, we need to go for a break. We'll pick on from there and try to look to the future, thinking about how do we handle this in case we find ourselves in this situation. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we're discussing the right to health. How has it been affected by COVID-19? Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we're discussing the right to health and how it's been affected by COVID-19. And with me in studio is Rose Wachikona, our Senior Program Officer at CEHAD. CEHAD is the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So we need to look at the future. we can walk a few steps back. Because I remember when COVID came, everybody said, you know, we've handled Ebola before. We've handled cholera before. So this will pass as well. But I wanted to sort of start with asking, what lessons have we learned or should we learn from COVID-19? What are the things that we should reflect on as a country? And then later on, we shall talk about, you know, your recommendation. But I thought it's important to learn first. What do we learn from the current situation that we find ourselves in from the angle of health rights?
I think one of the biggest lessons that we have learned is about quality of life. We emphasize a lot, especially in African tradition, but even in Uganda, the number of people we have. But we rarely consider the quality of lives that people live. And we leave it to people to fend for themselves at that level. And you know, socio-economic cultural rights come in to buttress the issue of quality of life.
Yes.
So I think the big learning was the quality of life that people live actually matters.
Yes.
It's important to have social security in place. People should be able to walk into a hospital and get treatment. People should be able to walk into a school and get out in P7 when they can read and write.
That should be the normal.
That should be the normal. It shouldn't be the abnormal that, oh my God, you can read a book. So some of these things we should normalize having good quality life.
Yes.
And I think as a country that is something that we need to begin demanding from our government. We need to begin demanding strongly. And for me, that was a big learning. But also the other big learning, which we knew, but we didn't really know, was the gaps in our healthcare system and how hard hit it was, how our healthcare workers suffered to hold this country afloat when we were suffering with COVID-19. So for me, I think those were some of the big learnings we had.
Okay. So we're looking at the future. Rose could be our Minister of Health, or you know, having a portfolio in the government, and then you're a duty bearer, like you've been explaining set obligations at the start of the show. Worst case scenario, we find ourselves in a similar situation in pandemic, a natural disaster of these proportions. Can you run us through a few ideas that you think can enable the country prepare better to be able to deal with that problem and ensure that we protect people's right to health? What should be done to say that, okay, if anything like this happens again, we are good as a country, we'll deal with it?
I think the first thing we need to do is to honor our international obligations. As a country, we need to increase funding for health. We need to increase funding as of yesterday. We can't be here and saying that 70% of our health budget is being financed by external people who will then dictate what they can or cannot finance. That's why you'll find maybe HIV has a lot of money, but things like TB have no money at all. Issues like cancer have no money at all. It's because our healthcare system is being managed by external partners. As a country, we need to urgently increase our budget, internal budget, not external budget for health. Let us pay our health workers well. What's wrong with the doctor getting 5 million shillings per month? Will the country die? They won't. There is no evil in paying our health workers well. There is no evil in buying medicine and equipping our hospitals. But that will only come when we prioritize the funding of our health care system. But the second thing that is coming up, and which has really struck us hard in this COVID-19 pandemic, is our archaic laws. We keep talking about, we were celebrating Independence Day. Afterwards I said, but what are we independent from? If they are still holding me accountable to laws,
The 1935 law.
that were left for by the British. The British have moved on. They no longer have those laws on their statute books. But as we cling on to them as if, you know, the other time I was talking to a fellow lawyer and I was wondering, why are our judges wearing wigs? Why are they wearing those why are we forced to wear flaps, gowns, what? Those are not African things.
You want to wear a backcloth to court.
Let us wear a backcloth to court. The Kenyans have done it, and I think they've done a really good job of decolonizing their judiciary. They've done a good job of decolonizing their justice system. I think we need to borrow a leaf. Instead of thinking that a lawyer is that person who wears a wig in court, let it be a lawyer is that person who wears backcloth in court.
Not a witch doctor.
So let us decolonize our laws. I think our Public Health Act has shown us that our Uganda Law Reform Commission needs to wake up. There are very many laws on our statute books that are just not cognizant of what is going on in the country right now or the recent developments in science. And we need to be able to update them according to our African context. And we need to deal with things in an African way. During COVID-19, we were borrowing heavily from WHO, which was borrowing heavily from the global north. But we found that their solutions were not working for us.
Not fitting.
They say social distance, but you're living in a house with 10 people and there are 2 rooms. How are you going to social distance? So we need homegrown solutions to some of our challenges instead of just relying on God to save us. This time he saved us in COVID-19. The next pandemic, he might not be able to do that. Yeah.
So for you, it's about financing the sector, legal review, and that should be able to. Now, part of the emphasis of this show is on rights-based approaches to pandemics. And I'm wondering, from where you sit, what are some of these, how would that look? What does a right-based approach to a pandemic, what would it look like? And if Uganda has been following those approaches?
By and large, Uganda has not been following those approaches, especially with its statutory instruments. As I told you right now, there is a criteria for limiting human rights. Because in the human rights discourse, you can't limit a human right because of public interest, which includes public health. So, but to restrict it, there are 3 criteria that you must meet. The first one is that it must be set in law, that this right can be legally restricted. The second one is that it must address a pressing concern. And the last is that there must be a time limit. We have not done anything about time limits. We've had curfew for the past, I don't know, 3 years now. I don't even know how. But that is an abrogation of my human right. But there is no end in sight for curfew. So every now and then, the reason why they insist on limiting the restriction is that every time you limit it, you must reassess whether you need to continue or not. This thing of restricting the right to education without any end in sight. So even that within itself needs to be addressed, especially the time factor for the limitations of the human right. But at the same time, not thinking that COVID-19 is the only disease that affects people. People need their ARVs, they need their contraceptives, they need their condoms. Allow them to be able to get them in peace.
Yes. Okay. Viewers, Rose has made a very strong case. One, we need to fund our health sector. We need to review our laws as a country, because then we'll be able to live with the times when you get a pandemic that is disturbing us in this day and age. Stop relying on archaic laws. And I hope MPs out there or responsible ministers are listening and watching and able to take action, because today we might survive, but we don't know what the future could look like. With that, viewers, we've come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having a discussion on the right to health with Rose Wachikona from the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. And next week, we'll have a look at another right which has been affected by the pandemic. And that you will get to know when the show runs. With that, we've come to the end. I'll see you next time.
it is never too.
So, according to you, do we have a financial problem in FUBA, or there's a certain underlying problem that we are not seeing that actually leads, to this financial issue?
I think I will not say there's a financial issue in FUBA, because I don't know what takes place there. I think I'll talk about on the side of like managing a team or something. Most of these teams don't have sponsors, and you see when you have a league or when you have a team, there must be strategy for sponsorship to come in. And I was talking to, I think, one of I think a company. Our league was kind of like long, and there's no mileage and stuff like that. But since media houses have been coming in, because for a corporate company to invest, they must have value for money. They must have that mileage. So I think the marketing department of the federation had to do that, like to put the game out there. The game out there so that sponsors can come in. But without that, we can't really get finances. You also know that. So where does it start? Basketball must get a home. If we get a home, maybe like YMCA, the fans, then we do marketing. You guys are doing a great job of putting up basketball talk shows, because when we talk about this, and maybe there's a corporate companies are following in, we'll get brands coming in. Otherwise, this is going to be the problem. We have to market, because the game is there. The referees have improved. The coaches are there. But we have to put in the game out there so that we can get sponsors.
Welcome back to the final segment of Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Felix Opal is my name, and in studio, like we have been discussing, I'm with Freedom, or the technical director of JKL Basketball Organization. The league is about to start. So many things have been right and wrong. What do you think, in your view, are the major things that the administration should first focus on 2022 season kicking off?
I think we need to have a clear plan. Okay, from the federation, they need to have a clear plan. We need to know how long the league is going to run. Okay, so that the clubs prepare both mentally and financially, and also they need to communicate the exact date in which the league is going to kick off, because that helps the teams in planning. Okay, it helps the teams in planning. We have not had an AGM for 2 years. Okay, we had one virtual, I think, last year. That's not an AGM. Okay, the other thing is we need to have people who are in technical committee. People who actually
need to meet physically and elaborate matters.
Yes.
The virtual one that you just mentioned, what transpired?
They were just promises. What promises? I can't even recall. I think I was traveling to Rukungiri for function. I just put on my headset, and someone can say I attended the function, but we need to have a policy in place. I don't even know who is auditing them, the federation, because some of the things need to...
The federation has a finance department. I guess that is their job to answer.
You go to the federation and ask for a statement of account, and you see if you will get. So the league is going to start. I know teams are prepared, the fans are prepared. So one of the things, first, they need to communicate the guidelines. What do teams need to put in place before they play the league? Okay. Number two, they asked for the rules. You know, these rules are made by the managers.
Yeah, but the regulations usually changed.
Yeah, you see, the rules are made by the managers. But then sometimes, you know, why some people don't go to the AGM is because it reaches an extent where people dictate. You know what they want, what the top people want. They're not going to change.
Okay.
So they need to give teams the exact date when the league is beginning. Number two, let's have the protocols. What the teams require? Okay. What do teams need?
Requirements for every single team.
Okay.
To be able to participate
in the league.
Okay.
Okay. Then teams will start to plan. Okay. Then how long is the league going to run? Which are the venues?
The venue part is actually one which is very tricky up to the moment, because the venues keep on shifting. Now we have YMCA, Kansanga, UCU. So that is one issue I believe that should be very key when it comes to the AGM.
It is true, because
as a technical director of a team, I believe that is one of the things that should be discussed.
Yes,
because like you've been mentioning, and we've been having this discussion throughout the show, the venues have a cost implication to the team.
That is true to the teams, but you see, when we as managers, once we set to venture into the sport, we must have a budget. Okay? You can only know the budget, prepare the budget when I know games are either going to be YMC. I will have to travel to Gulu, okay, to play an away game. Okay. Gulu has been coming to Kampala to play games. Yes. How many teams go to Gulu? Okay? And then there are fans there. So you do the budgeting. Or I'll travel to UCU, or I'll travel to KIU. But why are the fixtures being put at UCU and KIU only? That gives them favorable advantage.
Those are the issues that have to be discussed at the AGM and then have to be resolved, because so many teams are also having various complaints. Those are the matters that have to be broken down when it comes to the league starting, so that 2022 basketball league does not start when it is like that.
We wrote a letter beginning of 2020 when we finalized our court, requesting the federation to come and inspect our court, okay, premises, and we want to host our games from all the home games and all our playoff games. Okay?
And
because we had that in plan.
Did you get a response?
No response. They never came. Okay. Okay. So when you write a letter, the federation, and they cannot communicate, there are so many instances where we've lost potential sponsors because we told the sponsor the game is at YMCA, and the last minute in the morning, maybe around 9 or 2 or in the evening, you receive an email at 10, game has been pushed to KIU or UCU. And how do you again communicate to the sponsor that, you know what, you see the federation, that's lack of what? Of organization. Let's have the venues, okay? If in a club, in Entebbe, I'm seeing Entebbe Ushers are hosting, okay? They're hosting, which is good. So the basketball fans in Entebbe can actually enjoy. Okay? Even the fans in Kampala, there are people who, some of them have never been to Entebbe, maybe. Okay,
yeah, they would want to use that. Others might also just want to take the drive to travel to Entebbe and have basketball in a different field.
Rugby has been doing this. Pirates, I remember when they're shifting to Belgrade, they actually wanted us to have a court there, facility there, but I told them, no, we already have a program which we are running like this. I passed there 2 weeks ago and I met one of the rugby fans. He was very passionate, telling us, why don't we put for them a rugby ground? Shadon is soon going to be closed. Okay?
Yeah, because
but
they're moving.
What I'm trying to tell you is when I went to Kings Park in Biogere, I saw more fans, more than 2,000 fans in the place, the facility. That is activity for that club. So that means the Pirates team can what? Generate revenue.
It's activity, and at the same time it creates employment. Various people selling different things and all that.
Unlike when they're still using legends. You get? So teams should be able to move their home ground. If Raise Life has a court, that I think around Lueza, we can go and play there. Okay? We can go to UCU and play UCU. Let UCU also come to our home ground. Let KI also come to our home ground. We can go to any other team. Makerere has, okay, home ground. We can move there. Ndeje has home ground, Luero. Let's go to Luero and play. Let them also come.
But the main question with that would be, will the fans be able to actually travel those distances? Telling them to go to, let's say, Luero, telling them to go to Ndeje, telling them to go to a different venue.
I think fans will travel, and let's not say that fans won't travel. The fans will travel, then we will get new fans. Do you know there are so many kids who are in Luero, for example, if we go to Ndeje in Luero, who will want to come and watch the game? Okay?
Yeah, that is
okay?
that is very true.
Okay. Those are new fans. They'll get interested.
That's very true.
Okay? But if you see rugby, people travel to Jinja, people travel to Gulu, people travel to Masaka. Okay? Before we were only having few clubs in what? At Camp Legends and what?
Yeah, the seven circuit.
Yes.
People traveled all over for all the 7 circuits.
Kasese, people travel, and then you get new fans. So if you stop thinking, you know, this kind of we are cutting. What expense are we cutting? We must invest. Okay, and I applaud all the managers who are having teams. Okay, for the efforts they are putting in. People are investing. Last year I didn't watch so many games, but I followed the lower division. I saw there was a lot of progress. Okay, people are investing. There are new teams that have come up. Okay, I'm seeing them. They're investing. Okay, so what next? Let them also have. Let's go to maybe Namongo and play. Okay, the community there. Those fans will come. If you go to Namaiba, we will organize a bus for them to come and what? Watch the game in Kampala.
Go and watch the game.
Yes, come. That is how we will grow.
Because we need to find various avenues of how our league is going to be evolving and diversifying, and mostly as we wind up the ladies game, JKL ladies are up there, but the ladies game of basketball, what else do you think as Freedom can be done to improve it, to make it more marketable?
I think for the ladies, you know, times have changed. When we came into basketball, there were the players financially, teams have to invest. Some of these ladies actually don't do anything else, so they need to earn from the sport. But also the federation needs to have a leeway where teams can just easy access. When we come in the league, registration fee was 200,000. Now it's 3 million. So how many ladies team can afford that registration fee? And yet they are struggling with budgeting.
Other finances.
Okay. So if they want the ladies team to grow, let them reduce on the fee, registration fee for the ladies teams. Okay. Let's have a league. Okay. A league for the young team. Okay. For the players, let us have league for the junior teams. I've seen high school kids organize a tournament in Lugogo. Okay, successfully. The federation can do that. Let's have a league, like maybe Mukono, the schools in Mukono have their own league.
Yeah.
Wakiso, they can have league. Kampala have a league, and then they select a few. So in that way, both the boys and the girls game will grow. But right now, why the ladies game is going down is that few clubs can be able to afford to pay.
Registration fee of...
Not even the registration fee.
Of 3 million shillings.
Even the players. Registration fee and even the players. So now the ladies run to the clubs that can be able to pay. And then they leave out these other smaller clubs that are struggling. Okay? So maybe what they should do is they should need to organize themselves into NBCS, community-based organization, kind of, okay? They have a purpose, and also they talk to corporate entities. There are many corporate entities that will be able to...
That are willing to pitch in one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing Mavita is doing a good job with the Score Beyond and her team. They are doing a good job. So, you know, the benchmark, you know, as managers, we need to benchmark. I ask Felix, what do you do? Okay? I ask the next manager, what do you do? How can we be sustainable? Okay? So those are the kind of forums that we should be having.
That should be happening. When the 2022 season begins, who do you think are your favorites to make the playoffs as we wind up?
The favorites to make the playoffs, you know, every year...
For men, let's start with men before we go to women.
The men, we have the big boys. JKL is going to be there. Okay, we're going to make playoffs. I think we've never missed playoffs.
I like that phrase. The JKL, the big boys.
Yeah. Okay, as the big boys.
JKL is among the big boys.
Yes, we are the big boys. Okay?
You are you are the big
among
boys.
The big boys. Yeah.
So among or you are the big boys.
We are the big boys. Okay?
You are the big boys.
Yes. So we make playoffs.
JKL, the big boys.
City Oil will be there.
Okay, two.
Namongo Blazers.
Blazers.
KIU.
KIU for
Falcons.
Falcons. That is surprising. Okay, that's your that's your list.
Among
the
the new teams that are coming up, there was
new teams that came up. There was Tropical Blazers.
You see, there's still a technicality there among the new teams. So I am not sure whether they're going to be promoted. Because
according to the regulations, they say that the two teams have to come up.
You see, this is something, and this is another thing that's going to happen.
That is a discussion that will happen at the AGM, and we are yet to find out if it will change or not change.
Felix, watch the space. Okay? The communication was clear. The league is nullified. The 2 seasons, it was null.
Yes,
what does that mean?
The 2 seasons were null and void.
So there was no relegation.
But then the lower division happened.
And I'm asking you.
And 2 teams were promoted, the finalists.
So we are at 6. UCU, I have mentioned UCU.
Our Savior was promoted.
Yeah, our Savior is promoted. They have a good manager, actually. Koma is a good manager.
Our Savior is promoted.
I think they make playoffs. Yeah.
And Life was promoted. So,
Raise Life? I think they'll struggle.
So, what do you think having 14 teams will be a problem? Or the decision will be overturned?
It is something that...
now, as managers, those are the decisions we are going to wait for when you sit at the AGM to decide.
I actually, initially, you know, when this whole saga came up about cancelling the league, and I talked to some few managers, and they were like, you know, we've invested our money, the league, we want to get up. And this is the dream of every team that starts from down, is to get promoted.
Definitely. Okay? You have to keep on elevating.
And also when you get promoted, we expect competition. So, but NBL is tough, you know. So they invest. So I expect every team. I actually advise some of them, and I told them, okay, guys, let's do this. We can let them play. We promote 2 teams. We have 14 teams, and then next season, at the end of this season, we relegate 4. Okay, if we want to keep it, 12.
12 teams.
Yeah, because that is how the month is supposed to work.
That would, personally, that would be a fair justification for the managers who have put in their money over the season. They promote 2 teams, and then we have 4 plus the 12 which were there, and then we have 14 teams. Okay, so now the federation decides. That's why, you know, then they decide whether we do round robin or they group us. Okay, depending. But his players have not played for a long time, so we need to have more games for our players to compete at international level. So we need to have more games. So I think it's going to be an interesting season. It's going to be an interesting season.
Definitely, it's going to be an interesting season. Thank you so much for sharing us with your presence and your time. Your last words to the viewers out there.
This year, I've started, you know, I've grown. You know, I'm CPA actually. When you call me Fredericks, you need to call me CPA. I'm CPA.
Thank you for that. I'm a CPA. Certified Public. Yes.
I've changed my firm from Oscillant company to we bought TGS franchise, which is a French global franchise.
Congratulations on that.
So,
yes, that is a great way to start there.
The managers need to come and consult us for their books of account audit.
That is a great way to start. Congratulations from us at House of Talent. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. The other thing is we're going to have an interesting season. It's going to be a good season. Let people come and watch the games. Okay, let the fans come and watch the games. I encourage everyone to go and get vaccinated so that, you know, we have less issues of what infecting the players and whatever. That the fans go and vaccinate, the players vaccinate, the managers vaccinate, and then we get ready to rumble. It's going to be a good season, good, but a long one.
It has been Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Felix Opal is my name. I've been with Frederick Freedom, or the technical director of Slam Dunk Basketball, and he has just confirmed and mentioned and told you that JKL is a big boy. It is one of the big boys, and it should be in contention, not in participation, of the league of 2022. Thank you so much. Catch you next time.
Thank you.
To start anything, that is for sure. You can start on anything and everything at any time. It is not yet, like, time is not lost. You can do it. Put God first, like Bernie said, put God first. Number 2, me, I have a mentor. She's called Letitia, the one of KCCA. Like, she will call me to ask me, did you train? Like, get that one person that is going to do that for you. And I thank God for her. Yeah, get that one person that is going to do that for you. It can be your coach, it can be someone that has played the game. Okay. Bernie is here and she's willing to do that for you. Please reach out to her. Yeah, basically that is it. And also trusting yourself. It starts with you. If you feel like you can't do it, even when you try it, it's not going to move. Okay. But when you feel like you can do it, with God helping you and having your mentor by your side and all that, you can surely make it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, and I want to tell our viewers out there, the players, the league is on. It's happening right now. Right now, the last game will be being played in Entebbe Archers and Gulu. They won't have fans at the venues, but the games will be live on our social media handles. Yeah, So just tune in there. You get everything that happen in the league. There's promotion, so there's something to fight for. So the vibe and the psyche is still there. Yeah, thank you so much.
David Rogers Chintu, the principal of Asifiwe International Academy. So we started Asifiwe International Academy from a concept of affordability and well laid out procedures. And Asifiwe International Academy started in 2016 with only 2 children, my son and my daughter, and it has now grown up to more than 200 children. I've been a teacher for the last 20 years. I started by teaching in the national curriculum, and ever since I started teaching, I've been bothered by what more can our education offer. By so doing, I discovered that we can teach our children much more in schools, and I introduced a program called Behavior Change Program, which in itself was to teach skills, habits, and character. And I was amazed by the results. Always got feedback that the children learned more from the behavior change program than the physics and mathematics I taught.
My name is Jeremy Baraka, a student of Asifiwe International Academy. I've been in the SEE curriculum ever since I was 4 years old. I'm now 12 years old in grade 7. The SEE curriculum has taught me so many things. And at the end of each day, I set goals for the following day. When I come in the next morning, after our devotions and morning programs, I start my work. If I need help in an academic matter, I raise up my Christian flag. If I need help in a non-academic matter, I raise up my Ugandan flag, and my monitor will attend to me.
The turning point was when my son was due for school. We started looking for a curriculum that we could use, especially at home, and we landed on the SEE curriculum. SEE is Accelerated Christian Education. SEE has 3 major aspects. 1, it's individualized. SEE acknowledges that every child is an individual and different, and therefore every child is prescribed according to their level of performance. Children will get materials according to what they are able to do, and they will progress according to their speed and ability. A child goes to the next level when they are ready, and a child does not wait for the whole class to go to the next grade. Secondly, SEE is a Christian curriculum. Christian means that a child will grow in Christian values, and they will attain all the values that a Christian parent may want to. Thirdly, character training. SEE has character training traits. About 60 character traits are taught in a year. And you know character is very important as we build for the future.
My name is Jekosophat Patrick Kavuma, Head Life Orientation, Asifiwe International Academy. At Asifiwe International Academy, we don't only offer education, we offer other skills for life. We are blessed to have a number of clubs in which the children participate in these skills. Sports is one of them, where we have soccer, we have basketball, and swimming. We have dance that we offer at Asifiwe International Academy. We have music that offers, again, of the instruments done, and some again are able to do the vocals that are great and again help them as they grow up. We know currently in Uganda, as we look at the dynamic changes, those skills are key as they grow up for life.
The most interesting part is that at the end of each day, I get to do a club. There are about 12 clubs in Asifuri, but I personally do drama, puppetry, music, public speaking, sports, both football and basketball, and I can participate in either one of these at the National Student Convention, All Africa Student Convention, and the International Student Convention.
My name is Kanji Christine. I'm an administrator at Asifuri International Academy. My experience with SEE curriculum, that's Accelerated Christian Education, is number one, it's godly. The children grow up in a godly manner, and we have lessons of character first, whereby they enable children to be disciplined. The children grow up in a very good, they develop all the aspects of child growth, which are physical, emotional, spiritual, and intellectual growth.
With my vast experience in education, previously we used to struggle to motivate children to perform or to do their assignments. What I noticed critically in SEE is that the children are motivated because the learning responsibility is taken back to the child. The children set their own goals and they try as much as possible to achieve them. The beauty about SEE is that the responsibility of learning goes back to the child.
The Learning Center procedures have taught me so many things. How to be organized, follow the rules, and make sure that I complete my goals for the day.
It's so interesting, and we've gotten amazing experiences with the parents. For example, there is a parent one time who told us the child never liked school, and it was always a struggle for the child to wake up, come to school. By the time she made a decision to come to SEE, to join the curriculum of SEE, they noticed that the whole learning aspect changed, in that the child became self-motivated and they took responsibility of their own learning, they set goals. Everything was so amazing for the parents. There is another one with character, struggled with character, but the time the child joined Asifuri International Academy, and remember with SEE we have character lessons, the child changed from nowhere and the parents were amazed with the good work that is happening in the SEE curriculum.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
ask for so much.
Yes.
CEO of, you know, whatever.
Yes.
They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
It is the CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO bench from is Jennifer Okusia of you know, Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, and of course the name Bosco is one of the most famous names in Uganda and in Africa. So welcome to the show and welcome to the CEO bench discussion this morning. Jennifer, we'd like to take this moment to welcome you to the show. How are you, first of all?
Thank you. I'm really very well.
Great. So the name Bosco, it's a very famous name in Uganda. How did you guys come up with Bosco?
Actually, the name Bosco Uganda is an acronym that stands for Battery Operated System for Community Outreach.
Okay.
Yes, so it is a faith-based organization under the Archdiocese of Gulu.
Yeah.
We are located in northern Uganda, in Gulu district, and it started in 2007, just at the time, just slightly after the end of the war.
Yeah.
It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well, that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internally displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, and the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi sub districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile. It expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, and work. And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated. It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady. Humble lady. I am a Ugandan.
Yeah.
And I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubera. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there.
Yeah.
And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University. Yeah. So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua, and I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years, I did my postgraduate in business management, and then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well. Wow. So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker.
Yes.
Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEO Bench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to, you know, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, you know, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. Yeah. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEO Bench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEO Bench, you know, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down, or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEO Bench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question, who is Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. My father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace. Yeah. But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, you know, the cataracts, and she was able to, you know, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother. Yeah. She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer. Yeah. And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own. Yeah. I am the third born in the family. Yeah. I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings, a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women and what they go through, families, what they go through. Yeah. So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there. It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means. And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty. You
are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study. Yes, so I had to pass it very highly because I understood. It was a tough life because, you know, civil service work, the payments, and it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So, well, In short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, or a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent, really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the way as you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there was so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. A leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Munigals, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be. So I was a leader, I would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And I believe that for every problem, there is a solution. And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about who is Jennifer, what are you, growing up, what did you want to be? What was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader. Not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in a Catholic church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this night or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find, whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually named from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay. Is he also from the West Nile?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
Oh, woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000.
Yeah.
An Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people are doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many, my children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
The lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. With schools that have the privilege of power. We used to use, this hurricane lamp. Yes. But you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet. With Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations. There is one school called John Paul II, a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. they were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on services, service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can work there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data. I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me. And besides that also, I think I love working with people and, as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, you know, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to, you know, bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, you know, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do. The things that you say you will do, and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights? And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? and that is important.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader.
Yes.
In the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out.
Yes.
You know, you stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something. You mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. Yeah. You, like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up, you know, what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you, or will you be at Bosco Uganda, now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization, taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from, and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization, as well as the communities in that area, and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed.
Yeah.
In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership.
Yeah.
So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we're doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture, that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health, to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. I'm in my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing? So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics, these are really very important. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say?
Yeah.
What change have we brought to that school?
Yeah.
You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change.
Yeah.
And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat.
Yeah.
So that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with.
Wow.
Even as an organization, you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you.
Yeah.
So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Not the things that you say you will do, but actually what you did.
Yes.
So that is very important. And leadership should be
Yes.
accountable.
Yeah.
And you've got to be truthful. You've got to be transparent in whatever you do. And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work.
Wow.
So that is important.
Wow. We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench. And she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader. And I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management, and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know what to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Reggio today and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are raised up right now and so assertive, they are so, I mean, I have no doubt about their capabilities. They're taking care of the little ones for about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, even in my absence. I think that's already an evidence of good leadership at the family level. Yes. Because for me, it's so important to impart values in people. And I see this in my children. I see this in the children, even those I've adopted. And they are carrying themselves with grace. You look at them and you see in schools, the feedback you get from the teachers about those girls, amazing. So these are young children, young youth who are already even taking responsibilities of mothers. They are caring for others. They are able to self-organize the families. Even in the absence, my absence at home, you know, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife.
Yes,
and
yes,
sometimes
yes.
the wife is very strong and vocal,
Yes.
and the husband is a bit timid.
Yes.
But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people, like, you know, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. You know, fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion. We've got to be fair to each other, and we want to see women and men, you know, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, you know, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO. You know, I am still starting. But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be. The vision that I have for the organization, you know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do, even in the society, and that's it. At society level, we look at how to go with the communities. It's so important that whatever we do, communities own it. So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values. So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions, even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, legacy, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, I mean, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap. You
and
get
Jennifer's
it?
left.
Yes, and everybody collapses.
And everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks. Move to higher levels so that when you go, you don't hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations when the people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure?
Yes.
You know, the organizations that depend on individuals.
Yes.
It's very dangerous because it will collapse. It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help a system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see you have a health center too, and by structure they're not supposed to offer deliveries. It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place. They are the oldest health center in the radius of over 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health service. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that would meet the needs of our people, and that is very important. So whatever interventions we do, we've got to ensure that these are able to transform lives. So if I'm in the health sector, what can I do to change lives?
Wow. We're talking to Jennifer Okosia Erejo. I think is a very powerful woman. While set with all our goals, ready to go and conquer the world at Bosco, Uganda. This is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala. This is Bosco the Katara of the city of the community in northern part of Uganda. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and welcome back from that break. In the studio with me is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, an organization that deals in ICT management in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. 14 years of existence, and of course the executive director, the new executive director, the female taking over from a man in a Catholic organization is not an easy place to be. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking so much about leadership and change management, leadership and transformation, leadership and the things that excite you and the things that you're going to do. I want to take you straight, Jennifer. Change management is our next part of the show, and then we'll go to transformation as we close the show. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out from an organization? That's one. And how do you communicate it as well as manage the expectations to where you're going? Like right now, you've left an organization, you're going to Bosco, Uganda. All right? Mm-hmm. Your next address is there. How do you manage to tell people you're leaving where you've been for 13 years? And then how do you manage the expectations of where you're going, where you're going to start another journey, most probably another 13 years. And not everyone finds this very easy. Not everyone is able to leave their job to move. Most people are stuck in one place and they're wondering what to do and how to go about it. They don't even know. But yet we see you and we have you here on the CEO bench as the next executive director of Bosco, Uganda. What is your understanding of change management in that regard, in that context?
Well, that's a broad theme. I don't know where to start from, but I think change management is like managing change. Yes. So you kind of, whether it's at a personal level or an organization level, you want to, there's something that you want to change. So for me, it is about, first of all, understanding where you are, and then defining what kind of change you want to see. I can give an example. For instance, for programs, when you are designing a program, it is so critical to understand where you are. Like what we're doing now in an effort and in a wonderful partnership with Accenture, working together with JICA and the Ministry of Health, is to study what is happening in the health sector and seeing what changes are going to be possible. One of the things that we found in our study, for instance, is that a lot of data is being collected, like every month, every day, the health workers, especially level 3s, because we're studying level 2 and 3s. There's so much data being recorded every day. If you walk to a rural health center, 2 or 3, you'll find the workers very busy. They are not only seeing patients, but they have to record data every single day. But what is the challenge with that is that at the end of the month, they must submit the report, so they don't even have the time to do analysis. And in order to make change possible, you need to use also technology. You need to change from a manual system to a system that is going to help you do analysis and be able to make an informed, timely, real-time decision. So what we're doing now, for instance, now, in that, I'm just giving an example of a health center. There's going to be, we visualize a lot of change going to happen. That even at the clinical officer will be able to do, start building up their management capabilities. They are going to start analyzing the data, understand why some kind of diseases, why malaria cases are going up, and not wait for feedback three months later from the district. They are able to look at the performance of the workers. They are able to understand how to even allocate resources and a number of things like that. So for change to happen, you've got to understand where are you and where do you want to go, and then set up a strategy to go. When I left the previous organization, they have never fallen back and said, where are you? And you build systems. You make sure that you're documenting what you're doing, so that there is no gap in knowledge. So for me, knowledge management is very critical. So even when people leave an organization, you must leave it in a way that is professional. I've seen organizations where people just, tomorrow they disappear, they're not there. That is a bad practice. Change is inevitable. And it must happen because of the changes in the world that we're seeing in terms of technology, in terms of, the circumstances we're in. It's so important that you continuously monitor the environment, whether it is internal or external, and see how to overcome, especially the negative shocks that may come through maybe change of policy. COVID has happened and people have been, those who didn't want to change, who didn't want to learn computer, have no choice now. Now they're going to struggle because they missed opportunities to adopt to the change that is happening. So managing change for me is looking within an organization and seeing what has to change. For instance, the organization culture. If you find a culture of, not only you talk about laissez-faire leadership, but there's also laissez-faire kind of behaviors among staff. You find where you have people leave their coats on the seats. You're waiting for an officer, it is his coat there. It's a Monday, it's a Friday, they are gone. So you know you're seeing cultures, you're seeing behaviors which need to be changed through the values that you must bring into an organization. So you realize you must set up systems, and you must be tough about some of the changes. Sometimes it doesn't go well for you, but you have to do the right thing. Because if you want to move from here to there, you must have a clear vision, and you must have clear strategies on how to reach there, including punitive measures. It's very important. So for me, in an organization, for instance, to change the culture, it's a big one. Change that culture of where people come at 10 a.m. and they leave at 3. Or people come early and they're actually not doing anything. So a change process could be having a result-based system where you account for results. And you may not like it. But what do? That is what you want to see. You want to be honest, you want to be accountable, you want to account for results, you want to see impact, you want to see changes in people's lives. So that means you've got to do something that even is unpopular, but for the right cause. So for me, managing change is not very easy. You may get the struggles, like your vision may conflict with others, but what do? You stand to what you do. And if you find that, for instance, the values are conflicting with what is there, you can't change something, move on. Because why would you change your values if you find, for instance, the things that you cherish, and I talk about values, and you're not getting the opportunity to be what you want to be, you go. In leadership, sometimes there are many people I know who are stuck because they feel the name of the organization is what, is popular. There could be good leaders out there, but they are stuck because of reputation of the organization. Yet the world is waiting to see them.
They have actually outgrown this space.
They have outgrown the space. They are so afraid of change. I am not afraid of change. I move, even if it means taking risks, but for the right reasons, once you check your intentions are right, and you feel you can make a contribution somewhere.
Correct.
It is good to lose something, but you gain it along the way. So for me, that change has to be well thought. What is it I want to change? How does that resonate around my values? How does it help me? For instance, it was so helpful for me to have more time with my children, which was very difficult in Kampala now because, traffic jam. You lose 6 hours in traffic. You reach home when the kids are sleeping, you leave when they're sleeping. As a mother, for me, that was not something that it was already conflicting with my values. I had to do something to make sure that I am able to be busy as a CEO, as an ED in work, but still knowing what is going on in my home and making sure that the children are growing up with values, that when you come to my home, you're not embarrassed by what you see there. So balancing, as a woman, it's so tricky, balancing between leadership in the office and even at home. It's not easy, but it is possible to achieve it. So I see many women held behind because they're also afraid. Maybe their husbands are not encouraging them to do what they want to do. And life is to be lived once. You, as an individual in this world, have been put for a purpose here. And once you understand that you are, an ambassador in this world, and you have a purpose to fulfill on this world, you're not afraid of even what your husband may say. He will catch along the vision as you go. But you move. And along the way, he'll say you took the right decision. So I really encourage people out there that sometimes change is inevitable. You've got to change. And sometimes people insist on holding on when everything is falling apart. You're going to fall eventually. Because it's like an ice. You have an ice and there is sun. Slowly it is melting away, but you're still holding on. You remain and fall. So you need to take the change and move. Sometimes it's a tough decision, but you must move the change. You must act so that you reach where you want to reach. Because the vision that you had before, this is how many years now back. Align it to the context today. Align it to the challenges and opportunities that you see today, like with COVID now. There's so much that we can do. Yes, there's a problem, but for every problem, there is a solution. So you have got to change some of the, your activities, your actions, in order to bring that positive change that you want to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. She is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, and I can tell you the nominations were not in vain. She is really fit for where she's going. Jennifer, we want to just encourage people to send in their kisses and disses coming. If Jennifer is doing well, kiss us. If she's not doing well, please diss us. We're okay. We will be able to respond to you. And please set your questions ready for Jennifer. We'll be able to try and pick a couple of 2 or 3 questions coming from all the viewers all out there and all across the world onto this topic of the CEO bench and leadership, change management and transformation. Jennifer, let me drive you to a very specific part of the show, which is, closing change management, going to transformation, as it is here on the show. When you speak with a lot of passion, you speak with a lot of energy, you speak with a lot of, drive and self-motivation. How does it feel to be leading an organization at the forefront of digital technology and connectivity founded by the Catholic Church? And of course, the essential, as we know, as a young mother from Uganda, from a young girl from Arua, with all the background you've given, how does it feel like to be now at the forefront of this organization that usually are led by men, not women?
It feels great.
Yeah.
It feels great because there's so much we can do today
with
technology, with ICT, to transform lives, to transform even business operations, to transform organizations. We've seen many organizations struggling. The cost of internet is still very, very expensive, very, very high for many people. It's not affordable with the commercial networks. It's quite expensive. So Bosco Uganda gives support to organizations that actually aids their work. They get it at a very, very low cost. It is really actually free, especially like the Archdiocese, the Archbishop. He's supported, he's our father, and he's supported to even live stream. And he's reaching out to the people in this period where there's a lockdown and you can't even go to church anymore. So we're seeing radio stations in the region who are broadcasting using our, our platform live to the audiences. So we're supporting other institutions to even achieve their missions and their visions, their goals. That is something beautiful that Bosco Uganda is doing. And we thank actually NITAU, we thank UCC that supported a community network organization like Bosco Uganda to exist. Completely not-for-profit organization that looks at communities and sees how to, to end the digital isolation for many people. We have wireless network in an office. People can access, internet from wherever they are with the hotspots and be able to work. That is something that Bosco Uganda, I just love the organization because they were seeing very far. They had very good insight. The founders had such beautiful vision of the future, way before, this technology was even here. So for me, it's something that is beautiful. The potential of what we can do is amazing. For instance, if we go to a health center now and digitalize data so that they no longer have to spend time writing
long notes,
in the registers. You feel Jennifer, your age, your sex, and so on and so forth. These registers are so many. There's even no store for keeping the register. Digitalize that information so that you're able to even trace who is coming to the facility, improve diagnosis, improve care, so that the doctors, the nurses are able to see who came in. I have been privileged through, I think, working with an international organization to attend medical care in a private hospital. And I saw from the triage, a system where you walk in, the doctor already has your record before you even come in. But in this manual system, you are going to start telling your story again. So with technology, the potential of improving health service delivery is amazing. You can, for instance, we've seen some partners do, for instance, something on addressing mortality rates, death among children, that is like say under 1 year, using technology. The doctor is able to monitor the health of the children and even improve diagnosis. So with technology, there is so much that we can do. We can have students studying from home. Many schools now are doing virtual. If you see the schools in the northern region, many of them are very rural. They don't have power. They don't have even a single computer. Many schools don't have a computer. So as Bosco Uganda, coming in and providing them with computer, providing them a network system, an intranet system within the school system so that there are networks, the students can go learn basic computer skills. We are building up leaders, we're building up Ugandans who are digitally literate. Yeah. And these people are going to be able to do their own coursework. For us, we learned computer in the university. We didn't. I learned it at university. I was lucky. A cousin of mine told me, you need to go and learn computer. In 2 weeks, I was able to learn, and I took off. That, how do I say, just a little support as good as giving people basic skills sets them to move and discover themselves. So now with internet connection, what can they not do? Students are we're going to still, how do I say, improve education, the quality of education. We see the possibility of even schools across, networking, say a rural school partnering with a Kampala school, or that is having teachers being able to broadcast and exchange materials online. And we're going to carry the same vision because we want to see our citizens better. So with Bosco Uganda, there's so much opportunity we have available to support education, health, even agriculture. We've seen people use the apps to, to study the health of your farm. So use technology to develop. And that's why I love what we're doing, because I bring in the aspect of development. I'm not a technician, but I tell them if people do not understand and use it, then it is useless. It has got to make a difference in the lives of the people. It's not about knowing, like now, you may not even know what comes into the camera, how it is, but you must know how to operate it and use it for something good. So we see technology bridging up with whatever we want to, the gap that we have in the sector, and what kind of solutions can we design to using the technology to take people, leapfrog people to another level. We can actually catch up in this period of COVID, the losses through technology, and that is possible. So Bosco Uganda having community networks, having ICTs, 54 ICT centers, these need to be strengthened. We need to see, I want to see, how do I say, when anyone walks into the center, even women, go there and find a content, say for instance, how to make cakes, bakery and so on. Learn it from the ICT center, go home and do it, start a business. Wow. These are possibilities you can do with technology.
And this is what you are
This is the vision.
This is what you want to take into
Thank you. This is what I want to bring. Increase content. Have content available. Relevant content that is going to transform lives. I have learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have internet, a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done.
I can see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time is being fast spent, but I want to take you to a more specific questions on faith-based. You are going into what we call a faith-based organization, and started by church as a church installation and the Catholic faith. What does faith, hope, inspiration, confidence, and success mean to you as a person? First of all, as a leader, as a person going in there as an executive director, especially in the light of consequences and effects of the pandemic COVID-19?
I can quickly say that faith is what has made me today, and hope. When you have those challenges, some people have taken shortcuts and they are far. Some are gone, they are dead because of the decisions they took. But having faith in God, prayer is so important. For young people out there, I really tell them, my girls know that, even my little children, 2-year-old, prays. They all pray. They're learning how to pray. I'm building that foundation in them. They learn. I self-learned how to do these things, but I have made sure that for myself, my family is a prayerful family. these are values that they cherish. You know, the children pray. They pray for me. You hear them pray, God bless mommy. Yeah. Many of the things that I'm getting, you know, God answers the prayers of little children. So faith for me from childhood was so critical. Faith, hope. You know, it makes you believe in possibilities beyond where you are. You see things and you actually affirm things. Like poverty, I said, poverty, I must kick it out of the family. I said, my family, I'll be the first graduate. My siblings will not, how do I say, will not remain uneducated, because I believe very much that with God all things are possible. So for me, at an individual level, this faith has brought me so far with the values that I cherish today, of honesty, hard work, how do I say, trustworthy, how do I say, transparency and so on. So these things guide me, and this came for me from the church. Being an active Christian, a Catholic, I am a Catholic, but I'm very, how do I say, I love God, and I can do nothing without him. I really do believe that the values that we have, the challenges we have, if you don't have God, you get swayed away. You get into the popularity thing, and before you know it, you're gone. But when you stick to your God, he never fails you. He actually comes through. And every time I had a challenge, there was always, he just made a way. God truly makes a way where there seems to be no way. And being in the Catholic Church, I really want to see that we're supporting not only the church, but it's an organization that reaches out to regardless of faith. We've established ICT centers in mosques, in Muslims schools. And that is important for us, because you're looking at humanity. With faith is, you look at the human aspect of people. And you, regardless of race, religion, gender, you know, sex, you're looking at the human person, and you want, what you want for yourself should be the same for others. Selfishness does not help us. I really do believe that there is more blessing in giving than in receiving. There is more blessing giving than receiving. So I have seen people like Peter Nyeko, and he's a giver. I wouldn't be here without some people like him. What he's going to work on and what we are going to build together, working on to support health centers now have energy, 1.5 kilowatt energy in health center 2s and 3s. That is going to transform lives. Because I think these are some of the values that we commonly share, that we want to see people's lives change. We want to improve, you know, access. We want to provide an ambulance to people so that they transport mothers who are pregnant to facilities, help those facilities people do better with their lives. So for me, faith at a personal level, it's driving me to the organization. And even as I move out, it's so critical for me. I just want to see, be, how do I say, that light, the light of Christ that shines. And that for me is a big thing. Be the light, bring light where there's darkness. Give hope for other people. Let them see that you can, they're where they are now, they will also be somebody at some time. You don't have to be a perfect leader, but if you have the values and if you cherish the things that you do, the sky is the limit.
Wow. Jennifer, Uganda has a very interesting number of people. I want to localize this and bring it down to the African context. The African continent have a diversity of many people thinking in a different perspective altogether. The attitude and perception of people are very different. But bringing it down here at home in Uganda, particularly most Ugandans, or Uganda is mostly you know, a country that is friendly to many people, likes to receive as many people as possible. And in recent times and in recent years, we've seen Uganda as, you know, a country that receives as many refugees as possible. But also pressure is beginning to build, in the sense that people are beginning to see that the space is going, and there's a lot of, you know, now small talks and, you know, brewing issues happening between the refugee communities and then the local indigenous people in this space. But yet, Uganda is one of the country in Africa that mostly rural and agricultural, you know, based. As a country, we are blessed with the soil, but we also host as more refugees as possible compared to most of the cities or countries across Africa, or even in the world. There's no country in the world that is hosting more refugees than Uganda. All right? And when you look at this, what is the biggest challenge in the rural and refugee hosting communities that you are inspired to transform through your work? We're getting into the transformation part of this program, the CEO Bench.
Thank you. Well, the challenges in the rural sector, in the rural areas, are just too many. As I said, I just came from doing a study in the West Nile, and I looked back at the roads, the road network, the distance from one facility to the next referral. Yeah. You have a facility, and the next referral is, say, if you are in Madiokolo, yes, they will tell you the next referral is Arua Hospital, 50 yes, kilometers away. Yes. If you were a mother, yes,
about to give birth,
in labor, yes, you failed, the
yes,
labor has failed.
Yeah.
You are as good as really gone. Yeah. Because there's no transport. Some districts have only one ambulance for the entire district, and if you call for the ambulance, it has taken someone to Mulago or to Lacho Hospital. Wow. That is so sad. So sad. So I looked at the women there and I said, they are really, I looked at them and I said, God bless the women. Yeah. This is resilience. I mean, you're still able to give birth in a situation where you're not sure of medical care. Yeah. And that is not easy. So refugees are coming in. I know there's some development coming in with, yeah, partners coming to support, which is a great thing, yeah, that you have different partners, international partners, even the local organizations, yeah, putting an effort to help, but there's still, yeah, so much need. Yeah. There's need to build up health centers, yeah, at least at a level 3. All centers should just start from level 3, yeah, where you're able to access maternal, delivery. Yeah. But even beyond that, there has got to be, sincerely, there's got to be better hospitals, there's got to be better infrastructure, so that in case, cesarean section, I look at those people and I say, my goodness me, what happens when you fail to deliver? To take you, and there's no even vehicle, to 50 kilometers away, the road is so bad, if it rains, a small car cannot pass. Even an X-ray cannot drive on some of those roads. It is terrible. So as we receive even more refugees, especially West Nile that has accommodated so many, there's still so much need on the ground that we need to just do proper planning. I really do believe resources are available. It's how you plan the resources. Prioritizing, ensuring that we build up structures that are adequate. OPD sections are very small. We've seen patients come in an OPD so small. It's the same place where they dispense drugs. So you are talking about social distance of 2 meters apart. Yeah. It's not possible. They are ill-equipped. There are no housing for nurses. Yeah. These nurses are working day and night. They need adequate motivation. They need to be paid well. And there is need really to increase the budget for the health sector. But above all, leadership is important even at those levels, not only at the district, but even at the facility level, to get people to work, but also to be able to support people to do their work. Because these are people who have children. I look at myself as a mother. If an organization does not facilitate their staff adequately, that's why you have many cases of corruption. Because sometimes organization thinks you must give a voluntary service. Yeah. It's not possible. And this compromises, some people will not manage to, hardship, and they end up falling apart on their values. Yeah. So the international community has to continue supporting, but also we want to see government do better in terms of planning the resources and perhaps driving the demand from down up and not top down. There's got to be, because some of these health center tools are doing deliveries, yet they are not supposed to. But they have no choice because people come there, it's the only one nearby. Yeah, yeah. So they need to immediately prioritize support to such kind of centers. So I'm really happy that with Mandulis, we are an Accenture, and we are rolling out a pilot study on digitalization that we're going to do to try to support health center 2s and 3s, which are the most needy. And we're going to provide 1.5 kilowatt solar energy in those facilities, because lighting is a problem. What we saw in nearly, I would say, 90% of the health centers, there's no reliable power. If they have solar, it is not reliable. The issues with batteries. So coming up with a system, that a power solution that is going to help the health centers, that means it will increase the work time for them, but also introducing like computers. We will train health workers on the basic skills and on how to digitalize data, so that it takes away the burden of, the time lost in writing, so that they're able to give services to people, to the patients who come in the facility. So even digitalizing alone is going to reduce the workload. We believe it will reduce the workload. It will give more patient time. And I'm really looking at a time when health centers can have patient, how do I say, in those rural health centers, that you can actually, if you walked in as Eddie, your data is available and the doctor knows your previous record and is able to help to improve, diagnosis.
Reduce the time.
Leave alone that to even follow your history and able to support you, because with the manual system, it's impossible. If you come with your patient book, because in the villages, in those centers, you come with your exercise book where they write the prescriptions and everything. Tomorrow you leave it at home. You come with a new one. They will not remember. They will not remember. Or the rain has washed it. So there's no way they will remember that you had TB.
Yes.
You may come for malaria and actually you're a TB person. So how do you manage that? So we really want, using technology, that partners out there who have the technology who can actually help to integrate the system so that you don't do a one standalone, that this is me, I do my own, and you have a museum, so many standalone, but integrated so that you really support the health sector. Because the challenges are many and we need concerted effort. That's why working in partnership is very important. And I really love partnership, the collaboration. So I'm really happy to work with Mandulis. I look at the future so bright that we shall support health centers. One aspect is digital, bringing in laptops with JICA support to help improve, the work in the facilities, but also bring energy, which is something great, and even transport that would help the community to be able to access medical services in emergencies. Like we have electric ambulances that Mandulis is working on, beautiful ideas. We need more people, more Ugandans to get out and do something that is going to transform lives. It's not about money. Many of the companies, by the way, if you go to those areas in West Nile, for the facilities that we sample, about 75 of them, network is a problem. You don't even have voice. You cannot call on MTN, you cannot call on Airtel. Airtel does quite better. They have really reached out in a wider coverage, but you can't even call. You can't call a health center. At the health center, you must find a spot to stand to call someone in the district. So you must go under some kind of tree, surely.
Climb and hunt him.
I say, where is the corporate responsibility? Should it be about market-driven? But let's it be about the people. Reach the services to the community. So there is need for network, like we need intranet systems, we need internet access in those facilities so that you just at real time click and send the information to the district. Instead of somebody look for boda. They don't even have by their motorcycles. Ride to the district just to take a report. How about just use technology, click away and it's at the district, I continue with my work. Now I lose 2 days to move from one health center to come to the district to give a report. 2 days would have done so much to help lives, save lives. So with technology alone, a click away, instant reports to the ministry, even up to Kampala. So there's need for partners to come in and work with Bosco Uganda, work with the existing partners on the ground to support technology rollout to the health center so that we improve on services by bringing technology closer, power, energy, and also for these companies, the MTN, Airtel, to really do something as a corporate responsibility, to really target the people and support connectivity. So that we have access. We are happy with NITA, they're doing quite a lot, they have reached the highways, but on the ground, there is a gap. So there's need for partnership on how to bring that internet closer to the people so that we really support development of the rural areas in health, in education, in agriculture. Mention it. Technology is the way to go, and I'm glad to be with Bosco Uganda and to work with people who are willing to support such change, technology that is going to help transform lives.
Wow. Well, you're hearing, Jennifer Okusia Erejo talk about her journey as the new executive director, of Bosco Uganda. Again, this is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala, okay? This is Bosco Uganda, the organization that looks after ICT in community, in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. I think they have been there for about 14 years. And for the first time, a lady is taking over the leadership role in there as an executive director, and she was nominated to be on the CEO bench. And Jennifer Okusia, as I am concerned, you are on a good roll to, being a good leader in that organization. They are blessed to have you. Jennifer, last question. Our time is fast spent, but I want to ask you my last question. Uganda has a vision 2040. We've talked about the vision 2040. We've discussed this over and over. The government has been talking about it. The people of Uganda have been talking about it. Just like any other country in the world, we must have a vision. So Uganda has a vision 2040. What hope do you have for Uganda as a woman taking over from Bosco Uganda at the moment, and Africa 2040? And how can we, each person, anywhere in Uganda, Africa, and the world be inspired to do things and join hands to, you know, help realize that vision for the country called Uganda?
Wow, those are many questions in one.
Yes.
But as a woman, as a mother,
Yes.
how do I say, I stand to reflect on myself as a woman.
Yes.
And what I want to, the change that I want to see in others.
Yes.
I want to be an image for women out there.
Yeah.
Who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better.
Yeah.
I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF. The UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail. So we need people to come together. We need young people out there not to think about money first, but think about what you're passionate about, what change you want to contribute to.
This is to what 2040.
Commit yourself towards that vision. Commit yourself towards digitalization. Commit yourself towards projects that make an impact. Government Uganda has great plans, but we all know always the challenge is the implementation. But if you are an institution, if you are the leader of an institution, and you have the resources, why not commit those resources to what it was intended to be? That's it. If all of us made that contribution honestly and account for what we do, we will have change in this country. We shall develop this country to the vision. So let's stop talking, but walking the talk. Let's put resources down, whether it's financial resources, it is time that you spend to work. Commit yourself to it. If it is finding the right staff to the organization, please find the right people, not because he's related to me or not, or he's from that tribe or other. Find competence, find committed people, work together and achieve what you want to achieve. That for me is very important. And we shall reach the vision 2040. So talking alone does not help us, but aligning what we say we want to do and actually how do I say, measuring the changes. It is so important. Sometimes I get bored here. 50 years ago, they still talk 50 years ago. What happened to the 5-year plan? Can you account for that one? Account for it. And please, let's be accountable. Let's be truly honest and attribute our work to the changes that we see, the outcomes. Stop talking about impacts. Those are very far away because so many people are contributing to it. Measure the outcomes. Define the outcomes with the people that you want to change and trace that. Let the people be in the driving seat. I mean, let them also contribute towards the change. We stop dependency. Because I really do believe that there is resources. There are idle resources around us. But sometimes the difference is exposure. So what you have here, as you see, is not a resource. Out there, they're using it. You've seen people even eat all kinds of things. But for us, because we have the food, we don't. I'm just using that in terms of resources. If you have the resource, we need exposure, we need support in training, leadership, train us as leaders, support us in the work that we're doing, reach out to organizations that are doing a great work, support them, and build them so that they're able to remain a going concern. They're able to build up, system structures, programs that will outlive the leadership of the organization. I think that is so important.
Wow.
Leaders, when it's time to go, go. Stop hanging in. Your vision might have expired. Allow others to lead.
Yeah.
And let them also try. Next 5 years, 10 years. And when you believe that you've done your part, let other people build. Because as I said, change is inevitable. Yeah. And new people can come in with new ideas. Yeah. People need to embrace that change and catch the vision and move on. And that is so important.
Wow. Well, you've heard from Jennifer right there. Powerful woman taking over Bosco, Uganda. You're truly blessed. And the community of the people in northern Uganda and the, Western Islands, you are really blessed. And to my people from Arua, I think you have, and people from the West Nile, you have a powerful host right there in Jennifer. Jennifer, your parting short question here. I mean, what is the most important thing that the viewers and the followers of the CEO bench that nominated you to come onto the program should take over from you today, or should know about Jennifer going forward, as we bring the show to a close, as your parting shot?
Jennifer is so passionate about...
I want you to look into the camera.
Oh, yeah. Jennifer is so passionate about transforming lives. Yeah. She's a woman who holds the values of honesty, accountability, transparency. And that is what drives me. And that's what I want people to check me for. Am I doing what I say I want to do? Yeah. As a leader, I must be an exemplary person. Yeah. So I lead by example. Yeah. So for me, it's about servant leadership. Yeah. It's being on the forefront, working with your team to change the things that you want to change. So I'm happy and glad to have been given this opportunity. I want to thank our Archbishop of Gulu, a man that has worked tirelessly and doing so much to transform lives, supporting the institution to work together, effort towards inter-institutional collaboration. And I'm glad to be part of the team that is contributing towards ideas in the Archdiocese. For me as a Christian, I carry the Christian values, and I do believe so much that those values drive us and make us live the kingdom principle. So it's so important that actually we live our values, we work together, and we bring about the change that we really want to see, carrying the people along, actually putting the people in the driving seat. So I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to come here and inspire someone out there, and to tell the young people there is hope for you. Young girls, do not rush into marriage, do not rush into relationships. It is a temporary solution, but it's going to cause you long-lasting problem. Focus on education. Challenges are there, but there's a solution to every problem. So stand up and fight on. Many people who are something today, had the option of, having a shortcut to, give up and, say me, Masao, I've reached the traffic light. It is red, I stop here. No, it always changes from red to yellow to green and yellow. So please, keep working hard. Set up your vision, set up the strategies, build systems, build structures, and build internal processes that will outlive your legacy. As a CEO, as an ED, for me, that is what I cherish. I really want to set up an organization, a system that can outlive my time, and that is so important. But it must impact the lives. I must be among those that are contributing towards the change, whatever sector it is, whether agriculture or health or education. Am I making an impact? Am I transforming lives? That's what I believe in.
Wow. Jennifer, thank you very much for coming to the show. Here, we always do this, and we say that we have to spread the love going forward. And to all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench today. The CEO Bench has come to an end. We've been talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju, who is the executive director of Bosco Uganda. Check them out. Check Bosco Uganda online, www.boscouganda.com, and check them out, and you'll be able to, touch base with them. You'll be amazed. The CEO Bench will return next week, same time, same place. God bless, and stay focused on your leadership journey.
Amen.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulis, we really believe in this. We're a clean energy company that also focuses on agricultural value addition to help improve the lives of farmers in rural Africa. Something that's close to my heart, having grown up in these communities. I was born in northern Uganda, in such communities that we've seen today. I spent my early childhood running around these roads. You know, I've lived this, but so has almost every other Ugandan, because 80% of us are linked to the ground through farming. And now what today has been about is figuring out how farming can not only be productive for food, but rather how farming can be productive for the entire ecosystem and the economy. How crops once grown can have residues that can be turned into energy to process those same crops, can be turned into energy to cook those same crops, and can be turned into that flicker of light that can shatter any shield of darkness, economically, developmentally, and otherwise.
I am Jean-Baptiste Fauvel. I work as a program manager at the EU delegation to Uganda, and I'm in charge of working on inclusive green economy. Inclusive green economy is one of two focal sectors of the EU's development cooperation with Uganda, so we have allocated a significant amount of resources to advancing this agenda of promoting inclusive green economy in line with the government's ambitions in this regard, because Ugandan authorities have launched the Ugandan Green Growth Development Strategy end of 2017, and we are keen on supporting this. This visit to the pilot projects implemented by Mandulis in the Gulu district, Gulu region, has been a very interesting experience for me, a learning experience, because I'm not familiar with gasification, the gasification of biomass, and the many interesting technologies implemented by Mandulis here. So I've learned a lot, and I am extremely grateful to Peter and his colleagues for showing this and the very inspiring message conveyed to us visitors.
What's interesting about this project, what I've learned from Mandulis, is that they are covering the missing link in rural electrification. And that missing link is that, you know, we try to electrify people, and it always requires subsidy. What they're bringing is they're connecting the value chains, the agricultural value chains, the ground nuts, the rice, the maize, and this value chains, which are worth a lot of money. They're using the waste from these value chains to make energy, which returns resources to the community. And this has not been done successfully in East Africa yet. So this is a really exciting project. And so what my plan and what I'll be working on is to try and help them finalize the business so that it's investable in a way that they can grow to meet all 16 of the target areas.
I'm telling you that take this stove, okay, take this sigiri, go home, after you've made your muchama and you've eaten and you've enjoyed yourself, I'll buy back the ash from you. That is crazy, but it's what makes you now say, okay, maybe I should switch, because if I calculate the amount of money, let's assume you're buying 1 ton a year, and that 1 ton you're spending about 500,000 shillings. And let's say you're getting about a quarter of a ton at the end of the year, 250 grams, 250 kilos. That's 5 bags of charcoal. How much is 5 bags of charcoal? You're like, okay. So if you're spending 500,000 and you're earning 100,000 from your waste at the end of the year, in a rural environment, that's covering, 2 terms of school for 1 kid. So it gives that incentive to switch, because you're saying, look, it's still wood, but this is cleaner. It doesn't beat the environment. It's cheaper, but more importantly, it is an income stream for you as a family.
I have been very impressed by what I've seen. It's been very inspiring, and I will be very keen on exploring whether and how we could maybe support Manduli's ambitions in the future. I will share my takes with colleagues in Kampala, and we will explore what can be done.
The EU has been a strong partner of Uganda in many different fields, from infrastructure to development to others. And I feel it's crucial for them to see how what we're doing fits in within their plans and Uganda's plans.
The farmers are ready. The farmers are ready for someone to come in and make this happen. So we go back to what we need is rural electrification. What we need is we need markets for food crops. The markets for food crops are there, and the opportunities for rural electrification are there, and the farmers are willing to participate. So what surprised me, it didn't surprise me, but is how knowledgeable they are. Mandulis, I think, has raised the awareness, but they're ready to participate, and they understand that they have a role to play in this great activity.
And I'm impressed as well at the potential of this region in terms of agriculture and agro-processing. Just have a look at what's around the landscape. You can see how fertile this land is and how much potential there is for such initiatives as those promoted by Mandulis. So I am confident that there is a big potential for agro-processing industries in the future, and of course the gasification of bio-waste is one of them.
This is a beautiful area. This is a wealthy area. When I heard about Gulu, I had no idea. I kind of thought northern Uganda was very dry, and I didn't really know what to expect. And so when I got here, what I've seen is a very rich area, a lot of crops, a lot of farmers, a lot of young people looking for things to do. And so I think that the agricultural value is here. So what surprised me is the amount of agricultural activity and the potential here.
It was fantastic. I was very much impressed by how welcoming and friendly the local communities are, especially here in Paminolango. We were treated with a fantastic singing and dancing show, which I will keep in my mind for a long time. I think it was fantastic, and I'm very grateful to all those people, all those communities here for their fantastic welcome.
I have not had sorghum ugali like that for a really long time. I mean, in Nairobi we get maize ugali, but sorghum ugali and then the local food here is just fantastic. I'll also talk about the music. That was like the best village orchestra that I've seen in a long time. So the food and the music, that was like a cherry on top of the experience, and so I'm really looking forward to working on this project.
We wanted our guests to experience the warm welcome of the culture in rural Uganda, especially in this part of rural Uganda. So we had everything from Malakwang to Bo to La Korokoro, you know, to Odi, to Olel. All the food that's grown just down the road from here. And they've eaten it right here. Everything, you know, even those who had the chickens are grown here, and they've been fed on the maize bran and the rice bran, you know, and everything's from around the corner. Fresh food, natural food, cooked with a lot of care and a lot of love for everyone, and a lot of welcoming warmth.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
COVID was not expected by many people early last year, you know, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, you know, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. You know, some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally, you know. But the situation changed rapidly, you know, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
You and the Law is simply what it says, You and the Law. It's a program that seeks to explain the law to people in this country, demystify the different concepts of the law, make people understand what the law is, how it affects their lives, and really to ensure that we keep ourselves on the safe side of the law. Because as you all know, ignorance of the law has never been and will never be a defense. So whether you're a teacher, whether you're a border rider, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a farmer, anything that you could be in your life, the law affects every aspect of our lives. So that's why we have this program to basically enable people to understand the law in its different formations and how it impacts on our lives. Today, we have a very interesting guest with us who will be helping us understand a couple of things about this program and the ideas that we are flaunting for you, the viewers of House of Talent Television. Our guest is a very outstanding and fairly young lawyer. He's a law lecturer. He's practiced law for the last 8+ years. He's taught law in different universities. He's been in leadership in this country, and he's best suited to steer this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the one and only Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the nice introduction.
In House of Talent, we always have to do the fist bump and we spread the love. Yeah, it's just our way of trying to survive in these COVID times, because we're told that we can't be touching ourselves and stuff like that. Yes. So Emma, I know that you do so many things in this country. You teach law, you practice law, you run a startup. So I thought perhaps we could start by having a sneak peek into the work that you do as a lawyer, as an innovator, just to set the ball rolling for us.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, I do all the things that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
Been a lawyer for quite a while now, since 2014.
Oh.
So quite knowledgeable about the law now.
You're no longer a young lawyer?
No longer a young lawyer. I'm off that bracket.
Okay.
But of course, always willing to learn and contribute to the society in different ways, like you've stated. And so that includes also, as part of the pro bono work, to uplift people's understanding of the law, teach them what the law is, and this has been appreciated, in different squatters in this country, For example, last year, our organization, that is Legal Hub Uganda, won this Laicon Award. Laicon, that's the Legal Aid Innovations Conference.
Oh, yes, oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're the best, that was in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the work is much appreciated now.
You mentioned Legal Hub. I thought maybe you could spend a little bit of time to, explain to us what Legal Hub is all about. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Legal Hub Uganda is a non-governmental organization.
Okay.
This organization was conceived as an idea around 2017 and registered as a company limited by guarantee. And we went on to register as a non-governmental organization in 2019. So since then, we have been contributing to this country in different ways, using the radios, visiting schools, going into the community in different ways. We have, for example, utilized radio stations in this country, several of them, and I believe people across this country have heard about Legal Hub Uganda and what we have been doing.
Yeah, I know that you also have a little bit of interest in innovations as an organization. Could you sort of try to shine a light on a couple of innovations that Legal Hub has been pushing across the country?
Yes, thank you. So one of our biggest innovations, to date, has been the legal podcast.
Yeah.
So if you're very common on Facebook, on different platforms, you're able to see that we're doing a legal podcast. I believe we're the pioneer podcasters in this country, at least in the legal sense.
Okay.
So this podcast has been recognized by The Hill. The Hill is the Hague Institute, for innovations of law.
Yes. Yeah.
So we competed, and we came out as the best innovators in 2019.
Okay.
And as a result, we also represented Uganda. We're among the 3 that represented Uganda at The Hague. That's in the Netherlands.
Very important milestones that you raised.
Exactly. So we're able to compete with the world, to showcase the world what we are all about, and things like that. And of course, we have kept the podcast running with support from different quarters of this world. So that's why I was saying earlier that we have been able to even win the Lakon Award.
Yeah, which is very big, especially for the country.
Yes,
because it's
so
a national sort of system.
Exactly, and of course, every day we continue to innovate ways that we can reach, different people in this country. And our major interest is the last mile in this country. Yeah. And that's what keeps us, moving forward to ensure that the last person in this country understands the law.
Until we take the law to the last mile.
Exactly.
So that brings me sort of to this question around then you and the law, because clearly it seems to be a contribution to your mandate of taking to the law to the last mile.
Yes.
So you and the law, as a program that we're designing in partnership with the House of Talent Television, could you just sort of give us an idea what it's all about?
Yes, thank you. So again, because of our innovativeness, right? We have been able to be recognized by different people, and recently we were one of the winners, under the I4C challenge. That's Innovation for Change, So under that project, one of the things that we thought of was to bring the law to the TV audience, in this country. And again, I believe this is also pioneering in different ways, because other people simply discuss the law from the surface, So we want to unpack the law, to the TV audience. Because I believe the radio will be focusing more on the people in the last mile, But
the TV audience is a bit.
So if you come to Kampala, you realize that the majority of the people only listen to the radio in the morning when they're driving to work, and the evening when they're driving back home. And at that point, someone is a bit anxious, going to work and coming back. So they basically want to listen to music, So we want to see how we can take this television to their offices, to their homes, at their own convenience, So that's why this project comes up, And so we have designed a number of projects, a number of topics that we want to handle under this. So there'll be a COVID edition, but generally we'll be discussing other aspects of the law like you had rightly introduced.
Yeah. So I thought perhaps, I know you've sort of given us a sneak peek into the future, but I thought we could maybe start by revisiting, you mentioned COVID.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, why is it important to actually have a conversation around, COVID and the law? Because this is you and the law, and then suddenly you're talking about, COVID. Some because, COVID is a medical issue. Why are we discussing it in you and the law? You should be telling us about theft, you should be telling us about murder and things like that. So could you sort of try to give us that intersection?
Yes. Now, that's a good question. First of all, COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally, know. But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened, The country was closed down. Among the first times that the president had addressed the country, he reached a point where he closed the land, air, and all the borders basically in this country.
So basically,
So we're locked up. You couldn't go out.
No entrance, no exit.
Exactly. Yeah. And alongside that, they curtailed our movement at some point. They said stay home, Workplaces were closed, People were staying home. I know that different kinds of problems occurred, Husbands and wives are staying indoors for 24 hours. So you can expect that there'll be domestic violence.
I would expect them to burn.
On the contrary, no. Because then you're seeing, you're confined to this house for 24 hours. Yeah. You're looking at each other. At least when you're working, you're able to go and cool off in case of any disagreements. So during that COVID period, and we're still of course in that period, there was a lot of domestic violence that was realized, for example. And that is a legal issue. People had mental issues. That's just a legal issue in some ways. Children stayed at home, and up to now as we speak, children are still at home, and so that means that their rights to to study, to education, which of course has its own technicalities, but that children are still at home and they are losing out so many months and years.
Then on Sundays and Fridays, people
You know, you can't go to church or to the mosque. That's also a legal issue, you know. In the first lockdown in 2020, you know, government had to step in and provide food, you know, because people were no longer working. You know, a majority of our people, especially here in Kampala, you know, they live hand to mouth. So these people go to town, they work the money, go home with a kavera. Those kaveras will no longer have coming, you know.
A kavera is a polythene bag, just
exactly.
in case some viewers may not understand. Yeah.
Yes. So that means that the right to, you know, to food, you know, was affected. You couldn't move. Your right to movement is affected. The government came up with regulations saying that, for example, you can't spit in public, you know. And indeed, those regulations are still here. If you spit in public, you're committing an offense, you know. I
wonder how many people know that.
Exactly. So COVID has impacted life in ways that we didn't imagine, you know.
Basically, there's been a close fusion between COVID and the law.
Exactly. And it appears this situation is not likely to change even after we recover from the pandemic. Because in some places you've heard them talking about COVID passports, you know. Oh, yeah. In Europe, in South Africa, yesterday I was seeing they're trying to introduce a COVID passport. So that means if you want to go to the market, you should show that you've been vaccinated, you know. So what is the implication of that on your daily life?
We'll pick on from there because clearly I see that you've tried to marry, you know, COVID-19 and the law. So we'll pick on from there after the short break. Stay right here. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ocho, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times in a day. No. You have a right to work. Your right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know.
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today in studio, we hosting Mr. Emmanuel Elau, co-founder at Legal Hub Uganda, the practicing lawyer and a law lecturer, basically to discuss and explain to us this whole show that we're premiering here, You and the Law, specifically the COVID edition. Before we went for a break, Emma was explaining to us how the law is married into the whole COVID-19 pandemic and the different interventions that have been put in place. I thought, Emma, we could pick on from there. So before the break, you sort of tried to make that explanation. So could you kindly, in a more sort of detailed manner, highlight the various human rights that you think have been affected by COVID-19?
Yeah. Well, thank you. There have been different rights that have been affected. We're talking about the right to education. We're talking about the right of movement. We're talking about the right to health, which has also been highlighted because of our, infrastructure.
Yeah, our preparedness for...
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think we have also seen the right to life, to an extent, also affected. People's rights to worship, people's rights to, to marry at some point, because when it was suspended.
Yeah, you couldn't do a ceremony.
Yes, you couldn't do much, I think the people's rights also to earn a living, generally, which could be connected with the right to own property. It could be, one could make an argument that has also been affected.
Economic rights that
economic
have been
rights,
severely
yes.
affected.
Exactly.
So looking at the COVID edition of You and the Law that we're talking about today, what are the kind of topics that people should expect, the viewers of House of Talent Television should expect to be discussed on this show?
Okay, thank you. So, because of this whole idea, we have put together a couple of topics, 12 of them in particular, for purposes of this particular COVID edition.
So you just selected only 12?
12 topics, okay, particularly. So those topics are going to touch on the law and human rights in Uganda. So we'll basically have a guest telling us about the different laws, the different rights that have been affected, because we're talking about human rights.
Yeah, sort of a broader picture.
A broader discussion. So you can expect a very interesting discussion around that. Two, we'll be talking about COVID-19 and access to justice in Uganda, because we know already that even without COVID, a great majority of people in this country were even struggling to access justice, and this is no news, You've heard of people talking about case backlog, access to courts of law, access to lawyers, If you looked at the infrastructure in this country in terms of legal aid, I mean, it's a bit poor, Everybody looks at Law Society, but Law Society only has 22 legal aid clinics across this country. But how many districts do we have?
100 and something.
Exactly. So even before Corona, there was a problem. But now we want to discuss post-Corona. What exactly
in Corona.
In Corona, actually.
Yes, yeah.
What exactly is going on?
I think that's interesting, actually, even noting the fact that courts were actually closed as well during the lockdown. And I remember, I think lawyers were not essential workers.
No, they were not.
Yeah, so with all the fancy suits, at a certain point, a wheelbarrow pusher was more important than you.
We were relegated to another, Of course, there was this whole thing that lawyers at some point were made essential. But you see, it was technical because it was only a fee. You had to apply for a permit.
Yeah.
Each time you had a case.
Yeah.
But remember, if your client is arrested, because sometimes these things are not planned, considering how police operates. If your client is arrested, you have to apply for a permit that could take you a day or two. And then the law, on the other hand, says that
48 hours.
48 hours, and then your client as well is entitled to see a lawyer upon arrest. So that also was affecting.
So imagine a lawyer running all the way from Nigeria to Chira Road Police.
Exactly.
Because they don't have a permit. Okay. Yeah. Any other sort of areas of discussion that we'll focus on?
So another interesting topic is COVID-19, gender, and women's rights.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of gender
that
issues.
sounds interesting already, yeah.
Exactly. There have been a lot of gender issues in this country as a result of this COVID. Domestic violence, women, beaten, and all sorts of things. And of course, we're not biasing this only to women. Of course, we're aware that there's some men who may have also fallen
victim,
you know.
Yeah,
only that, of course, you know that the men fear to come out, you know. So, so it will be a bit of a general discussion, though of course with some bit of focus on women specifically. Another topic of interest is COVID-19 property and land rights, because as you're aware, while everyone else was busy, you know, with corona things, some people were also busy scheming ways to evict them from their land, you know, because, you know, because courts were suspended, you know, if a guy wants to take over your land or to break down your house, you have no recourse to a court of law.
Interestingly, there was actually a directive issued by the Ministry of Lands suspending any forms of eviction and stuff like that in that period.
Yes.
But I think this being Uganda, some people were able to,
of course,
to bypass.
so you find that whereas they put out all the things, sometimes they're well-intentioned, that we do not want people to be evicted. But there'll be someone out there, you know, who can be able to...
Who can bypass.
Who can bypass. Imagine if they can demolish a church in this country, so you can only imagine what they can't do when...
the country is locked down.
When the country is locked down and there's just a piece of paper saying that don't evict people, you know. So that's one such topic. And then also we have COVID-19 and its impact on employment and labor rights in Uganda. You know, this is a very serious discussion, you know. We have had people lose jobs, you know. We have had people with reduced salaries, you know.
Salary cuts,
Salary cuts, you know. The teachers are out there, you know, they don't have jobs. Or even when they maintain their jobs on paper, the employers are telling them we can't pay you because children are at home.
Perhaps the other angle is that also we've had businesses closed down.
Businesses are also closing down.
Because it's always tempting to look at the employees only and forget that the employers are struggling.
Exactly. So we need to, so we'll be delving into the labor issues in this country. And then also, we'll be looking at the right to food, COVID-19, you know, and the right to food.
Yes, yes.
You know?
That's an interesting one, because I remember in the first lockdown, people were like, you know, I'd rather die of COVID than die of hunger in my house. So tell us about the right to food.
Yeah, so that topic will also be discussed. As we all know, it's one of the rights which is internationally recognized. So we need to delve and try to understand what that right entails, you know. Does it mean that the government should bring food and put on your table, you know? Or government should create a conducive environment for you to be able to get food, you know? Like you've always had Paul saying that someone should be taught how to fish instead of being given what? Fish.
The only danger here is that the fish pond was closed because most of the earning places, you know, were shut down. But I think it will be an interesting discussion here to see, honestly, you know, like how this has been affected by COVID-19.
Exactly. Now, the other topic of discussion is going to be on civil liberties. You know, in this country.
Very big issue.
Very, very interesting as well, because we need to know whether you still have a right to worship, you know. Well, at least you can worship via television or via radios. Well, maybe some people are comfortable with that, but I'm sure a number of people are also uncomfortable with it.
I know the Christians believe in fellowshipping together. So
exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a case which has been filed at the Constitutional Court. You know, a group of pastors thinks that the continued locking of churches is unconstitutional, so they have gone to court. So that's one of the things, among other civil liberties, that we'll be talking about.
And again, talking about civil liberties, you know, these freedoms of expression and everything. Again, we've been struggling with this even before COVID.
Exactly.
So I think it will be interesting to see how COVID has, you know, either worsened or made the situation better.
Exactly, and you know, it got a bit confused with the politics at some stage.
Yeah, true.
And as you're aware, Facebook is still blocked in this country.
In this country,
And I don't think, I expect that you're not on Facebook.
and I think that sort of there's another interesting angle on the issue of around civic space. Because I think we've also seen government of late, you know, taking interest in organizations that are doing work, you know, civil liberties. And I don't know if we can pull a connection between that and, and COVID-19.
Yes, so I believe that discussion is going to come up as well when that particular topic comes up.
Okay.
Yes. The other topic of interest is COVID-19 and the rights to health of people in this country.
I think that should be the first, actually. But okay, tell us about that.
Again, you've seen there's been a bit of litigation around these issues in the past, even before COVID.
Yeah, we saw people paying millions, hundreds of millions, you know, because you have a patient here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want 5 million, you know, from you, you know, for you to be in ICU for a day. You know, how many people are going to be able to afford that, you know? And what is government doing, you know, to ensure that people should not be paying this much, you know? So we'll be discussing that topic as well.
I think that's interesting because, again, there have been arguments that, you know, there's been a lot of focus on COVID-19 and we're forgetting that malaria is still, you know, a top killer disease where people dealing with maternal health issues amidst COVID, and yet the government seems to be putting a lot of emphasis on COVID and neglecting the other issues we have in the country. Okay, this is another time, you know, to go for a break. You're watching You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hosting Advocate Emmanuel Elau to sort of unpack for us the COVID edition that we've been preparing for you in partnership with Legal Hub Uganda. So let's go for a break. We'll be right back. It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. Welcome. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and we're having Mr. Emmanuel Elau today, an advocate and law lecturer, to explain to us You and the Law and the intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda, which is a sort of a specific edition that House of Talent Television is going to be producing. So before we went for a break, you were highlighting on the topics that we're going to be discussing in this program. So I don't know if you still have some more to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the other topic we'll be discussing is going to be COVID-19 and disability rights in Uganda.
Yeah.
Because you'll understand that the disabled people have also suffered in different ways.
Yeah.
You know, I will, on a lighter note, I will highlight one particular issue. You know, when the president started giving those speeches of his, you know,
or the weekly
updates, kind of. So what happens is, at first there wasn't an interpreter. I don't know whether there is one now, you know.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Yes. So there was a complaint that even the president's speeches were, you know,
there was no sign language.
They were leaving those guys behind because so the president is speaking, but they're not getting the information that he's saying. But I think there were some arrangements at some point to have a sign language.
I think the TV stations managed to sort of have an interpreter.
Yeah. So even with or without, even before COVID, you know, disabled people already facing challenges in terms of accessing so many other rights that they deserve in this country.
Yeah.
So COVID has only spoiled the situation. So we expect that that discussion is going to be topical as well, delving deeper into the matters to do with their rights.
Yeah.
The other issue of interest is COVID-19 and children's rights in Uganda.
Yeah.
Because as you're aware, children have also borne the brunt of this, of this situation.
Yeah.
Talk about domestic violence. Talk about the right to go to school.
I think when the police report, one of the reports showed an increase in defilement cases.
Defilement cases, you know, children are getting married off, you know, at a terrific speed, and a majority of them may never actually go back to school.
Yeah.
You know, issues to do with child labor have also come in because now parents have said, you're sitting at home, please come and work for us. So we need to understand that what are the rights of a child in the context
amidst pandemic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now the other issue is COVID-19 and the rule of law in Uganda.
Yeah.
The rule of law, very, very important. You know.
Yeah.
Because when the lockdown was announced, they unleashed LDUs. onto the streets. And we all know
LDs are the local defense unit. It's
yes.
A paramilitary outfit.
Exactly.
In the country, yeah.
So I believe everyone has an experience, one or the other. Either you've been a victim, or your relatives have been victims, you know, or a neighbor somewhere.
No, I think the media did a good job, you know, highlighting,
yes,
you know, them chasing traders from downtown Kampala.
Yes.
And, yeah.
So yeah, so people have in different ways interacted with LDUs. In fact, now it is a joke in the public that if you delay somewhere and curfew gets you, LDUs will teach you. What time curfew ends.
Yeah, but I think the other interesting angle, perhaps talking about rule of law, there's been a lot of legislation around COVID.
Yes.
So I think it would be sort of interesting to see how the various laws that have been put in place are also going to have affected you know, our rights as, you know.
Yes, exactly. And also the process that those laws took to come into force.
Yes.
Because you could see the president going on national television, you know, and coming up with all these kind of laws or rules or regulations of sorts,
yeah.
but with no legal backing. So you'd wake up the following that now the Minister of Health, who is mandated anyway,
yeah.
has come up with a statutory instrument. So those issues also need to be...
One of the, I think, for me, the most interesting thing was seeing if you interact with a police officer, they will tell you they were enforcing the presidential directives.
Exactly.
And you know, some of us used to sort of tease them and say, you know, you don't enforce that. There should be law. Yes, I think, yeah, very interesting area. Yeah.
Yeah. So that issue will be discussed ably. Yeah. And then the last issue of interest is COVID-19 and education in Uganda. You know, that will be the last topic. But as you know, it's also a very, very important area because as we speak today, children are still at home, you know. You have kids now who are 8 years, probably 7, but they have not stepped in nursery school yet.
They've started P1 for 3 years.
For 3 years, you know. You have people who have been in campus for probably 2 to 3 years, you know, who should have finished, you know. So we need to be also discussing those issues to do with the education. But of course, again, when we talk about education, we need to understand it from the context of the law.
Yeah.
You know, because it is not an absolute right. It can only be enforced up to a certain age.
Yeah.
You know, if you're above 18, for example, can you demand to study from your parents? You know, so all those are things that will be discussed when we get into that topic. So basically, those are the topics.
I think I like the education bit, especially when you mention the fact that, you know, children were left at home, but then the whole inequality in the education system is also going, perhaps something that needs to be exposed, because then I know there are those that were studying online.
Yes.
But I imagine my people in Bukedia, clearly, I think online is not even an option to, you know, to explore.
Yeah.
It will be a good angle to also spin it from, you know, that, from a rights, you know, angle.
Exactly.
Okay, so Emma, this seems to be like a well, you know, thought out, you know, package. I know there are so many human rights issues that COVID-19 raises, perhaps beyond even the 12 topics that you've highlighted here. In future, perhaps we'll get another chance to have a more detailed explanation on the other angles of COVID-19. So, talking about the COVID edition of You and the Law, and the interesting topics you've highlighted. So who basically, you don't have to like drop the names, but I'm just wondering, so who are the guys going to be discussing this? Because clearly, it seems to be a, sort of a rich, you clearly need a rich lineup of people to able to explore this. What have you, you know, done about this?
Exactly. So we're sort of putting up a team of different experts in the different areas of the law, you know. So some of them, you might know their faces, you know, some of them might be people who are working in the background but contributing seriously in issues to do with justice, rule of law and the like in this country. So the topics will be assigned based on the areas of expertise of the different people. So just keep your fingers...
so where are they drawn from? Because is it private park, is it academia, is it... I don't know. So
well, they're drawn from different sectors. You know, we have civil society actors, you know, who will be coming in. We have private lawyers who will be coming in. Some of the prominent lawyers in this country coming to discuss the different topics. We have people from academia who will also be coming in. We also have people from the NGO sector. Well, they will be lawyers, but with a background of the NGO sector.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is going to give a different mix to this.
Sort of, perspective.
Yeah. So you shouldn't expect that one person is going to sit here and discuss all these different topics, because there will be different people.
Okay. So as we come to the end of this, I thought maybe you could just give us a sneak peek into the show. So talking about how is it sort of structured, what are the issues that we're looking out? Of course, we know we're talking about COVID, the law and human rights. That's the overall, but like, how is this structured so that we're able to have a meaningful, you know, conversation or an impactful discussion around this? Yeah.
Well, thank you. So, each of these topics is going to be packaged, you know, in almost a similar manner, you know. So we'll be starting with the foundational issues. For starters, you know. If we say we're going to discuss the rights of children in this country, you know, we do not want to attack it at a higher level. We want to start by making you to understand that who is a child, you know, what are their general rights, you know, or what are they entitled to as children, you know, before we come to discussing how COVID has impacted on them, right?
You need to first understand what their rights are.
The very basics. So we want to demystify the law, essentially.
So basically you're living to the title, you and the law.
Yes. So we want to bring the law down to the common man, you know. We want, if a border like you had earlier on stated, listens or watches us on this program, you know, to be able to associate, you know, with the issues which are being discussed at his own level. Because I think the temptation for many people in the past when they discuss legal topics is to be, you know, pompous with the words, you know, which therefore ends up alienating
certain,
actually a great majority of those who should be, you know, benefiting from this. So the only persons who will be understanding are probably lawyers or educated people who have the ability to pay a lawyer anyway. So we want to take it down. So that will be the foundational issues. Now next we'll be talking about marrying those foundational issues to the COVID experience. You know, how has COVID impacted? If children have these rights, how have they been impacted on by, you know, by COVID? You know. So after talking about the COVID experience and relating to the different rights,
so sort of pulling that connection.
Exactly. So after that, we'll be talking about we'll be looking to the future. You know, what is it going to be like after COVID? You know, because for sure there are certain things which are not going to come back to normal. You know, different places are going to be left in a different way. Different people's lives have been impacted forever. So we need to look into the future. You know, issues like, do we need a COVID passport, for example? You know, must you be forced to, you know, to vaccinate so that you can access a COVID passport to fly out of this country? You know, so those will be the different.
But I also think more importantly, perhaps, would be to reflect on if we got another COVID or a similar pandemic 5 years down the road, how do we prepare? I think there will be a lot of focus also on the lessons that we can pick from
exactly.
Because I think the interesting bit, I remember when COVID just came, they said, you know, Uganda has had a good history of handling similar situations. We had Ebola, we had, I think, SARS, and they said, you know, countries were benchmarking on Uganda. Yeah, so I think it would be interesting also to focus on what we can learn from our experience now and how that can influence our preparedness. So we talk about human rights, Emma, generally. But I know that in the human rights spaces, there's a discussion around rights holders and duty bearers. And so I thought that, so normally they talk about duty bearers to be sort of the government side of things. So I'm wondering, at the broader level, what would we talk about as government's role, or in as far as the enforcement of human rights, even amidst pandemics like this?
So I think there are three issues that should arise around that. You know, there's an issue to do with the respect. You know, there's an issue to do with protection. You know, and then fulfillment of those rights. So you know, Uganda is lauded across the world because we have some of the best laws in this country.
So it is said.
Yes, or at least it's said. You know, we have a very good constitution. Of course, some parts may be a bit controversial, which we may not go into, but our laws are good to an extent. The other issue, which is failing us, is about the enforcement of of those laws and those rights and respect of the same, you know, because now if you have a right to, if you have civil liberties guaranteed, you know, do you have someone else who is willing to respect, to protect, you know, the same? The other day, I believe most of you saw videos of a magistrate, a chief magistrate in Moroto, who was manhandled at a police station.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is part of the process to enforce these rights.
It's part of the justice system.
Yes, in this country. So probably he has gotten firsthand what a majority of other people are doing. What?
Go through.
Go through.
Yeah.
You know, so all the things are somehow connected one or the other.
Yeah. So Emma, thank you. As we come to the end of this show, what are like your parting shots now? What's your message for the viewers? You could look into the camera, you know, tell the viewers, you know, what to expect and stuff like that as you wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. So viewers, there's a lot to learn, you know, through this particular project, you know. We need you to find time, listen in, and learn the different aspects of the law, because the people who are going to break down these issues of the law are experts in their different fields, and you can expect to enrich, you know, your mind, you know. Like they say, some people go elsewhere to enrich their bodies, you know, grow big and all that, but you should utilize this moment to grow your mind, you know, because like the host said earlier, ignorance of the law is no defense. So I hope that after this program, or after these shows that are coming along, you'll be able to know that ignorance of the law is no defense, and you'll be better prepared to fight for your own rights. Thank you so much.
What a way to wrap it up. With this, viewers, we come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law. Like I said, this program is there for you. It's there to make you understand the law in its most basic form and how it affects your life. So I urge you to watch House of Talent Law and give us feedback on the comment section. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you want us to discuss. Because this program is bigger than COVID-19. We have a lot lined up outside this edition which focus on COVID-19. So with that, we come to the end of today's episode. It's a bye from us.
But being a gambler, you can blow that money thinking you're getting it back. Yeah.
He just spoils it like as Good afternoon, my name is Felix Eopal and it is Slam Dunk Basketball. Welcome to yet another episode where we discuss, talk basketball, talk the intricacies, talk about what is happening, the latest news and everything. And in studio with me is my co-host, Emmanuel Ateng. Emma, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Felix.
Yeah, it is The festive days are just around the corner.
Yeah.
Let's start with what plans you have for the holidays before we get into the many issues happening around the game of basketball locally.
We're talking earlier, and I think the first plan is to actually get a Christmas tree somewhere here.
Oh, a Christmas tree is somewhere inside here, inside the studio.
Yeah, I guess that, it would give you the feeling of, we're actually getting into the holidays.
I hope it will have quite many lights, but I'm not going to be part of the decoration of that. I'm not.
It's okay. You can bring the gift boxes and just
bring the gift
drop
boxes.
them under there.
And in the game of basketball, as we start off the show, interesting stuff happening. Watoto upsetting Emperors 61-48. The game has just ended, and it's not a result that many actually foresaw coming, including myself, with the way Emperors was prepared for this. Now Watoto get elevated. Your take on the final score of that?
I think when it comes to the Emperors game, even when they played Livingstone in the semi-final, a lot of people thought that Emperors was going to beat Livingstone. Okay, but I mean they play different styles of basketball. But Livingstone and Watoto play some similar kind of basketball. It's more of a running team, so it didn't come as a surprise to me. I knew that these Watoto young boys are going to outrun the Emperor guys and actually win the game. So for me it wasn't a surprise.
To me it came as a very big surprise, seeing that Watoto has more experience. I mean Emperors have more experienced players. There are players who have actually even played in the upper league, and then this is a moment where you'd expect them to be way more calm, and they're playing stopping time, and they know how to execute better, and here they were, and the result was flipped.
You know how sometimes experience is good, but have you run with kids? Those boys run.
Yeah, but that is where the experience comes in. When you know that a team is running at you, you know that we have to set up a D. Then you know that the team is running, they're rotating the ball on the left and on the right. So what do? We set up a zone defense.
Yeah, but those the Watoto guys played up friendly with them before. Very good shooters, play at a very fast pace. So it depends on whose stamina will outlast the other. So I guess in this case, Watoto's stamina actually, outlasted the Emperors, and they came up with a win.
It has been quite interesting and also intriguing, also frustrating at the moment in the lower division. One of the key contentious issues is the issue of Gulu Hawks being demoted, using a player that Federation deemed ineligible after him taking part in the entire season. I was speaking to the General Secretary of FUBA, Hudson Segaman, and told me the competitions committee realized that the player played under a different name throughout the entire season. Now the big question is, who is to blame? The administration or the team?
Well, first of all, when it comes to sports, the team is going to do anything it can to win. That is their role, okay?
Yeah, because you have to win, but then as administrators, you also have to ensure that you show a right path.
Yes, you show a right path, but your main aim is to what? Win this game. So sometimes people go with underhanded tricks to win, okay? Not saying that's what Gulu did. But when we flip it over on the side of the Federation, how does a player play in the first part of the season under a different name? Then the same player again plays in a different part of the season.
Gets into the postseason.
If we say they had some plastic surgery and changed the way they look, okay. But if the man looks the same as he did in the first part of the season, and is the same guy, and you guys actually don't realize that, they just switch names, then there is someone who is not focusing on, someone who's not doing their job right.
Because someone has been in the league for the entire season. Someone has actually taken part in the first set of the postseason, that is the quarters. Then you get to realize in the semis that, Emmanuel Ate was playing under a different name. So that definitely shows that I believe Pai Kamoga and the other team that is running, Brian Rugend, or the team that is running the lower league management committee, they need to put that in order.
Yeah, and you know, the funny thing is that I don't think they would have actually realized it if Kampala Rockets hadn't come out to, you know, put it out there that, you know, these guys used an eligible player. But then also, why did Kampala Rockets wait till the guy scored, was it 20-something points? And they were beaten.
He actually scored 27 points. 27
points?
Yeah.
What were they doing in the in the first
part
part
of the series? 27 points against them.
Yeah, so what
27 points, 4 assists.
Yeah, so what were they doing in the first game? If they see someone is ineligible, they say, okay, this guy can't play, so to move on with basketball. But you wait for the guys to reach, you know, the third game, then you complain. And now Gulu Hawks has been one of those teams that has been in the Ugandan league for a very long time, okay? And seeing them demoted or actually even exiting the league.
They are actually exiting the league, and according to FUBA General Secretary, there is going to be a tribunal meeting next week to try and see how they can arbitrate that situation. Because there are also other precedents where vegetarian also are alleged to have been using an eligible player.
So the whole situation becomes complex because now let's say that the tribunal sits and allows Gulu Hawks to come back. What happens to the Watoto men who have been actually pushed
who have won
to the
the
higher
game?
league? Yes. So do we push them back down? Okay. What happens? Do we open a third division for those teams?
Well, for the federation, those are some of the issues I think, Emma, we've discussed here once and before. Some of these things shouldn't be happening if Ugandan sport is going to develop, not just basketball, all the other disciplines. These are the things that actually chase away sponsors. Lack of consistency, lack of discipline, lack of following the rules and regulations. Because now, I believe the appeal by Gulu Hawks has caught the federation in a catch-22 situation, whereby we're like, what should we do? Should we get both teams to the table, or 3 of us on the table, and we discuss this out, or should we actually replay the games?
It reminds me of when you go to play pickup, you know, usually at the pool court, when a team loses by a last basket and someone says that you didn't call a foul, okay, and they refuse to get off the court because they feel, you know, there was a call that wasn't made. So it's the same situation here, okay? Gulu will say, you know what, we're not to blame, so you can't really kick us out.
Yeah, because definitely they are not to blame. They've had the player for the entire season, they submitted in the list, so the federation had actually to cross-check, re-examine, know the players.
But you know the funny thing is, I think there's a time, I don't remember when it happened, when they were writing our team list, okay? They registered different players under different numbers. And the game started.
But the players are supposed to be under actually the exact numbers.
If Ateng Emmanuel is 13, I'm supposed to be number 13 on the score sheet. But if you put me as 23,
I'm a different person.
Exactly, I'm a different person
on the score sheet.
So when the game begins and you give the foul to 13, but 13 is not registered, then what happens?
The foul goes to the other person.
Exactly. So I think those situations actually happen. Maybe because whoever was writing the team stats at that time didn't write it correctly. So there might be a possibility. I'm just saying, might be. This is a very, I'm reaching for this one. Someone must have, you know.
I'm actually very eager to know what is going to happen from that particular meeting, and also eager to know when the federation will have its annual general meeting. Because there are going to be quite a number of issues which are contagious and very intriguing, which have not been tackled.
I wish they could actually just put that on Zoom so that we can all be available to watch what happens in that meeting.
Well, hopefully, the saying that Federation is saying that the annual general meeting should be coming up soon, and also the issue of the FUBA CEO, who is supposed to be handling, and the man who we are supposed to actually be pointing the guns to, and he's also the one supposed to be giving us the answers and the solutions to this. So the General Secretary says the person is already selected and is just awaiting announcing. But we are yet to know or find out how true this is or who this person is.
Well, wherever they are, I pray that they're spin doctor because they have to spin and weave all these situations that have been going on. It's not just this one. Issues with the national team, issues with league resumption, you know, all these other things, issues with the international players and having only 4 of them on a team, all these things. People are going to complain. So whoever that the CEO is, you know, I hope they're ready for this storm that they're getting into, because it's going to be a nice one.
Yeah, that takes me to the point of leadership and administration, but mostly leadership. So you clearly can see that with everything that is happening with the federation of basketball in Uganda, there is lapses in terms of leadership.
Yeah.
And without that, we are going to continue having more and more and more issues.
Yeah.
For instance, we have a very interesting fixture that is going to be happening later. Raise Life and Our Savior.
Yeah.
Now, in case the victory goes to the other side and the other side comes back to appeal, the federation is going to be back in the same situation.
Yeah. But anyway, for the Raise Life and Our Savior game, unless you know the reffing is really bad for that game, which is happening actually later today, I don't see why there would actually be an appeal in that game. I know it's a high stakes game for right now.
It's
you know?
They're both tied.
Yes.
Yeah. For our viewers out there, we are live Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on our website houseoftalentug.com, and we're discussing the encounter that is going to be happening later today. Raise Life, Our Savior.
Yeah. So for the odds of this game, Raise Life versus Our Savior, first of all, everyone is fighting to, you know, be that top team that gets promoted to the new NBL that is going to have 14 teams, which I believe is really going to be
it's going to be quite a mouth-watering season.
I remember, I don't know who was hosting last time, and was saying if we could have more games, you know, in the NBL. And these 2 teams being promoted has actually given us more games.
More games, more drama, more intrigue, and more thrill.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I don't know, I would say that Our Savior will take this game. It's going to be a hard-fought game, might even go into overtime. But today I'm calling it for Our Savior.
You're calling it.
But Raise Life is an excellent team, especially their point guard, Gideon, superstar player. Okay, but yeah.
Well, Emma is calling it for Raise Life for today's big encounter to determine which team is going to make it to the top league. We return after this short break. It is Slam Dunk Basketball.
Talent is here. Uganda's got talent. That one is not proven. From boxing, athletics. Now Kenya, I mean, we came in the Olympics better than Kenya. For how long have we been there, struggling before? But now we had more medals than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies please come aboard. The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through. National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody. I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now, and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball to continental and worldwide. We're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus. We should also be given that opportunity.
Welcome back. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. Felix Opal is my name, and I am here with Emmanuel Ateng. We were just discussing our savior and Ray's life, the decider of who is actually going to also make it to the National Basketball League. Tropical Royals already qualified. They are up there and they're celebrating and they're eagerly watching to see who else is going to make it. The game is tied and today is going to be that decider. Emma calls it for our savior. I say that it's going to be one that is going to be called by the refs. Considering the number of decisions that have been actually going on throughout these playoffs, I believe it's going to go down to the refs. So and it's also going to go down to which team is actually going to keep their head more cool. Because, you know, a ref calling a blocking foul on you, and then a walk on you, a travel, which actually you can clearly see that is not accurate, is in a way going to work up your mind. So to me, it's going to be determined by the refs.
It reminds me of Makerere Open that used to happen at Makerere whenever it was like a final game and Makerere was there. When any stupid calls were made by the ref, or any calls that were deemed stupid by the Makerere students, the game would end there.
I remember the one would always be from one of the fans in the stands.
Tuguiwe, that's it.
As long as another person also calls the same, Tuguiwe, and
that was it. And then you'd have to replan for a game. And yeah, I mean everything actually almost comes down to the referees because they decide the game. All right, so I pray that the referees are on their A game.
I'm looking forward to see how Sam Gombia actually plays out this one, because I believe it's going to be quite pivotal. They're going to be looking out for him. He's the big down there who they expect to pick those rebounds and actually make those blocks. So this is a game where he actually has to make his comeback.
Yeah, Gombia is a very good player. He's played on the national team. He has played for a couple of teams in the NBL, played for Warriors, played for Rhino at the time they were still in the NBL and also in the second division. The only challenge here is that he's not a quick big man. He's a bit slow, so you'd have to change your game plan. Down in the D-League, it's, who's faster wins. So you'd have to change your plan around Gombia so that it's a slower game. When it comes to Ray's life, they have the Sudanese boys, who are very athletic, who are quick big men, but they don't have as much experience as Gombia.
And that will actually put him in a situation where he's prone to fouling easier.
Yeah, he will foul more. So as much as it will come down to the refs, I also believe that the coaches are really going to play a very big role because they have seen themselves play throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. So it depends on which coach is going to come up with the best plan, and then it's up to the players to actually execute this plan. But at the end of the day, all these things said, it's going to come down to who wants it more. Is it Ray's life or is it our savior?
You see, in sport, there are different things. There are tangibles and the intangibles. Now, one of the key intangibles is attitude. Now, when you're talking about who is going to be wanting it more, that's something actually that you cannot instill. Depends on how a player will wake up, and let's say how I woke up this morning, how was I feeling? How you woke up this morning, how were you feeling? Were you really determined and you're like, this is a do or die game? Now, that is something that you don't instill in the players. All right? You players have to have that. Or the only way you can try to do that is by going the old way. Call them up and have that inspirational speech. Give them that inspirational speech. To
dose of motivation.
To gear them up and tell them, you know what, we're not walking off that court unless we have the W. It doesn't matter if it comes by 1 second, 1 basket, 1 point. So that is what is actually going to make it very interesting. And the other intriguing thing, which FUBA actually should also be praising and thanking themselves for, is that the fans are coming back to the stands. When you actually go down to the YMCA, you can see that the crowd is there.
Yeah.
It's not like the other time where the numbers were extremely very few. I remember at the start of the invite tournament that Power Basketball Club hosted, the first weekend, there were hardly any fans.
Yeah, stands were really empty.
Yeah, but as the weekends went on, second weekend, third weekend,
the stands started getting more full.
Yeah, people started coming back and everything, and I also admire the way the YMCA is handling the SOPs.
Yeah.
Right from the gate.
Yeah, all the way.
You have to have a mask. They have water stands built. Wash your hands. You are sprayed and everything. I like that, and it's very encouraging for the game of basketball.
Yeah.
I wish other disciplines can also start following suit like that.
Yeah. You know, the irony is that FUBA is a body that is supposed to actually be regulating these things when it comes to the game of basketball, and they have done a good job so far. But you see that, first of all, the division leagues, the D leagues, actually continued with their season when FUBA couldn't. Then you have Power coming up with a tournament and observing the same SOPs that the NBL could have done
and
earlier.
doing it very well.
Which we could have done earlier, and you know, the league actually would have continued. But I'm glad that these few entities are coming up to show, you know, the bigger body that, you know what, we can actually run basketball in Uganda. All we need to do is be committed to a few things here and there, and we continue.
Yeah, because actually the credit of this happening is not actually going to the federation.
Yeah.
The credit of the SOPs being followed at the YMCA are going to the institute.
Yeah.
They're the ones that have instilled this in place.
Yeah.
Now, as a federation, this is a venue that you use. This is a venue that is home of Ugandan basketball, without a doubt. Now, why isn't the federation also putting in more effort towards this?
Yeah. That is the question of the hour. And I wish whoever is out there, if you're watching the show, you know, hit us up in the comment section. Let us know, why is FUBA failing to, you know, follow these SOPs that, you know, these other small entities like different teams are doing, like the D League is doing. Why can't we, you know, also follow the same SOP so that we can get on with the game of basketball? Hit us up in our comment section. Remember, we are live on our YouTube. That's House of Talent Uganda live stream. On Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. HTV1 on our Twitter. And we're still discussing the game of basketball. And yeah, I mean, league is going to resume next season, okay? But with a new variant of coronavirus coming out, you know, there's that fear again that, okay, what happens? You know, God forbid, okay, that we get into the same situation that we were. But in the event that we do, then how does basketball resume? Because other sports are going on, and we're losing out.
We're losing out, and just one of the interesting comments I have here from someone that actually we have hosted on the show, Bashir Wugem, saying the federation should actually get people who work there for as a job. 8 to 5 instead of people who just volunteer.
But I like that comment. Yeah, but for someone to be there 8 to 5, you have to pay them money that is worth 8 to 5. I mean, if I'm coming there and I have to pay rent later in the month,
you have to pay rent, you have to pay bills,
and you're giving me 100K, then it really doesn't work for me, right?
It won't be enough even just for your transport.
Yeah, but then again, those are things that the CEO has to look at. You know, it's better to have a small team that you can actually pay than have a lot of volunteers that you're suffering to pay. Okay, so it's a good idea if we can get people to work actually 8 to 5, have them as permanent staff of FUBA. I believe that would be very important and pivotal to improve the game of basketball. But are we willing or are we financially able to employ those people to work an 8 to 5 job?
The issue of finances has always been something that is synonymous, and I would say a chronic problem when it comes to discussion of Ugandan basketball and implementation of policies and execution of so many things in terms of Ugandan basketball. Recently, City Oil were just supposed to be taking part in Bar. And speaking to their management, one of the issues as to why last minute they pulled out was finances. Now, so it is not just crossing from just one team, but it's now spreading all over. And the earlier that it is curbed, the earlier that next season is well more prepared. We've seen even Cobra Basketball qualified for BAL. Now,
congrats to Johnny.
Yeah. Now, that is a team that is being coached by our very own. City Oil missing out on this. How big a blow do you think it's going to be to their championship run next season?
Yeah, it's a big blow, and I don't know how much the financial issue played a role, but also I think another thing was that when we went for the World Cup qualifiers, the team actually got back late. Okay, they got back 2 days before they were supposed to go for the BAL qualifiers, and the team was tired, I believe. Maybe there were some other issues there. And this was the season, we had Monday here, and he said that this was the time that we actually wanted to, they had to qualify for BAL. But I mean, if they had played and lost and we say, okay, we couldn't qualify for BAL, well and good. But we couldn't even go, you know, to the next stage because now City Oil represents Uganda at that stage. It becomes a Ugandan team at that stage. So it's for the league in Uganda, I don't think it's going to be a big blow to their title run in the league, but it is a big blow for them on the African scale, because now missing out on BAL is a very big thing. It was their opportunity to get out there, and also for other players on the team, it was their opportunity to be scouted, you know, by other African teams. They have NBA scouts there,
different coaches, get different opportunities.
Yeah, so it's a big blow in that part. But for the Ugandan league, I think for that one they have planned for it for many years to come.
Well, they have planned for that, and they have the top players, but in sport anything can happen. So they have put themselves in a situation whereby they have no other option but to actually win the league when it starts. Because that is the only way they can get a ticket back.
But I don't know what other teams are planning, but as of now, we haven't had anything from JKL because we don't know if the team is still in existence.